Council, if you could just give me a few seconds. We're just waiting for a couple councillors to log on. Councillor Moll's on. Councillor Mancinelli, we're waiting on. Okay. Good afternoon. There we go. I will call the meeting to order. Welcome to the April 28th, 2021 Special City Council meeting. We acknowledge we are on the traditional lands of the Treaty 4 territory, a treaty signed with 35 First Nations across southern Saskatchewan, parts of Alberta and Manitoba, and the original lands of the Cree, Dakota, Nakota, Lakota, and Saulteaux, and it's on the homeland of the Métis Nation. To ensure social distancing measures are being met during this time, some members of Council and City Administration are attending the meeting today through video conferencing. I would like to remind those members who are attending through video conferencing of the following. Please ensure that your video camera and microphone are turned off. If a member of Council wishes to speak, they enter their name in the chat window in order to be placed in the speaking queue. When speaking, remember to unmute your microphone and enable your video camera. All votes will be conducted with a recorded vote. Delegations will be attending the meeting today through teleconferencing to address Council on the item on the agenda. To the delegations presenting, I would ask that you please turn off the video of this meeting when you're going to present. There will be an echo feedback otherwise. To delegations and Council, there will be a firm 5-minute rule. Not saying hard in the event I believe you're wrapping up and we'll leave only a few more seconds, otherwise 5 minutes it is. And I will advise Council members now that questions which seek to get around the 5-minute rule will be called on point of order. We won't be using questions to get around the procedure of 5 minutes in terms of presentations. I will also add a reminder that we do not enter into debate or argument with delegations. We will have time once delegations have all presented to make any points you wish to make regarding anything that was said, statements that you wish to refute or disagree with. To the LGBTQ2+ community, I have read and heard your feedback with respect to some of the language and issues spoken about at the Community Wellness Committee and the harm and hurt that it has caused. What I can say is that I know it's not in the heart of any councillor here or myself to cause either. And today this may not be perfect, but we're all committed to being sensitive and to being better. Can I have someone move a motion to approve the agenda at the call of the chair and that public notice bylaws 2021-29, 2021-33, 2021-29 to 2021-33 and the communication CP 21-23 be tabled to the April 29th, 2021 City Council meeting?
Zakidniak.
Thank you, Councillor Zakidniak. Can I have a seconder, please?
Hawkins, second.
Thank you, sir. I'll call the question. Any opposed? Carried. No. In terms of the delegations, what we are here to debate are the recommendations that are before Council, specifically being to direct the Mayor to write the federal government on behalf of the Regina City Council in support of Bill C6, to formally join the Canadian Psychological Association in affirming that all adolescent and adult persons have the right to define their own gender identity regardless of chromosomal sex, genitalia, assigned birth sex, or initial gender role. Moreover, all adolescent and adult persons have the right to free expression of their self-defined gender identity, as outlined in their policy statement 2010-1, Gender Identity in Adolescents and Adults. Number 3, formally join the Canadian Psychiatric Association in opposing the use of reparative or conversion therapy, given that such therapy is based on the assumption that LGBTQ identifies indicate a mental disorder and/or the assumption that the person could and should change their sexual orientation and/or their gender identity and gender expression as outlined in the Canadian Journal of Psychiatric, Volume 59, Number 11, Position Paper, Mental Health Care for People Who Identify as Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender, and/or Queer. And number 4, direct administration to prepare a report to City Council by Q1 of 2022 that explores the feasibility of a municipal bylaw prohibiting conversion therapy within city limits, that shall pay particular attention to the impact of parallel bylaws throughout Western Canada, as well as consider the efficacy, I'm struggling on that one, of withholding business licenses, summary prosecution for offenders, and other methods to deter practice. Having said that, I would like to call upon Delegation Larry Kowalchuk. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any question that members of Council may have for you. Good afternoon, Mr. Kowalchuk.
Good afternoon.
Please proceed.
Good afternoon, and thank you for this. My name is Larry Kowalchuk. The Human Rights Code is essential to the health and strength of our community. Section 3 of the Code captures the objects of the Code, which include the recognition of the inherent dignity and equal inalienable rights of persons. It also supports the advancement of public policy that aims to eliminate discrimination. Under our code, gender identity is a protected grounds. Now, members of council and mayor, that's not my words. Those are the words from across the street from where you're sitting right now at the courthouse in Regina. That is in the gender identity case. And those are the words of the court, unopposed by the government of Saskatchewan and supported by the Human Rights Commission. And that was the case dealing with the gender identity rights of people, including young people, children or youth, if you want to call them, to identify as they decide, not who someone tells them to. In addition, I'm going to quote to you from the same location across the street from you in another case. In that case, it was about same-sex marriage. And the government of Saskatchewan had referred to the Court of Appeal a couple of questions about whether or not religion and freedom of religion could interfere in the rights of people who they identify as homosexual, gay, lesbian, two-spirit, and so on. And so the court asked that question, and that was in 2011. So that's almost 10 years ago. And I can tell you that in that decision, most religious groups and organizations were represented, and there was a discussion. And I'm now going to read to you the decision of the court. All 5 judges agreed. So I'm quoting, "In our tradition, the apparatus of the state serves everyone equally, without providing better, poorer, or different services to one individual compared to another, by making distinctions on the basis of factors like race, religion, or gender. The proud tradition of individual public office holders is very much imbued with this notion. Persons who voluntarily choose to assume an office cannot expect to shape the office's intersection with the public so as to make it conform to their personal religious or other such beliefs. Any idea of this sort would sit uneasily with the principle of the rule of law to the effect that, quote, the law is supreme over officials of government as well as private individuals, and thereby preclusive of such arbitrary powers. The court then goes on and says, history has established and jurisprudence has confirmed the extreme vulnerability of this group to discrimination and even hatred. The historical, social, political, and economic disadvantage suffered by homosexuals in Canadian society is well described in the oft-quoted passage from the judgment of the court in 1995 of the Supreme Court. So we're talking 25 years ago. The historic disadvantage suffered by homosexual persons has been widely recognized and documented. Public harassment and verbal abuse of homosexuals individuals is not uncommon. Homosexual women and men have been the victims of crimes of violence directed at them because of their sexual orientation. I'm quoting again. They've been discriminated against in their employment and their access to services. They've been excluded from some aspects of public life solely because of their sexual orientation. The stigmatization of homosexual persons and the hatred which some members of the public have expressed towards them has forced many to conceal their orientation. This imposes its own associated costs in the workplace, the community, and life.
Mr. Kowalczyk, Mr. Kowalczyk, I'm just going to tell you that you're at 5 minutes. If you could wrap up, that would be appreciated.
Oh my God, that's 5 minutes already. Sorry. Rejection by families has caused higher rate of attempted and successful suicide. So I want to conclude with the Supreme Court has repeatedly confirmed that freedom of religion is not absolute and that in appropriate cases it's subject to limitation. Religious freedom must yield to the larger public interest. I am honored to be here in front of you on this day, maybe historic. The decision you're about to make about the right of everyone to be allowed to love whom you are and to be free to be you, not who others say you are or must be. This paves the way for a more open, accepting world, a society where children and youth get to live the lives they feel true to. This is a historic moment for the city of Regina, and I'm very, very honored to be part of that. If you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kowalczyk. Councillor Zakidniak.
Thank you. Thank you for your submission, Mr. Kowalczyk. I was wondering, as a lawyer, if you would be able to give your opinion on some of the feedback that we've heard that the proposed legislation goes against the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and also that coercive means are already well defined in section 264 of the Canada Criminal Code. So these folks would be saying that we don't need legislation banning conversion therapy. Can you give me your feedback on those 2 points, please, through the chair?
Yes. What I was reading to you was the principles of law articulated by our courts at the highest level, including across the street from you, under the Charter, the Constitution, and the Human Rights Code. And I would simply say this. If you look across Canada and the world, conversion therapy has been banned by provincial governments. It's been banned by municipalities and cities, and no one has gone to court to try and strike it down. The federal government is legislation. And by the way, I'm supporting the bylaw proposal as well as the motion to support the federal government's legislation. The federal government's legislation is objective in its purpose, which is what the Charter looks at, is to eliminate discrimination in all forms and to actually promote equality and dignity and respect for all citizens to feel not only okay, but good, great about whom they are, and to respect the fact that they have the right, all citizens, to live who they are and to feel good about that, and to have any form of coercive behavior which attempts to deny that type of freedom or dignity is one of the ways that we as a society move forward. Just like, stopping sexual harassment in workplaces or outside, or other forms of discrimination against people with disabilities. This community is most vulnerable, and that's why the law exists. Is it the definition of coercion enough under the criminal code? My question to everyone who is saying it's already enough is, why are you opposed to making it even more clear? Why are you opposed? If it's because of religious beliefs, the court has said, sorry, that's not a good enough reason. So I can't sort of formally give a legal opinion, but I can suggest that if you follow the quotes that I've read to you, and the jurisprudence and the practice and the experience of our society, again, I'll repeat, provinces like Ontario, Manitoba, municipalities all across Canada, countries in the world with a larger population than us, have banned conversion therapy. And if we need to encourage that there be some consequences for those who practice that type of coercion to stop it, well, why not? The only thing to fear about a law like that is that you're doing something which denies the inherent dignity and respect of individual people based upon their gender identity, whatever that identity may or may not be or become. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Zakidniak. Councillor Shaw.
Hello, Mr. Kowalchuk. Through you, Madam Mayor, I just have a question. Do we have the right to seek counseling for behavior that we do not want under the Bill C6 if this law is passed? Through you, Madam Mayor.
I would ask for more clarification, because one of the things that it becomes a sort of dangerous concept, and I use that intentionally, when we're talking about human rights and constitutional rights, is to overgeneralize things. The intent of this legislation and a bylaw prohibiting conversion therapy, the intent is stated at the beginning, and it's been very clearly stated that the intent is to respect and promote the right of youth and all citizens to have comfort, even if I could say joy and happiness, in being able to live and choose how to identify themselves to themselves and to the rest of the world, even if they change their opinion or their decision about that in relationship to gender. So the court very clearly always, and the rule of law always is, what's the intention here? And we look to see whether or not the intention is general, to cover just about anything we can imagine, which we can all do as humans, or if it's intended to deal with conversion therapy aimed at forcing people or supporting people to change their identity rather than letting them nurture it themselves and choose the way it is. So I appreciate your question, and it's a logical one, and and quite frankly, Councillor, it's a normal question. We always ask about the limits of how far we can go with a law and its intention, and my response and the court's response is, Mr. Kowalczyk, if I'm in front of the court, what did they say when they introduced it? What's the intention? And it's actually a matter of principle of law that in looking at the intention to narrow the application of the law, you can look at the Hansard or the court, the legislative debates. You can look at the preamble or the whereases, etc. And in this case, I would say, Councillor, that it's very, very clear that this is dealing with in relationship only to gender identity and nothing more than that. I hope that helps.
Kind of. I'm sorry. Yes, it was a very vague question. I'm just trying to figure out if sorry. And you're a first delegate. I'm just worried if this closes the door to seeking counseling for sexual behavior that we do not want. Does it make it clear? Do you understand it that way through you, Madam Mayor?
Yes, Councillor. I think that I would agree with you that it is clear that this isn't about prohibiting counseling for sexual behavior that is unacceptable to our society, which is generally harm. Like I do an awful lot of cases on sexual harassment and sexual violence. In fact, I'm one of the lawyers in Saskatchewan who trains lawyers on providing advice around sexual harassment and sexual violence through the Listen Project and the SHIFT program. And this is clear in its intention that it does not prohibit counseling to deal with harmful sexual behavior.
So just to add to that harmful sexual behavior, thank you for that clarification. But if the behavior is not harmful, but it's behavior that you don't want to have anymore, would this bill allow us to still seek counseling through you, Madam Mayor?
If your question is about can an individual seek it, if they are an adult capable of making self-determination decisions, and that's not just age, it's based on a bunch of other things as well.
Okay.
Consent is what sort of generally I think is clear here. It's all about consent, and that you are not doing something against somebody else's consent. If it's about your own behavior that you want to change and you want to seek help for it, then I don't think that this prohibits you from doing that.
Thank you, and that is much better. I still don't like the word "think" in the answer because that bothers me. But I understand where, and we all know what words mean, Mr. Kowalczyk.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. That's all I have for now. Thank you.
If I can simply say that, I appreciate it when you say about the word "think." That's what the Charter, the Constitution, Human Rights Code is all about. It gives us an opportunity to discuss what kind of society we want to have, and everyone gets to have input. And in the marriage case, the Marriage Commissioner's case, every religious group participated, as well as people who were part of the community that was affected by it, same-sex couples. Everyone got to participate in the discussion and the discourse and give what they think to the court about things. That's what we do. That's what all humans do. What this is about is whether you think it's appropriate for as a citizen who has chosen to be part of governing our city, therefore, on behalf of the people, whether it's appropriate to join with the rest of the world in promoting the right to dignity and respect and self-expression that promotes love and peace and the right of youth to build self-esteem on their own terms instead of having others impose it on them, particularly for a group which, as you've heard me quote from the Supreme Court, faces hatred and to the point where even families, I was representing some youth whose families rejected them because of their sexual orientation or what they believed it to be. And that's hurtful. Let's just move in another direction and trust. I would encourage you to trust that the court, if this was a problem, Ontario, Manitoba, other municipalities, other governments around the world, there would have been courts saying you can't do this. And that's just not the case, for a reason.
Thank you, Mr. Kowalczyk. Thanks, Councillor Shaw, for the question. Seeing no further questions from Council, I'll thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon, Mr. Kowalczyk, and ask that you please leave the meeting.
Thank you, and I will. And
I'd like to call upon Delegation Teresa Pierre. Please introduce yourself for the record and the organization you're representing, if any. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any question that members of Council may have for you. Good afternoon, Ms. Pierre.
Hello, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to address your committee. My name is Teresa Pierre, and I'm the president of Parents as First Educators, a national parents' rights group. I'm here to ask you not to send a letter to the federal government in support of Bill C-6. I will focus on what this law would mean to children with gender dysphoria. Gender dysphoria occurs when people experience distress over a mismatch between their biological sex and gender identity. Bill C-6 defines conversion therapy in part as a practice, treatment, or service designed to change a person's gender identity to cisgender. It would penalize clinicians and parents who seek to alleviate this distress through therapy with a 5-year prison sentence. Bill C-6 would mean parents could seek counseling for their child with gender dysphoria only if the therapy will help the child transition to a new gender, but not if the therapy helps the child accept their own biological sex. This bill would prevent clinicians from doing their jobs when it comes to the treatment of gender dysphoria, according to leading experts on gender dysphoria, such as Dr. Kenneth Zucker and Dr. Susan Bradley. Let's look at a couple of examples of what this would look like in practice, according to Kenneth Zucker's testimony to the House of Commons on Bill C-6. He said, "A 3-year-old boy expresses a very strong desire to be a girl. When asked why he wants to be a girl, he tells his parents that he likes very much to play with Barbie dolls and to wear dresses. Under Bill C-6, can a mental health clinician explore with such a child this belief? For example, would it be acceptable to point out that boys can play with Barbie dolls too? A 7-year-old boy expresses a very strong desire to be a girl. When asked why, he says that all the boys in his classroom at school are mean and rough. In contrast, all the girls in his classroom are kind and gentle. He does not want to be mean or play rough. Under Bill C-6, can a mental health clinician explore with a child these beliefs? For example, would it be acceptable to point out that not all boys are mean and rough and that not all girls are kind and gentle? A 14-year-old girl expresses a very strong desire to be a boy. This girl also has a diagnosis of autism spectrum disorder, which includes the propensity to think in very binary terms. Because she does not feel like other girls, she thinks that the only option is to be a boy. Under Bill C-6, can a mental health clinician explore with this adolescent the idea that there are many ways that one can be a girl? Bill C-6 would tie the hands of therapists who will be afraid that the therapy they are offering will be interpreted as designed to change a child's gender identity to cisgender. If Bill C-6 goes through and the gender affirmative model of care becomes the only option, will that alleviate the distress of these patients? No. In fact, the medical science behind the benefits of these therapies is shaky at best. A recent review by an oversight committee at the UK's National Health Service on gender transition therapies recently concluded that the evidence of quality of life benefits of administering puberty blockers is very low, and that any potential benefits of gender-affirming hormones must be weighed against the largely unknown long-term safety profile of these treatments in children and adolescents with gender dysphoria. As individuals who have gone through these therapies get older, more and more of them are voicing their regrets. One example is 23-year-old Kira Bell. She recently launched a legal challenge against the UK's Tavistock Gender Clinic, asserting that the clinic offered no help with all her mental health issues before offering her a gender transition. According to Bell, when I was seen at the Tavistock Clinic, I had so many issues that it was comforting to think that I really had only one that needed solving. I was a male in a female body. But it was the job of the professionals to consider all my comorbidities, not just to affirm my naive hope that everything could be solved with hormones and surgery. I should have been challenged on my transition, she said. As Kira Bell says, the consequences of her transition have been profound, including possible infertility. Due to Bell and other courageous young people like her, the tide is beginning to turn against youth transition counseling internationally. The legal decision against healthcare provider Tavistock found that children under 16 aren't mature enough to give consent to gender transition. According to the website Transgender Trends, about 80% of children experiencing gender dysphoria who were not given affirmation-only therapy will go on to desist. Given these high rates of regret, given the precedent set in the Tavistock decision, we should be rushing to reverse the access to these therapies. A conversion therapy law that makes it impossible for psychiatrists to offer therapy to children with gender dysphoria is the worst sort of nightmare for parents. Please don't send a letter in support of this bill. Thank you.
Councillor Moll.
All right, thanks, Teresa, for speaking. So you mentioned that this bill would prevent parental access to therapies that are considered best practice for children with gender dysphoria. You didn't mention anything about being concerned about private conversations in the home between parents and children. Do you have thoughts on whether the bill could expose parents to prosecution for private conversations?
Oh, yes, thank you for that question. I'm glad you asked me that because it's something I very much wanted to address in my presentation, but for reasons of space, I didn't do so. So the Justice Minister has said on the government's website that parental conversations would not be prosecuted. Yet there is a difference between assurances on a website and what the legislation actually says. Now, the opposition parties in the hearings for Bill C-6 in the committee meetings asked for specific assurances that parental conversations would be protected during the amendment process, and they did not get them. So what still remains in the bill in section 320.104 is that everyone who knowingly promotes or advertises an offer to provide conversion therapy is guilty of an indictable offense and liable to imprisonment for a term of not more than 2 years. So if a parent is talking with his transgender child and is trying to convince them to see a therapist who will help them with their gender dysphoria, I would be concerned that that could be captured under this bill. And so, yes, I have significant concerns that with this bill, parental conversations could indeed be on the hook.
Thank you for that answer and clarification. Okay, you referred to the fact that the Tavistock review stated the safety of administering gender-affirming hormones isn't well understood. Can you talk a little bit more about that? Are there challenges to the safety of these hormone treatments?
Yes.
Your Worship, I'm going to call a point of order.
I'm going to hop in.
2 points of order. Who would like to go first?
I'll let Councillor Stevens do that. Thank you.
With respect, we're not here to debate medical procedures, hormone therapies, and other matters. This is about conversion therapy legislation and potential bylaw. We are not getting in here to debate the lived experiences of trans people. So I think we need to keep it to the legislation, C6, the statements in the report, or the final point, which is about pursuing our own bylaw.
Thank you. We were limiting discussion to what was before council, so we'll disregard this chain of questioning. Councillor Moll, do you have anything relative to the recommendations before council?
No further questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Councillor Shaw, are we going to pursue something relative to what Councillor Moll was, or was there something different you were going to ask?
No, I'm totally different. I was just wondering, through you, Madam Mayor, we talk about children and this law and how this is going forward. I have a psychology background and a sociology background, so I have a little bit of knowledge about our brain and the development of it. Do you feel that children at this young of an age, and I'm not sure what the age encompasses with this bill or how young it does encompass it, it doesn't clarify that. Maybe if you could clarify that for me, that would be great, and how young a child can have the maturity and be able to ask that they be transgendering under this law, C6.
I'm going to
Madam Mayor.
Actually, Councillor Shaw, I'm going to actually limit this question, given that the presenter is not a lawyer. They're the head of a parental rights association, not a lawyer here to interpret the law for us. I think it could be said that any human being.
So, as a parental educator, if the law states there's no age qualification, so it's not like you have to be 16 or you have to be 18, do you feel that this is a responsibility that a young child would be able to have? Through you, Madam Mayor.
So if I can respond to the question, I am concerned that that this law would allow children to be pushed towards only one type of therapy, and that these things, people seek out gender help for gender dysphoria from the young age of 3 sometimes. We could be talking about preteens, teens, and no, since our facilities, our mental faculties don't really mature until we're about 25. I think that is it's far too young to be expecting children to be able to understand everything that's involved in consent.
Okay, thank you.
Therapy.
Councillor Shaw, do you have
Thank
anything
you. That's
specific?
all I have.
That's good. Thank you. Councillor
That's good.
Stadnichuk.
Councillor Zakidniak had a point of order I just saw.
I believe she was intending to interrupt the questioning. Councillor Zakidniak, am I wrong?
No, we're good. It's over now, so that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stadnichuk.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. So my question through the mayor to Ms. Pierre is, the whole basis of your presentation is that gender dysphoria is real. There are organizations who question the validity of that. So my question to you is, sorry. A number of studies have said that the original study on gender dysphoria was actually was critiqued for not being factually valid, recruiting from anti-gay websites, etc. So, how solid do you feel that your research is on this issue?
Could you clarify what study you're talking about?
Well, the Rittman study has been criticized for where the recruitment of the study participants was from a explicitly anti-gay website, and that all of her research on gender dysphoria came from that study.
Oh, I see. I didn't mention the Littman study.
Then we'll discontinue this line of
Okay,
questioning.
I will just end it there.
Thanks very much. Thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon. Councillor Zakidniak.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, are you still there? Hello?
Yeah. I'm here.
You are still there? Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. So I just have a question. So you were, speaking as a counselor, saying that you had concerns about, this any sort of new legislation regarding conversion therapy. So I'm just curious what your thoughts are about the fact that the Canadian Psychological Association has affirmed that all adolescent and adult persons have the right to define their own gender identity, and also that the Canadian Psychiatric Association has opposed the use of reparative or conversion therapy. So based on those comments, it seems to me that the Canadian Psychiatric Association is quite comfortable with banning this particular type of therapy and saying it is not a legitimate form of therapy. Can you respond to that? Through the chair, please.
Yes, I would say that the American Psychological definition of conversion therapy doesn't include the treatment of gender dysphoria, so it doesn't really address the concerns that I've raised here today. And of course, I definitely agree that that the child is in the process of developing their gender identity, and that has to be respected. But it's also a give and take process with the parent, as I think most parents, would tell you.
Okay, I was speaking about the Canadian Psychological Association and just specific to not all kinds of therapy, but conversion therapy. So I think that's all my questions, though. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Zakidniak. Thank you very much for your presentation, Ms. Pierre. I'll ask that you please leave the meeting now.
Right. Thank you.
Oh, Marty Moore.
Council, your microphone is on. Just for the record, gender dysphoria actually refers to the distress that some people feel when their physical sex or gender role does not match their gender they were assigned at birth. And that adolescents who experience it, that disconnect between their birth gender and how they feel, their personal identity, is what causes distress. I'd call upon Delegation Marty Moore. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any. You have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any question that members of Council may have for you. Good afternoon, Mr. Moore.
Well, good afternoon, and good afternoon, Your Worship and City Councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to this issue today. My name is Marty Moore. I am a staff lawyer with the Justice Center for Constitutional Freedoms, and that's an organization dedicated to defending the constitutional freedoms of all Canadians through education and through litigation as well. I join here today, of course, to support the protections and rights of all Canadians, and especially the LGBTQ Canadians. We stand, I'm sure, all of us together against all forms of abuse, coercion, and torture. And that unites us. But what I think is dividing many people is the definition of conversion therapy, which is being discussed. And I think it's even been clear in this meeting that I don't think it's clear what is the definition of conversion therapy. And certainly for the purposes of Bill C-6, which the City Council is considering endorsing, it's important to note that nowhere in the definition of conversion therapy being utilized in Bill C-6 is there reference to coercive, abusive, or harmful practices. The definition rather just targets particular goals and not actually targeting coercion or abuse. And Bill C-6 also does not have an exemption clause that allows people to consent to treatments that they find beneficial or consent to counseling, for example, to reduce sexual behaviors or addictions that they do not want. And so it's important to be clear. I think as a prior presenter noted, generalizations are dangerous and they're not helpful for this conversation. But the definition of conversion therapy certainly raises some serious concerns. And I'll also just speak again to this idea that all of us, when we're talking about the concept of conversion therapy, are wanting to stand against any torture, abuse, and coercion. That intent, however, that we subjectively feel does not dictate and it does not override the plain meaning of the words utilized in a law. And so when we're talking about whether you're endorsing Bill C-6, you're not going to be endorsing someone's statements about what they believe Bill C-6 is. You would be endorsing the words that Bill C-6 actually has. And that's where I think it's important just to recognize those words and their plain meaning. So, Bill C-6 in banning conversion therapy in a significant fashion and in fact criminalizing it with punishments of up to 5 years in prison or 2 years in prison for some offenses. It's prohibiting, for example, any practice, treatment, or service with the goal or to repress or reduce non-heterosexual attraction or sexual behavior or non-cisgender gender expression. So that's going to be part of the definition there. And that's really part of the definition that raises a lot of concerns because, again, there's no reference to that being there's no reference to there being coercion involved. There's no reference to there being abuse. There's no reference or allowance even for an individual to consent if they're seeking to reduce particular sexual behavior that they don't want to be engaged in, or if they're asking for help in reducing or changing non-cisgender gender expression. So it's just important to recognize that Bill C-6 includes some very precise and broad prohibitions and even criminalization of voluntary counseling practices that individuals may choose. And of course, the one of the saddest parts here is that it's targeting particularly members of the LGBT community on the basis of either their gender expression or identity or on the basis of their sexual orientation. So anyone else, you can go and receive treatment to reduce heterosexual sexual behavior that you don't want. But Bill C-6 would say it's banned to seek to reduce non-heterosexual sexual behavior. And similarly for gender expression, you can change and seek treatment to change gender expression that's cisgender, but you cannot seek treatment to change gender expression that's non-cisgender. So that's very much a discriminatory element where, the federal government is purporting to discriminate on the basis of sexual orientation and gender identity. And again, consent is not part of this definition. Coercion is not part of this definition. Abuse is not part of this definition. Now, the definition does include an exception clause, and the exception clause, I'll just read it for the record here. For greater certainty, this definition does not include a practice, treatment, or service that relates to the exploration and development of an integrated personal identity without favoring any particular sexual orientation, gender identity, or gender expression. Now, that's a bit of a mouthful, a bit of a word salad. It's allowing people to explore and develop their integrated personal identity. However, those general allowance is not going to trump the specific prohibitions. In law, the specific trumps the general, and so this general exception clause allowing for the exploration of an integrated personal identity is I don't think you're going to find that that's going to provide any legal protection when an individual is asking a counselor to help them reduce non-heterosexual behavior, for example, that
Mr.
they
Moore, I'm going to
find
interrupt you.
unhelpful.
We've reached the 5-minute limit. If you can wrap up, I'll give you a few other seconds.
Thank you very much for that. And I'll just note one thing here. Conversion therapy, criminalized if it's offered to those below 18, but regardless of age, if anyone knowingly promotes conversion therapy, that is an indictable offense. And so it broadens it out to the entire population. If there's conversations where people are promoting what is deemed to be conversion therapy under this definition, that is criminal behavior. So I would really encourage City Council to be careful and specific in how you address this matter. And thank you for hearing these points, very brief points as they are. Happy to take any questions that you'd have.
Thank you very much, sir. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would, I think Councillor Stadenchuk was first. I heard her speak. Is that right? I think so.
I did have my name before, but...
Go ahead.
I was waiting to get recognized. Thank you for your presentation. Just some quick questions. Do you believe that LGBTQS 2S rights are human rights?
Are you talking about the protections in the Charter for LGBTQ people?
Yes.
So that they're not discriminated on the basis of their sexual orientation? Yes, those are human rights. They're also protected in our human rights codes on the provincial level. So including the Charter protections, there's also protections for LGBTQ people, so they're not discriminated on the basis of their sexual orientation, their gender identity, or their gender expression in the human rights codes across Canada.
Oh, great. Has your organization ever taken on a legal case to protect LGBTQ2S rights?
Councillor Stadenchuk, I'm going to warn you that we're limiting this to the matters beforehand. Continue to answer the question, Mr. Moore, but we're venturing off into rabbit holes again.
I'm going to answer that question in the affirmative, yes.
Oh, has your organization, I understand your organization might have taken legal action against gay-straight alliances in schools? Is that correct?
Our organization has
Point of order.
on...
Sorry.
Fair enough.
Okay, I was just trying to establish
Councillor Stadenchuk, do you have
bias.
Sorry.
I'm just trying to establish whether or not there's bias in the...
Point of order.
We're not entering into debate or argument with the presenter.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Marty, I just want to clarify, I guess, what do you do at the Justice Center? And I know, I guess, could we consider you as a legal expert here? That I just want to clarify that.
Sure.
To the chair.
The Justice Center is an organization dedicated to defending constitutional freedoms. It's a charity. So my role as a staff lawyer is to only do constitutional law. So that would be particularly legal cases based on it's Section 15 of the Charter, which protects your equality rights, Section 7, which protects your liberty interests, and the fundamental freedoms that protected under Section 2. So that's the area of my practice entirely. And I sent an email to the clerk, which includes papers that our organization has presented to the House of Commons on Bill C6, which addresses how those particular protections are violated in the proposed Bill C6. And so I welcome any of you to look at those papers. If you do not have a copy of those papers, happy to provide you with a link to them. They're also posted on our website at jccf.ca.
Thank you. We'll make sure that the clerk gets us those. I guess I want to know, just in a nutshell, though, with as a legal expert, what do you think the biggest problem is with C6? Through the chair.
Yeah, the biggest problem, as I attempted to describe, is this definition, because all of us would stand against abuse, coercion, and torture. And I heard my friend Mr. Kowalchuk talk about that at the start of this. But the definition of conversion therapy is not seeking and not targeting abuse, coercion, or torture. It's targeting an incredibly broad range of potential practices, treatments, or services, and puts this term conversion therapy, which we all have an aversion to, as the term, but it's actually not describing or defined in reference to the torturous, abusive, and coercive practices that would commonly be considered with conversion therapy. So, and again, how this now is criminalized, it then begins to affect the rights of all Canadians, whether that's individual LGBTQ individuals seeking counseling or counselors offering therapies for children experiencing gender dysphoria. There's an incredible amount of chill and also direct violation of rights through this piece of legislation, because there's a broad definition that's now being criminalized through criminal and, in fact, like incarceration, punishment of up to 5 years. And then this concept that you can simply promoting something that is now being deemed conversion therapy could land you in prison. That has an incredible element also to just everyday free speech.
Yes, exactly. Okay, thank you. There's been a discussion, and we've heard, through emails and concerns that this ban won't affect private conversations. And but you talked about it in the advertising and the promotion ban in the Bill C6. I just would like to know your thoughts, or if you can elaborate on the private conversations, because it seems to be a gray area, through the chair.
In some ways, I wish it was a gray area. It clearly does affect even private conversations. Advertising used to be the term that was banned. Now it's everyone, so that's a very inclusive term. Everyone who knowingly promotes or advertises an offer to provide conversion therapy is guilty. So if you're knowingly promoting an offer to provide conversion therapy, and again, that could be in a very broad list of things. That could be counseling to reduce unwanted sexual behavior that individuals can consent to. You can be guilty even in those conversations of an indictable offense, liable to imprisonment for up to 2 years. And so, unfortunately, the reality is that the proposed Bill C6, it says knowingly promotes or advertises. So it doesn't just target advertisers, it targets anyone who knowingly promotes what is now under this broad definition of conversion therapy.
Thank you. Through the chair, would that then be the same as promotes, as in if a pastor was doing a sermon and there was, could it go to that as well, through the chair?
Councillor Bresciani, I think it's been asked and answered. I think that would constitute a private conversation.
A sermon is a public, it's the church. It's a public conversation, through the chair. It's not a private, it's a public conversation. That would be a public conversation. Go ahead. That's fine.
If I may be permitted to answer, I'll answer that very quickly. Yes, if it prohibits anyone, either in public or private conversation, from knowingly promoting an offer to provide conversion therapy. So if something is deemed a conversion therapy, whether that's a support group to help reduce unwanted sexual behavior, and that includes non-heterosexual sexual behavior, that promotion, whether it's public or private conversation, including even a sermon, could be, in fact, captured by this Bill C6 prohibition.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, there's also talk about the ban we've heard, it won't affect parents and their kids. But you've said that is not how it is worded. I would like you to elaborate, please. This is very important. Through the chair.
Yes. First, I'll answer that in regard to children and then in regard to parents. There's no exception clause for treatments in the best interest of particular children which reduce non-cisgender gender expression. So, for example, watchful waiting approaches where that may be part of the treatment, that would not be permissible. So there's some concerns that there's no allowance for medical practitioners involving treatments in the best interest of children, especially in regard to gender dysphoria. There's no permission. If one of those treatments happens to cross a line that would, for example, change someone's gender identity or reduce non-cisgender gender expression, that would be prohibited. Again, this issue of promoting becomes relevant even in private conversations that a parent could have with their child. Say there's a parent having a conversation with their teenager, and the parent is letting them know that there's an opportunity to get counseling about, maybe that's the gender dysphoria that they're experiencing. If that counseling is deemed to be conversion therapy, promoting it would be criminalized, and so you could even see Bill C-6 reach into those conversations between parents and children.
Yeah, okay, thank you. The Bill C-6, I've heard that it's well, I'm going to say most governments around the world, they don't use the definition that C-6 is used, and around for conversion therapy. Why do you think that is?
I will just affirm the first part, that the definition of conversion therapy that's being utilized, and it's in a very, very recent definition that's being put forward, whether it's to city councils and now to the federal government, is utilizing concepts that aren't familiar in the legal conception of conversion therapy. There are cases on this, particularly out of the United States, but this new definition of conversion therapy is just being recently implemented, really within the last year or so. And I'm not going to comment on why it might be being utilized in this manner.
Thank you. Okay. And I guess just the last question. I guess, is it fair to say, though, that the definition in the Bill C-6 actually bans two kinds of counseling, the orientation change and the behavioral change? Is that accurate?
Yes, it bans at least that much. So it targets particular goals. And one of those goals is if you're trying to change someone's sexual orientation, if a counselor is offering treatments to change someone's sexual orientation, that goal is banned. If you're trying to change gender identity, that goal is banned. If you're trying to reduce non-heterosexual attraction, that goal is banned. If you're trying to reduce non-heterosexual behavior, that goal is banned. If you're trying to reduce non-cisgender expression, that goal is banned. And again, the goals are banned. All of those are in some ways different goals, but all of them are banned regardless of the actual practices, treatments, or services that are used to implement them. So regardless of whether something is abusive, coercive, or harmful, the goal is what's being targeted by Bill C-6. Or the different goals. I think there's about 6 different goals that I listed there in the definition of conversion therapy. So a lot of things are being lumped together in the Bill C-6 definition and being banned.
Yes, great. Thank you. Thank you very much for your expertise, clarification. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor LeBlanc.
Thank you. Good afternoon. We're going to hear from a few different lawyers today, I take it, so I think it's good to know a bit of credentials. I heard Councillor Bresciani ask you whether you're an expert in constitutional law. You know the Law Society has rules around calling oneself an expert. I just want to clarify whether you've been specialized, designated an expert in constitutional law by the Alberta Law Society.
Yeah, I'm not going to say expert. I will say I have some level of expertise in dealing with constitutional matters, since that's all I practice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you. Something you just said raised a question with me through the chair. You made a point of saying the goals are banned. Is that what's happening with this proposed bill? It's the banning of the goals?
Yes, Counselor. The particular target of the definition of conversion therapy is to ban particular goals, which I outlined. It's targeting goals that counseling practices, treatment practice or service could be offered towards.
The clause that you read from the proposed legislation, that clause seems to allow for treatment as long as the goal is not set ahead of the treatment. Am I misunderstanding that?
That clause does not allow you to seek particular goals, regardless of whether those goals are set ahead or during the treatment.
But the treatment is
straight up bans. It straight up bans particular goals. It does allow, as the exception clause, maybe that's what you're referencing. It does allow people to explore and develop within the context of a practice, treatment, or service an integrated personal identity without favoring any particular sexual orientation, gender identity, or gender expression.
Thank you. A professional offering a diagnostic or figuring out a problem, should they be approaching that with a goal in mind? Would you say, is that why that exclusion or why that this is necessary?
I don't think I'm going to be commenting on the professional credentials and practices involved in those who offer practices, treatments, and services. That's not within my expertise. Sorry about that.
Appreciate your time and your answers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Seeing nothing further from Council, I'll thank you very much, Mr. Moore, for your presentation this afternoon, and ask that you please leave the meeting.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Council, that's 3 delegations in 1 hour. We have 31 more to go, which by my estimation is 10 more hours of this. I think we have lawyers to give us advice. You're welcome to ask the questions, but this can't go on for 10 more hours. Go ahead. I'll call upon Delegation Kent Peterson. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any question that members of Council may have for you.
Thank you very much, Kent Peterson, representing Queen City for All. I want to thank the City Administration and staff, as well as councillors, for all their work on this issue. I especially want to thank Mayor Sandra Masters for demonstrating outstanding leadership. Back in February, when first asked about this issue, Mayor Masters said she does not support conversion therapy and would vote in favor of a ban. That strong stance sent a message to queer and trans people in Regina that their mayor values us, supports us, and will protect us from the violence and abuse of conversion therapy. So thank you for that. The delegations at the Community Wellness Committee revealed an awful lot. They revealed that conversion therapy abuse happens in this city. A lawyer, citing 1 or 2 dubious studies, said he represents hundreds of business clients who worry a ban will impact their revenue. Some religious representatives used red herring arguments about being muzzled due to a ban, making it clear that they currently practice conversion therapy abuse. But we also learned that a large number of faith leaders condemn conversion therapy in all its forms. We heard from experts what we already know. Conversion therapy doesn't work. You can't change someone's sexual orientation any more than you can change someone's skin color. Never, not once, has there been a successful conversion. My advice to council is be very skeptical of anyone calling in from Alberta or BC or Ontario who claim they've been fixed, or that this abuse helped them, or that local bans prevent them from seeking counseling. These individualistic and one-off claims are not true and should be disregarded. Conversion therapy is anything designed to change someone's sexual orientation. It is always abusive, disgusting, based on hatred and shame, and it doesn't work. Plain and simple, it is wrong. To the Mayor and Council, let's put words into meaningful action. Meaningful action goes deeper than writing a letter of support on C6. Meaningful action must include a local bylaw to ban conversion therapy in all its forms. Meaningful action means moving as swiftly as you can to adopt a bylaw. And I'd like to say a few things about a bylaw. While I hope C6 passes, it will die if Parliament is dissolved. And with a minority government, early dissolution is likely, leaving us with no specific protections from this abuse. A local ban is within municipal jurisdiction, as it deals with protecting residents of our city and regulation of business. A local bylaw will protect queer and trans children and adults much sooner than the federal bill and provide practical avenues to survivors of conversion therapy. Even if the federal bill is passed, criminal code violations are extremely time and resource intensive to prosecute and re-traumatizes survivors, putting justice out of reach for many. Whereas a local bylaw offers more immediate options to take action. For example, violators of a bylaw could face losing a license or losing access to municipal facilities. They could no longer qualify for city grants and programs, and they could face fines. These municipal tools are pragmatic, useful, and give more immediate justice to survivors. The development of a bylaw does not have to be taxing on administration. There are at least 14 municipalities in Western Canada that have banned conversion therapy or are in the process of doing so, including Saskatoon, a city of comparable size in the same provincial jurisdiction as us. We could save time, money, and effort by focusing on Saskatoon's bylaw and adjusting it to fit our Regina context. Councillors, I'm asking you to embody that spirit of inclusion and leadership that Mayor Masters demonstrated so early on. I'm asking you to pass a motion that administration draft a bylaw banning conversion therapy, comparing notes with the experts, lawyers, and elected officials at the City of Saskatoon, and bring a draft bylaw back to adopt this summer. Not in the fall, not next year, this summer. Above all the practical and logistical reasons of why a bylaw makes sense, it also sends a powerful message. Showing leadership by passing a bylaw to protect young people and vulnerable adults will show that you value their lives, that you heard our stories, and that queer and trans people belong here just the way we are. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Councillor Shaw.
Hello, Mr. Peterson. How are you today?
I'm good. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. To you, Madam Mayor, I'd just like to add to your statement that you made today, calling potential delegates that are coming up that their words will be lies. And you talked about valuing people's lives in your statement, and of course, we all should value everybody's life. But is this not a judgment call on your part in which we're trying to so diligently work against in our community, is to judge people based on their words, based on their sexual preference, based on them as a person? Through you, Madam Mayor.
Yes, thank you, Councillor. And don't just take my word for it. Every single professional medical body, credible research on this, and decades of survivor experiences from members of the LGBTQ community, by the way, the community that is impacted by this, let's not forget, will confirm what I'm saying. All forms of conversion therapy do not work. They have been discredited for a long time. But I'll state the obvious, which is opponents of banning these forms of abuse will do and say anything to justify their position. Stories are often fabricated, or an individual has been shamed and guilted so much for so long that they will falsely claim they've been, quote unquote, fixed for their own psychological and emotional preservation. Abuse, violence, self-loathing, and hatred are all powerful motivators for people to fabricate their so-called conversion. Finally, it would be like someone who is a visible minority claiming that they are now white simply because they've been abused and conditioned for so long that they want the torture to stop.
Council, do you have another question?
No, I do not have another question. That's fine.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you so much for speaking today, and absolutely agree in what you've said is that around the conversion therapy and the pain that it's caused. I do have a question though. We at committee, I didn't sit, but I did listen, and there are people who are concerned with Bill C6 in regards that they would not be allowed to seek counseling to reduce their sexual behavior. Can I ask you to elaborate on your thoughts on that? And these would be people who would be identified in the LGBT community through the chair.
Thanks, Councillor. I am a queer man and uniquely qualified to speak on my own lived experience. In terms of legal training, I did take a constitutional law class during my master's degree and had, I think, one of the finest legal minds in all of Canada as my professor, Dr. Bob Hawkins. So perhaps I'll leave it to him to give judgments about the law, as I'm not sure I can in regards to your question. But I think, at least in the briefing and intent documents provided by the federal government, it makes it very clear that the proposed offenses would be limited to practices, services, or treatment only, and would therefore exclude purely private discussions between an individual struggling with their sexual orientation or gender identity and those that might support them, such as teachers or school counselors, faith leaders, family, and friends. So I would answer your question that way, Councillor.
Thank you. Okay. So then, can I just ask, though, you have read the Bill C6 through you, Madam Mayor?
I have read it. Yes.
Okay, and you're saying that you absolutely support all of what's in the Bill C6?
I entirely support C6. Yes.
Okay. I guess just we've heard from members, and I think that's where I'm struggling. We want to make it fit for everybody so everybody can get counseling, and that there be nothing there that. So I'm trying to figure out, that piece. But I will. I'll leave it there. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Peterson, for your presentation this afternoon. I'd ask that you please leave the meeting.
Thanks.
I'd like to call upon Delegation Wilna Van Beek. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any question that members of Council may have for you. Good afternoon, Ms. Van Beek.
Good afternoon, Mayor Masters and Council members. Thank you again for the opportunity. My name is Wilna Van Beek. I present myself, God Kaiser, Bridge Builders Ministry, and I'm also an advocate for the LGBTQ community, especially those who truly struggle and who desire help and counseling to try to figure things out. Many of you already heard my story and what we do, but for those who haven't, here's a short version. I'm a survivor of what activists refer to as conversion therapy. In the 80s, when my mom discovered I was in a lesbian relationship, she sent me to a psychiatrist with the hope he would fix me. He tied me to a bed, injected me with a substance, and then forced me to talk. This was a very harmful experience. Practices like this is already banned in Canada. We don't need more laws. For decades, I tried to deal with my unwanted and unchosen same-sex attractions on my own. I never wanted to follow a homosexual path, not only because of my Christian beliefs, but I was not okay with it. I didn't want it and kept pursuing help and support. People like me do exist, even in Regina. By dismissing what I and many others already shared is disrespectful and disappointing, to say the least. Anyway, decades after the abusive talk therapy I went through, I chose to have conversations with my pastors and went to see a counselor. I was able to share what was on my heart in safe places. This was so helpful and not harmful. I could also deal with the root of my same-sex attractions. Healing and restoration took place in my heart. In fact, My same-sex attractions no longer exist. Don't believe the lie that all counseling and talk therapy are harmful, and also do not believe the lie that behavior or orientation can't change. I am proof of it, and by denying this, you also deny the power of an almighty God, Jesus Christ. With him, nothing is impossible. Mayor Masters and councillors, the agenda says you are supposed to write the government saying you support Bill C6 as is. If you support this badly worded and confusing law, this is what you will affirm. Number one, you will deny me and a small minority of LGBTQ individuals the right to access helpful and positive counseling we choose voluntarily. Therefore, you won't be able to claim you protect the human dignity and equality of all Canadians. Number two, your affirmation of a flawed bill may have devastating effects on people's lives. Please don't buy into the lies spread by Dr. Wells and others who already spoke last week, who said that conversion therapy to be the only reason people from the LGBTQ community commit suicide. Emmanuel said in his presentation last week, if he was not able to talk about his struggle, he probably would not have been alive today. Number three, you will support possible jail time and high fines to the work I do in my ministry, helping LGBTQ individuals who reach out to us and who want to talk about their gender dysphoria or same-sex attractions. And number four, you will infringe on our human rights and actually discriminate against us. The exact thing you are stating you want to prevent. This is double standards. Mayor Master and councillors, I plead again, don't believe the lie and support a bill that actually says the following in plain English, if I may. It says people who are gay need to stay gay, or people who are transgender need to stay transgender. If anybody wants to live any other way, we, the government, will ban it with legislation. What a disgrace. Is this what you want for Regina? I do believe we can all work together and be the reason Canada and Regina remains a free country where every person can live out the way they choose to live. Let people choose for themselves what is best for themselves. If they want to be gay, let them be gay. If they want to pursue help and support, let them choose it for themselves. Stay out of family feuds, especially if you know nothing about it. Parents know best how to raise their children. Government needs to stay out of it. Individuals from the LGBTQ community are not the only people who get used and abused or kicked out of homes. Why then do you see the need to create a bylaw to try to protect only one group of people? I support Councillor Fandura's comments from last week. Don't rush into this, please. Do not support Bill C6 as is. And please do not write a bylaw. It is not needed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Van Beek. Councillor Mole.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. Wilna, I am so sorry to hear your story of being harmed by conversion therapy. It was very hard when I heard it the first time, and I think even harder this time. What would you say to those who have also been harmed by this practice?
I get emotional about this because I do not wish this upon anybody. So I thank you for your comments. Every time I share this, it's pretty emotional, but this is why I have so much compassion for those from the LGBTQ community. I know how this feels. Sorry, I didn't mean to get emotional, sorry.
Yeah, it was a tough question. My apologies in that regard. So even though you were harmed by conversion therapy, why are you opposed to Bill C6? Can you explain?
Well, I think, thank you for that question. I think it has already been addressed. As the current Bill C6 is, it doesn't even contain the words coercive, abusive, or forceful practices. So for that reason, I have a problem with it. And of course, it is banning way more than conversion therapy. This is why I oppose it. The definition has to change.
Okay, thank you. I think you may have answered this in your speech. You said you now run a group for women like you who choose to be celibate. What would happen to a group like yours if Bill C6 passes?
Well, I don't per se run a group for women. The ministry that I lead is when any person from the LGBTQ community reach out to us and want to talk about their same-sex attractions or gender dysphoria, I am open to talk to them. I always share with them my story and my journey and what we do, and this is what the name of my ministry says. We are God gazers, bridge builders. So I motivate people to take their eyes off of what they struggle with and focus on Jesus, because that was part of what I did in my life. So that's what we do. We never, ever try to change anybody, try to fix somebody, try to pray the gay away or anything like that. We listen to people and want to hear their stories and walk with them through what they struggle with. The reality is, many people do struggle with this, even though gay activists will say people don't. I was one of them. I struggled deeply with it, and it's important that we create safe places where people can come and talk about what is on their heart. So that's what we do in those groups. If there's a group.
Thank you. I don't think you answered my last part of my question. What would happen to a group like yours if Bill C6 passes?
Oh, sorry. Yes. Everything we do, most of what we do will be considered conversion therapy, and I will receive a high fine or go to jail if I do any of those kind of presentations.
Okay, so you really think you could be thrown in jail, a victim of conversion therapy yourself, because of a conversion therapy ban?
Isn't that sad? Yes. I survived conversion therapy, but of course, as I've said, I have gone through helpful talk therapy, and so this is why I am passionate about it, to help other people. And it is so wrong to think that the government will come after me or what I do in the ministry to help others, figuring themselves out, and that the government would want to put us in prison. It just doesn't make sense.
Okay, thank you. So, in your opinion, how could we write a bylaw that would ban the horrible situation you faced without shutting down groups like yours?
Thank you for that question. This is why I would say, please take the time, and when a bylaw is written, make sure that it bans what it intends to ban: coercive, abusive, and forceful practices, and that it will not limit positive and uplifting and helpful conversations with pastors or counselors or psychiatrists or parents or anything like that. Make sure that there are clause in it to make sure that things like what we do, that there's, I don't know, I'm not an expert on writing laws and stuff like that, but that there will be an exemption clause for people like for myself and for the ministry, that we are not prevented to help those who reach out to us voluntarily.
Thank you very much, Wilna. I'm done. Thanks, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Moll. Councillor Stevens.
Vilna, thank you for your presentation again. I have a question about the services that you offer and how they fit into this bill. Do you engage in any kind of practice, treatment, or service designed to change a person's sexual orientation to heterosexual or to change a person's gender identity?
Thank you for that question. And no, we do not. As I've stated earlier, when anybody reach out to us, we never ever try to fix or change anybody when they talk to us. We point people in the direction of Jesus. That's what we do. I will share my story, and that's it. We do not try to change anybody, or we do not practice any coercive, abusive, or forceful practices in the ministry that I do.
Okay, thank you. Further to clarify, you don't engage in any practice meant to repress sexuality. Is that true?
Can you just explain in English what you mean by that?
Do you engage in any practices that pressure people not to explore certain sexualities, to not be themselves? Basically, is there anything about sexuality that you encourage those practitioners to follow or to repress?
Yeah, absolutely not. I respect people, how they want to live their lives. In fact, I have a gay adopted son who is married to his same-sex partner. I respect him for his views, and even though we may not agree on everything in life, I respect him for the way he chooses to live his life. And I will never engage in telling anybody, this is how you need to live, or this is what you need to do. I respect all people to choose what they want to do, how they want to live, and that's what we do. So I hope this answers your question.
It does. My final question is, you've just said you don't engage in conversion therapy. I'm struggling to find how you would be banned under C6. In fact, you've just denied being engaged in anything that could be considered conversion therapy. So it's not clear to me how you or your services would actually be negatively affected.
Well, thank you for that question. I am working with constitutional lawyers and people who have dissected Bill C6, and they have helped me to understand many of the things that will be banned in the ministry that we are doing. And if you are okay with it, I can just read you a few points. Is that okay?
If you could keep it brief, I would prefer a yes or no. If you can cite the sections that are actually being violated, because you haven't actually identified anything that's considered conversion therapy.
Well, I'll just go through some of it. Anything we do which will reduce non-heterosexual attraction would be criminal. So talking to somebody or counseling somebody, and even through prayer, this can be considered conversion therapy. Sharing my journey with same-sex attractions may be against the law if it discourages people from acting on non-heterosexual behaviors. That's another point. Any resources which we have created that would discourage non-heterosexual behavior, including the book that I wrote, may be illegal. And then helping parents walk with young children experiencing gender dysphoria will be considered conversion therapy if those parents encourage those young children not to undergo gender change. And then the last point is advertising events that help people reduce their unwanted behavior would also be criminal. So those just points that lawyers have helped me to, who dissected the bill, who said that this is what is going to happen to the ministry that I lead.
So just to be clear, then, you do engage in conversion therapy. You do it through prayer rather than electroshock therapy. Is that correct?
No, we don't do through prayer. We don't pray the gay away. Prayer means when somebody comes to me, as we just choose to pray. I don't pray the gay away. As a believer in Christ, when somebody comes to me, I will ask him, could I pray for you? What is there that you want me to pray for? How can this be considered conversion therapy?
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Shaw, I'm just checking in. You asked and answered?
Yes, Madam Mayor, ask and answer. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Van Beek, for your presentation this afternoon. I'll ask that you please leave the meeting now.
Thank you for the opportunity. Have a nice day. Thank you. Bye-bye.
When somebody comes to me, I will ask it.
I'd like to call upon Delegation Jose Ruba. Please introduce yourself
Yes.
for the record and the organization you're representing, if any. You'll have 5 minutes to address
Yes.
City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members of Council may have for you. Good afternoon, Mr. Ruba.
Thank you so much. My name is Jose Ruba. I'm with a group called Free to Care. We're an organization of like-minded individuals. It's an ad hoc group who's very concerned about what's going on with this bylaw. And I just want to say, too, I'm so grateful to be able to speak to your council today, to the council today. It's very painful to hear LGBTQ people claiming that they can speak for every one of us who've gone through this experience and then saying that we are judgmental. It's painful to have people claim that they can speak on our behalf, so I'm glad to be able to speak on my own behalf. Councillors, this week I'm actually reconnecting with old friends here in Ottawa, where I went to university. And yesterday I met one of my most trusted friends. In fact, she was one of the first people I told that I had non-heterosexual attractions and behavior. I asked her to let me know where I could go for help, and she gave me the name of a counselor in town that shared the same faith as I have. This counselor helped me to, quote, repress and reduce my unwanted non-heterosexual attractions and behavior. I freely chose to get this support to help me manage my feelings, including reducing attractions and feelings I did not want to have. As I was talking to her yesterday about what happened, we both realized that under Bill C-6, what she did in giving me the name of that counselor would now be a criminal act. She could go to jail for simply giving me a phone number of someone I wanted to get help from. Now, you don't need to listen to her arguments. I know there's kinds of ideas all going back and forth. All I want you to do really is just look at the definition of conversion therapy that's used in Bill C-6 itself. There's several definitions there, but there's two in particular that's very important to highlight. In Bill C-6, conversion therapy is defined as a practice, treatment, or service designed to change a person's sexual orientation to heterosexual, to change a person's gender identity or gender expression to cisgender, or, and this is the second part, to repress, reduce non-heterosexual attraction or sexual behavior or non-cisgender gender expression. In other words, this definition of conversion therapy bans both counseling to change someone's orientation and counseling simply to reduce one's unwanted behavior, even if the person is not trying to change their orientation. The word or means that those ideas do not have to be connected. For example, if I'm happily married but start finding myself attracted to a coworker, I may want to get counseling to reduce that attraction. If my coworker was of the opposite sex, I would have no problems getting this kind of support. But if the counselor was of the same sex and I tried to reduce that attraction, Bill C-6, according to this definition, would call that conversion therapy and criminalize it. I wouldn't even have to be changing or wanting to change my orientation. It would still be conversion therapy under this definition. Now, one of the counselors mentioned the Canadian Psychological Association, and it's interesting because the CPA's definition of conversion therapy is not the same as the one that's found in Bill C-6. Listen to the definition. Any formal therapeutic attempt to change the sexual orientation of bisexual, gay, and lesbian individuals to heterosexual, it can include prayer or religious rites, modification of behaviors, and included individual or group counseling. That phrase, it can include, is critical there, because that means prayer, religious rites, modification of behaviors is in the context of trying to change someone's orientation, not independent of it. Now, that doesn't sound really important, maybe, in terms of words, but this is a criminal law, and this actually has life-changing consequences for people like me. Because if you use a proper medical definition for your bylaws, like the CPA's, then the counseling I took would likely not be criminal. Why? Because I freely chose the support and to reduce my unwanted behavior and attractions. However, if you use Bill C-6's broad definition, again, there's two definitions there, the counseling I paid for would be seen as trying to change my orientation and would be criminal. And my friend could go to jail for, quote, promoting the counseling I freely chose to get under the advertising and promotion ban. Look, there are 131 governments around the world that have banned conversion therapy, and only 9 use this definition, all of them in Canada. Clearly, these governments are able to ban harmful counseling while respecting the rights of people like myself for getting the counseling of our choice. Now, lastly, I want to address the fact that there's a greater certainty clause. The government argues, and some of the counselors tonight have argued, that this clause protects people like me, but it doesn't. Because I'm not interested in exploring my sexuality. I want to reduce unwanted behaviors or attractions. Something, by the way, every other Canadian can get help with, except people like me, because they happen to be non-heterosexual attractions or behavior. I don't even need to want to change my orientation. I still would not be allowed to get that support. Now, that sounds like discrimination to me. And I would ask you as a city council that wants to respect all people who live in Regina, all people who live in Canada under Bill C-6 as a national criminal law, to respect the right of people like me to reduce and repress behaviors that we don't want to act on. That's all we're asking. And if we could pass a bill or bylaw that respected that, then that would respect the rights of Canadians while banning harmful counseling that should be banned.
Thank you, Mr. Ruba. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you, Mr. Ruba. Through you, Madam Mayor, thank you for sharing your story and your experience. And I just, many people are arguing that the kind of counseling that you went through is not conversion therapy. How would you respond to that?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. Again, this goes through the same thing. Just read the definition. When you look at the grammar of how it's defined, it bans conversion therapy and defines it as a practice, treatment, or service to change orientation, which all medical bodies around the world, including the Canadian Psychiatric Association, including the World Health Organization, and by the way, including the United Church of Canada, including LGBTQ groups, define conversion therapy this way. But when they mention behavior, if they mention it at all, it's within the context of changing orientation. That is not the case for Bill C-6's definition of conversion therapy. That's why it's so much broader. And according to this definition, what I chose freely would now be considered conversion therapy. One of the things that people make a mistake about is people like us who choose this counseling, they say you're a failure because your orientation, your attractions never change. Well, there's plenty of other reasons why someone like me may want to go to get a counselor, to maybe affirm my faith or to remain celibate, which is like what I've chosen to do, and that's my free choice still in Canada. And if I have a right to be celibate, then I have a right to get counseling for that opportunity, that choice, and that would be considered conversion therapy under this bill.
Thank you. Yeah, you talked about your right, and that's what it is. It's Canadian right. And I think that the Canadians, I think all Canadians should be able to reduce their unwanted sexual attractions, no matter what they are, or their behavior, which you just stated in this regard. But to be clear, that Bill C-6, you would not be able to do that.
Yeah, again, because the definition is so broad. All you need to do is look at the 131 other definitions that are used by governments around the world, from Malta to Germany to Brazil. And you will see right away the definition that Canada is using here and the municipal governments in Alberta have used is vastly different than all of these other municipal governments. Even, it's interesting, the lawyer who spoke first mentioned all these municipal governments and countries and other governments, provincial governments that have passed conversion therapy bans, as if they were the same thing. That's not the case. Ontario's conversion therapy ban only applies to minors. Vancouver has a very different conversion therapy ban definition. Nova Scotia has a different one. The Yukon has a different one. Saskatoon has a different one. So you can't say that these are all the same because they ban different things. And I think disingenuous to say that they're all the same when clearly just reading the definition means they're not. You can see that they're not.
So what you're indicating that other governments they've defined the conversion therapy in a different way?
Absolutely, yes. So they're able to define, for example, in the U.S., Oregon's conversion therapy ban is actually quite similar to the Canadian Psychological Association, which is actually similar to the American Psychological Association as well. And they define conversion therapy as a change in orientation, and in the process of changing orientation, it can include behavioral modification. But again, the words "it can include" helps clarify that the counseling that is banned is one where you're attempting to change someone's orientation. Someone like me who wanted to get counseling, I realized when I got this counseling, especially after the first couple of days, that my orientation may not change. And I was okay with that. But I wanted to be able to keep going to this counselor because it was someone of my faith who would help affirm my choice to be celibate. And so for me, that's success, even if my orientation doesn't change. But according to Bill C-6, because I was reducing my unwanted non-heterosexual behavior, what I was engaging in was something criminal. That's comparable, by the way, to child pornography, because this is where this section of Bill C-6 is actually in the criminal code beside child pornography. That's how they're comparing me as someone who's freely choosing to get counseling to reduce my unwanted behavior. That sounds like discrimination against LGBTQ people. That doesn't sound like representing everyone in Canada and respecting our choices.
And I think that's why we've heard from many that are disappointed in the C6. Just, I guess the last, and you've touched on your personal story, but I guess what does it feel like for you to, if Bill C6 goes forward, how does that impact you in that way? Is it, obviously be impacted for sure, but mentally, I guess I'm not sure if you just want to elaborate.
No, for
please.
sure. And again, I appreciate the question, Councillor. Look, at the end of the day, everyone should be free to choose to live the way they want. No one is against that. I'm not against that. If someone wants to live a life where they practice certain things that I wouldn't agree with my faith, that's great. That's why we have a free country. All we're asking is that they recognize that we also exist in this country. We've already heard from delegates today who simply accuse people like me of lying, of being disingenuous, even though they have no idea who I am. And it's heartbreaking to hear this context, even if when the bill isn't passed, that people like us don't exist. How much more when this bill is passed and people like me will not be allowed to get counseling, even verbal support, where a pastor would give me a phone number, just like what happened with me when I was in university, to get support that I choose. They would now go to jail for giving me that phone number. I think I would ask all of you counselors, how would you feel if what you wanted, what you've always got, what you always were grateful for to get support from people you trust, would now be criminalized? Is that really what Regina wants to do?
Thank you. The last question I do have, Madam Mayor, is and I just need clarity, Mr. Ruba, is like the definitions are different that were used in C6. Yeah. Different than what you've indicated from the Canadian Psychiatric Association and the Canadian Correct. Psychological Association. Absolutely. So the definitions are different than in C6, and that's the impact here.
Right, because the Bill C6 is actually not written by someone who's a medical expert or a legal expert, from my understanding. This is not written in any kind of reflecting any kind of medical association's definition of conversion therapy. Like I said, even the World Health Organization, the United Nations, the United Church of Canada. I mean, you can even look up the United Church of Canada's definition. You'll hear from many of the representatives today. Their definition for their organization and their very strong LGBT ally is not the same that's found in Bill C6. And that tells me something, that if that's the case, why aren't we using the expert's definition? Why are we using a definition that no one else uses?
Thank you. And sorry, last question. This is my last question. Sure. I guess through you, Madam Mayor, this is the struggle I have, is we've heard from the LGBT community that this is what they want and they're for it. Then we hear from another part of the LGBT community that this is not good for them. I guess what is the recommendation here? Like, we as councillors want to make the right decision, both if it's a bylaw or if it's what are your thoughts on that? Because we're hearing divisive on both sides.
Well, like I said, if I could answer that, Councillor, there's 131 definitions of conversion therapy that you can look at from all over the world. And why are we stuck trying to use Saskatoon's? You're not Saskatoon. If I could be a little biased, so you're a little, maybe more cultured than Saskatoon. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that. So shouldn't you be able to create your own definition and bylaw that suits the people of Regina? Again, you can go through all the states that have passed conversion therapy laws. You can go through about 85 or 83 municipal governments in the U.S. And then that's not even including the national or state level governments from Australia to Germany, like I said. All of them don't use this definition because they focus on orientation change. They don't ban behavioral change that is not part of orientation change. But the way this is worded in Bill C6, it actually bans both. So someone like me who just wants to reduce my attractions or behavior without changing my orientation would still not be able to get counseling because it would still be called conversion therapy under this bill, but nowhere else in the world.
Thank you very much, and thank you for sharing your personal story with us.
Thank you, Councillor
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Zakidniak.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing your story, first of all. I just want to clarify something from the definition of conversion therapy. So it says that conversion therapy means a practice, treatment, or service designed, so this is the key part for me, designed to change a person's sexual orientation, to change gender or gender expression, or to repress or reduce heterosexual attraction. So both of my parents are therapists and have been their entire careers. So just to make sure I was doing my due diligence, I checked in with them to see what are your thoughts? Would this ban on conversion therapy prevent someone from coming to you who wanted to be celibate? The answer that I received to that was no, because as a therapist who is doing therapists are not supposed to prescribe the outcome of their therapy. They come in they have a client come in and they help explore what's going on. But so when the definition talks about the outcome, my understanding is that what is perceived as legitimate therapy does not have a particular outcome in mind. So my read is
Point of order. Is there a question? We're not here to debate. It's a question.
Yes, there will be a question. So my understanding then is that it's not, if you have a desire to be celibate, I'm not saying you do, I don't know, that what is being prevented here is for a therapist having a particular outcome in mind. I don't read this as preventing you from seeking any particular, like deciding to do anything with your life and getting therapy to try and understand how you feel or that sort of thing. Do you see the distinction here?
I do. And no, thank you, Councillor, for the question. I really appreciate it, and I'm so glad your parents are doing good work, so that's wonderful. Again, I just look at the definition, Councillor. If you're saying that I have a right to seek counseling that's designed to repress or reduce non-heterosexual attractions, but then the counselor isn't allowed legally to provide that counseling, then I'm still prevented from accessing that support. And that's the key line you mentioned, designed. When I went to see my counselor, I specifically wanted to ask for support to reduce attractions and behavior that I no longer wanted to engage in. So I want it to be designed that way. And because there's two definitions here, again, the first part of the definition is something everyone uses, the orientation change. The second part, reducing, repressing non-heterosexual attractions or behavior, only the 9 governments in Canada use that. And if it's something that's designed, like I was seeking to get that support, that would be criminal under Bill C6. That's just what my reading of this is. It's the plain reading of the language.
Okay. So I appreciate your take, and I do think it is within your right to try and reduce your own sexual, repress sexual attraction. I do also agree that it's not within a therapist's right to determine that for you. Thank you.
Right. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon, Mr. Ruba. Thank you, and ask that you please leave the meeting now.
Thank you so much, Mayor. It's been my privilege.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to call upon delegation Dr. Ann Gillies. Please introduce yourself for the record. and the organization you're representing, if any. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any question that members of Council may have for you. Good afternoon, Dr. Gillies.
Hello. Yes, I'm Dr. Ann Gillies. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak. I am a psychotherapist specializing in the treatment of complex traumatic stress disorder and marriage and family therapy. I'm also the person who will be thrown in jail for counseling consenting clients who simply want to manage their sexual attractions and behavior. So what is being banned? Well, it says a practice, but really that means any practice, treatment, or service to help those with unwanted same-sex attraction or gender confusion. Bill C-6's definition of conversion therapy will ban validated counseling practices such as talk therapy, cognitive behavioral therapy, sexual addiction therapies, and many others for a very special group of people who are asking for help. So a young mother comes for counseling. She is worried about the effect that lesbian porn is having on her life. She shares how it all started at a girl's sleepover when she was 10. The girls continued to meet and began experimenting sexually. In her 20s, she met her husband. She hid her porn use from him, and now she's 32 with 2 children and realizes her constant use of porn is affecting her sex life with her husband. She's at the point where she's considering having a lesbian affair. And we talk about porn can be highly addictive. She agrees, and she says she's continually searching for more graphic and even violent images and videos. So I asked her if she's willing to begin a process to reduce her porn consumption. Yes, that's why I'm here. It will not be easy, I tell her, so I check to make sure she's committed to the course of therapy, which I lay out for her, and we discuss what this process will look like, and I send her home with preliminary cognitive behavioral homework. When she returns, she tells me what her week has been like, the successes and failures, and I ask her if she's talked to her husband about this. Not yet. She wants to tell him, but feels disgusted with her years of dishonesty. I ask her about her greatest fears, and here's what she says, that he will reject her, that he will divorce her, and her kids will suffer, and that her kids would be exposed to her porn. We discuss her fears extensively, and the fear of exposure, the feelings of aloneness, losses and divorce, single parenting, psychological harm to her children, and discovered that prior to meeting her husband, she had had multiple same-sex and bisexual relationships. By her late teens, she was starting to wonder if she might want to at some point settle down and have children. And then she moved to a different city where she met her husband. So I asked her what would her miracle outcome look like. Well, she'd be free of the constant barrage of sexual thoughts and free of porn. Her husband and her could connect at a deeper level of openness, honesty, and intimacy. Her marriage would be saved, and she would be able to stay focused without her mind constantly wandering to images of sex, especially when her kids are around. Homework is given at the end of each session with her goals in mind, and she's now ready to tell her husband and invite him into the next session. At this point, we begin counseling. Counselors, do you realize that I would be thrown in jail for having this therapeutic conversation? As a therapist, I will no longer be able to help same-sex attracted individuals with sex-related concerns such as intrusive sexual thoughts and fantasies, whether it's in the workplace, in family settings, in classrooms, or wherever. I won't be able to help reduce casual sex with many partners or help reduce the ability to remain faithful to a sexual partner. I can't even help them reduce the use of pornographic material if they're same-sex directed, just like this was for this lady. The bylaw you are responsible for putting in place will solidify unnecessary and dangerous outcomes for children and adults. It makes it impossible for clinicians to ethically do their job. I am the person who will be thrown in jail for counseling consenting clients who simply want to manage their sexual attractions and behaviors. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much. I'm going to remind Council to reduce the statement making. If you have questions of delegates relative to the recommendations before us, please ask away. Councillor Shaw.
Thank you. I'll be very mindful of that, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Dr. Gillies, for being here. Through you, Madam Mayor, I'd like to ask you, do you believe that people should be forced to get counseling to change their orientation? Through you, Madam Mayor.
I don't believe, and as a psychotherapist, I absolutely don't believe anyone should be forced to come for any kind of counseling. And I mean, it would never work if someone was forced. And so, absolutely.
Thank you. So just a follow-up question from that. So why do you think that you would be violating Bill C-6 then through this, through you, Madam Mayor?
Well, go back to the illustration I gave you, that this lady at 32 wanted to repress her same-sex porn addictions. That is explicitly outlawed because we are not allowed to repress or reduce non-heterosexual attraction. So that's pretty straightforward.
And this is where I'm really struggling with this, because I believe that banning conversion therapy is absolutely necessary. But you mentioned the age there at 32 years of age. So I have a question, a follow-up question through you, Madam Mayor. Is there an age limit for counseling that you can get if you desire the same sex? Through you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, I'm just a little confused by the very last part. Is there an age limit of counseling you can get if you're same-sex attracted? Is that what you're saying?
So what I'm trying to say is, if I have the same-sex attraction and I'm attracted to the same sex, is there an age limit, a minimal age limit that I can be attracted to before I can or can't get counseling? Through you, Madam Mayor.
Well, thank you for that. According to this bylaw and Bill C-6, there are no age limits. Perhaps I would just say this, thinking back to the illustration, when this young girl was 10, she was exposed to pornography. If her parents were concerned, had found out, and were concerned, it was same-sex pornography. So if they were concerned and took her to a therapist now, if this passes or whatever, under these bylaws, the therapist wouldn't be able to help her, wouldn't be able to help the parent, help the child to reduce. The parent we couldn't even instruct the parent to, put safeguards on the internet or whatever you need to do. So yeah, there's no age limits that are designated.
Right. So that line of questioning is concerning to me as a mother. So can we change that question around to be the opposite way? As an adult, if you have the same sex attraction, you cannot get counseling. Is there a certain age that you can have that attraction up to that you can get counseling for? Do you kind of understand what I'm saying? I'm kind of
Shaw,
asking
I think it's been asked and
way.
answered. I think it's been asked and answered. There's no age limit in the law.
No, there's no age limit. So a child, 5-year-old, could not get counseling for porn addictions, or for, parent couldn't take the child. And if it was same-sex attracted, if it was heterosexual directed, yes, they could.
That make it okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Councillor Shaw. Councillor Stanachek.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Ms. Gillies, can you are you part of a professional association as a psychotherapist?
I was. I have retired my practice a couple of years ago, so I am no longer a registered with any organizations, but I was previously.
Okay, I see. And you're from Ottawa. I'm just kind of curious why.
Well,
Nope.
Ontario.
Sorry. I'm just kind of curious, how did you find out that Regina was dealing with this, and why do you care what Regina does and what letter Regina writes?
Oh, it's such a good question. I care very deeply. I have been following what's been happening in municipalities, and I am very, very concerned for the people who would seek out counseling for unwanted same-sex attraction. And one of the reasons is because someone said, well, they're LGBT identified, but there are a lot of individuals that have never identified they're same-sex attracted, they're in opposite-sex marriages and want to stay in them, and they would like to have counseling in order to do that, in order to reduce their thoughts and their perhaps their porn, whatever is going on that is same-sex directed. The other deeper issue is I am very, very much, this is a very personal issue for me, and not one that I ever planned on getting into, but it concerns a member of my family who was LGBT identified for many years, and then he went for some counseling. It would never have been dubbed conversion counseling, conversion therapy. That the whole thing is a misnomer, the name conversion therapy. But he was very successful in his goals, and that was to reduce his level of promiscuity. And then over a period of time, he actually left the community. No one pressured him into that. We certainly didn't. And so people need to be able to have their choices respected and validated, not invalidated by others. So yeah, I'm pretty invested in the sense that I want truth in this issue, and we're really, it's so conflicted. So, thank you.
The focus of this debate today, this discussion today, is a ban on conversion therapy, and that's to protect vulnerable youth people from harm. And so I'm just finding it uncomfortable having so much discussion about not people that we're talking about, but anyway, I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Stadenchuk. Councillor Zakidniak.
Thank you. I just want to, as a psychotherapist, you had stated you're a psychotherapist. So I just want to hear your take on the Canadian Psychiatric Association opposing the use of conversion therapy based on the assumption that LGBTQ identities indicate a mental disorder or that a person could or should change their sexual orientation. Can you give me your take on that quote from the Canadian Psychiatric Association?
Well, first of all, homosexuality, LGBTQ has been taken out of the DSM since 1973. It is not a mental disorder. It's not designated as a mental disorder. But just because something isn't designated as a disorder doesn't mean people don't come for counseling for all kinds of issues. So when you talk about, yes, the reality that the APA has spoken out against conversion therapy, and see, again, it's not, the term itself isn't not, identified, but one of the reasons that they and other organizations have done this is because they believe that any type of therapy change efforts are harmful. And I just received this yesterday morning, a brand new study that is out. And what it identifies is that this study assessed both positive and negative changes of individuals who were same-sex attracted, and so both positive and negative changes. That's not what you see in the research that gets published over and over and over and gets actually identified in these kind of meetings. So they did a really thorough job, and they could acknowledge the full spectrum of potential mental health concerns. What they found was that less than 5% of the participants reported negative changes. That's what you need to hear, because we need to get back to truth in science. The changes that they were included were decreases in depression, decreases in self-harm, decreases in alcohol and substance abuse, and a large decrease in suicidality. In fact, 21% had extreme positive effects on the whole area of suicidal thoughts or attempts. And, with increasing self-esteem and social functioning, that's going to help their thoughts with suicidality. This study actually concurs with several others, especially there's ones in 2003, 2011, and 2012. So it's not that the facts are just one way. The research that I'm presenting often gets neglected. So there were significant changes with these individuals in their sexuality in line with their goals. And that's what I want to say here. If someone comes to a therapist, the therapist is responsible to help that client achieve their goals. And if their goal is to reduce unwanted same-sex attractions at any level, whether it's pornography, whether it's because they want less promiscuity, whatever.
Sorry, if we can stick to conversion therapy specifically, that would be
That's
best.
what I'm talking about. You are lumping their conversion therapy as it is in this bylaw and Bill C6 is not, there are no therapeutic techniques identified. They're all lumped together. So talk therapy, right? What I talked about before. So how does one do conversion therapy? Well, you do it by doing therapy. And psychologists, psychiatrists are expected. In fact, the criteria for a psychologist is to change someone's behavior, to help them. They don't do it, but to help the person change their behavior. And this bill exactly stops us from doing that.
Okay. Thank you for your answer. I think we'll need to move on now in the interest of time. Thank you.
Thank you very much for hearing me today.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Dr. Gillies. I'd ask that you please leave the meeting.
Yes, ma'am.
Council, we have a legislative recess at 3:15. I'm going to call it now, as it's 3:14. We will come back in 15 minutes. I'll see you back at 3:29.
Older, I began to notice it more and more. I endured a lot of bullying in school at the hands of other boys. As a result of the bullying and previous abuse I had gone through, I drew near to girls in a desire for safety and protection. I was called fag, queer, and girly. This bullying really belittled me and caused confusion. I began to question my sexual orientation and gender identity. At the age of 12 years old, I severely hated myself and regretted being alive. I felt incredibly lonely during this time and didn't feel safe to confide in anyone. I thought my only option was to end my life. I'm so thankful that attempts to do so failed. In my teen years, I began to explore gay culture on the internet. I deeply longed to understand my sexuality, who I was, and where I belonged. When I turned 16, I decided to identify as gay. I greatly feared the rejection and ostracization from my family, friends, and faith community. I began to engage in same-sex relationships and visit gay bars in efforts to fully accept myself and embrace this new identity. Though not everyone in my life agreed with the decisions I was making, they were all very loving, caring, and supportive of me as an individual. I was never asked or required to change my behavior or what I believed in order to belong. During this time, I was told by many outside the community I regularly surrounded myself with that as long as I was happy and living my own truth, that's all that mattered. I agreed with them, or so I thought. You see, as a 16-year-old, I realized that even though I was doing everything that society said would make me happy, I was still very unsettled. So on my own initiative, I chose to regularly meet with a counselor who compassionately cared for me. She affirmed my sexual identity and encouraged me to continue living the life that I was living. Week after week, I would hear the same message, and I would leave feeling just as confused as I did when I walked in. Seeing as I was not getting the support I needed, I sought out counseling, but this time from a pastor at a church. He was incredibly compassionate and caring, and neither affirmed nor condemned the decisions I was making or my sexual identity. In fact, we didn't even address those points at first. Instead, we began to tackle the difficulties that I had experienced as a child. Each week I met with him, I was able to identify the lies I was believing about myself, and I began to experience truth that restored my heart. Depression, anxiety, fear, and suicidal thoughts began to lift off of me. I began to see life differently and deeply loved it. Joy swelled within me, and I started to see myself for who Jesus truly created me to be. As a result, I decided I no longer wanted to continue the course my life was on. I ceased to engage in same-sex relationships and instead sought to live my life in a way that was consistent with my faith and beliefs. I'm very thankful to have received the guidance and support I freely sought out as a teenager. Had it not been for that, I don't think I would be breathing today and sharing this story with you. Although the counseling I received did not remove all my same-sex attractions, I regularly rely on the support of services that assist me to, quote, repress and reduce my non-heterosexual attraction and sexual behavior, end quote. Unfortunately, due to poorly worded bylaws, such as the one in Calgary where I now live, I have been denied these supports that I have freely sought out. I address you today as a member of the faith community that still believes that marriage and sex is designed by our Creator to be expressed exclusively within the context of marriage between a genetic male and a genetic female. If you cannot create a bylaw that respects our rights to continue to teach, preach, instruct, and counsel others according to these convictions, then I'm afraid this conversion therapy bylaw is not an attempt to protect members of the LGBTQ community, but a direct attack on freedom of speech, religion, and freedom of choice for LGBTQ plus Canadians. Therefore, I ask that you create a well-written bylaw that truly bans coercive and abusive methods while respecting the individual's freedom at any age to choose the type of support they want. They should be able to set their own goals and follow the teachings of their faith. I trust that you will make a decision that will benefit and protect the citizens of Regina while upholding our fundamental rights and freedoms. Let's move forward together and ensure that our land and its people continues to be glorious and free. Thank you so much for your time, councillors and Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. Councillor Mole.
Wow, Emmanuel, your story is very heartfelt. Thank you for being brave enough to share it. I have a few questions here for you. At the prior Community Wellness Committee, one of my fellow councillor colleagues asked Dr. Crystal Wells if the conversion therapy bill C6 would restrict counseling. Since Calgary's bylaw mirrors Bill C6 closely, and I believe that's where you reside now, can you help me understand why you have been denied counseling services in Calgary?
Yes, thank you for your question, Councillor Mole. I'm denied services because I can only receive accepting and affirming services. But that's the tricky thing, is that I'm not interested in exploring or affirming my same-sex feelings or sexual behavior. Since I've been 16, like I said in my presentation, I've chosen to not act upon my feelings. So I'm actually looking for services that will help reduce and repress my same-sex desires. If bylaws were actually worded correctly, to be honest, Councillor Mole, I wouldn't even be speaking today, because my desire in my heart is to see members of the LGBTQ plus community protected, while at the same time, like I said, upholding fundamental rights and freedoms of religion, speech, and choice, which I believe many of these, and in fact all of them around Canada, have been violating. You see, supporters of conversion therapy bylaws and Bill C-6 as written will tell you that this is an effort to protect members of the LGBTQ community from being forced to live and act according to a particular bias. But the irony lies in the fact that I'm being harmed from receiving services, I'm being harmed by getting these services restricted for me because I don't want to live my life in a way that is consistent with their bias. The counseling agencies that I've reached out to in Calgary are discouraged from seeing me, even if I don't want to change my sexual orientation, but just simply because it has to do with same-sex behavior. So therefore, I really believe that broadly and badly worded conversion therapy bylaws don't actually protect us, they harm us.
Thank you for that answer. Through you, Madame Mayor, my second question, many people are arguing that the kind of counseling you went through is not conversion therapy in the past. How would you respond to that?
Well, I would respond by just saying, if it wasn't conversion therapy, what I'm looking for, then why am I being denied the services that I am requesting? The agencies that I've called have been discouraged. Our bylaw in Calgary has really put a chill on these conversations, have just made people on edge from being able to even provide these services for me. So that would be my response, is just look at my experience, and if you want to call them yourself and ask them if you can have services, practice, or treatments that will help you reduce or repress same-sex behavior or sexual attraction. And you actually can, I don't know, sorry, I'm not explaining this well, but if you can call and you actually get a counselor that says yes, I will be incredibly surprised, because that was not my experience.
Okay, thank you. My final question, why do you think Canadians should be able to reduce their unwanted sexual attractions or behaviors?
Well, counselor, people from all walks of life struggle from all sorts of different sexual attractions or sexual behavior, and a lot of these aren't healthy for the individual and potentially not healthy for their family structure, such as their marriage. And I'll just give you an example. When I was a teenager, I struggled a lot with gay pornography. Now, according to Bill C-6 or a poorly worded bylaw, such as the one in Calgary, I'm not even able to get help to reduce and get rid of that addiction within my life. So it actually puts me in a very dangerous spot, where I'm forced to be in a state of perpetual cycle of falling into these addictions if I'm not able to receive the help that I want to live the life that I want to live.
Thank you very much for your bravery and willingness to come before us today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mole. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you. Thank you, Emmanuel, for sharing your story. And I just want to say thank you for your bravery, for being sharing. But I do have a question. Why do you feel the need to come or to share your thoughts in Regina City Council? That was asked from another councillor. Why do you think it's important to share your story here? I mean, I'm sure you've got better things to do. What's really what's the message you want to send to the chair?
Yes, thank you for your question, Councillor. Well, as I stated at the beginning of my presentation, I grew up in Regina. It is home for me, even though I just moved away a year ago. But it is still near and dear to my heart, where some of my closest friends, relationships, and family live there. At the same time, I have a lot of connections there, young people and older people that struggle with the same thing that I struggle with. And my concern for the citizens of Regina, Calgary, and Canada abroad is that they will not be able to receive this help that they are freely seeking. And so my hope is to encourage all of you councillors that Regina has the capacity to be the first municipality within Canada that bans conversion therapy as coercive and abusive practices, but upholds fundamental rights and freedom of speech, religion, and choice. So that would be the city councillors of the city of Regina.
Thank you. It is our hope, if we do go to a bylaw, that we would craft something that is Regina made. It's not going to be something that is a cookie cutter model. And I guess the question I ask is, would you, if there was that opportunity, would you share your thoughts if there was an engagement process through the chair?
Yes, absolutely. I think it is absolutely possible to craft a conversion therapy bylaw that protects members of the LGBTQ community and protects people like myself who are also same-sex attracted, but just choose to live our attractions out in a way that is different to the narrative that certain members of the community or even supporters of broadly worded bylaws are trying to push on people like me.
Thank you. And the last question I do have is in regards to Calgary. Disappointed in that, and I just want to know, have you shared your concerns with the city of Calgary in this regard, or what is your steps there through the chair?
Yeah, I definitely have, Councillor, and it has been in many ways discouraging because they don't really want to act. They're listening to what we're saying, but they're not really hearing us. And that's been a very discouraging process. And so I am very appreciative of you guys for taking the time to listen to my story. And I actually bumped into one of the councillors who is running for the ward in her area as we're going into a municipal election this year. And I asked her this question of conversion therapy, and I attempted to share a little bit of my story with her. And you know what she did? She just shut me down and she said, I can't talk to you about that. I've got other things to do. And she walked away. And so it's very biased and it's very one-sided when it comes to passing some of these laws and these bylaws that are not worded correctly and protects people like me.
Yeah. Thank you again for sharing your story. I truly, truly appreciate your courage to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Seeing no further questions, I'll thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon, Mr. Sanchez. Accept apologies. Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you very much. Thank you for sharing your story through the chair. I'm just trying to understand the semantics on how this would work. I've never been to a therapist, and I don't know the procedure, but I just can't imagine that you would call up and say that you wanted help with gay pornography. I would imagine that you would make an appointment, meet with somebody. In that meeting, you might say something that you're having a pornography addiction problem. At what point would it be turned away because it was a gay issue? Like, how would that work? Sorry to even ask the question, but this is my time for information.
Yeah, thank you for your question, Councillor. I'm going to try to respond to the best of my abilities. If it's not quite answering your question, then please help me clarify. I'll just kind of tell you the process how it happened with me. Is I called agencies because like I said, I still require this help. And I just told them, this is what I need. And here's a little bit of my journey, how I've chosen to live my life out. And I want to continue to live the way that I'm choosing to live, which is repressing and reducing my same-sex attractions and not acting upon them, certainly not exploring them, and certainly not affirming them. So that's when they have said, well, listen, I cannot help you with this. And so they've said that with that. When I've brought up issues of gay pornography, they've as well said that with that because it has to do with the sexual behavior of the same sex. They're unable to help me with that. So that's why I'm saying that there's a big danger when we're not able to correctly word things. Does that answer your question, Councillor?
Somewhat, if I could just follow up. So if I was to approach a councillor asking that I wanted to obtain a lifestyle of celibacy and I wanted to control urges, would they help me?
If you were heterosexual, absolutely.
Okay. So then when you started to go through treatment, it would be when you came out as a homosexual that they just couldn't help you anymore. And that would be because of the bylaw or because they're not equipped, or how would that, do they refer to the law? How does that work?
Yeah, thank you for your question. So when I specifically mentioned that I am same-sex attracted, I want to reduce and repress my feelings, my attractions, my sexual behavior, they quoted me directly, quote, they said this to me, they said, because of the bylaw that Calgary has passed, we are unable to help you with that. And I mean, God bless them. They were courteous and they said, good luck on your endeavors. So they were very kind, but they were very honest and very truthful with what they could do and what they couldn't do.
And that was even like during a therapy session. That wasn't just a phone call conversation to make an appointment through the chair, sorry.
Yeah, no, I appreciate your question. Well, that's the thing is I haven't actually been able to get a therapy session because I'm calling these places to just make sure, hey, can you still help me out? And they deny me one after the other. So I haven't actually been able to even get a therapy session because they know what my heart is and what my intention and my goals are.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Zakidniak.
Thanks for your presentation, Emmanuel. I just wanted to offer that I had mentioned before that my parents are both therapists, and I actually spoke to my mom about your specific situation, and she felt confident that under these new rules that she would be able to provide you therapy. So I'm actually making an offer here. If you would like, I'd offer for you to send your information to the clerk's office, and they'll pass it on to me, and I feel confident that I could get you connected with a counselor to help with the concerns that you'd like to see a counselor with. I don't know if that's of interest to you.
Okay, thank you, Counselor. I really appreciate that.
Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, thanks very much, Mr. Sanchez, for your presentation this afternoon. I'll ask that you now please leave the meeting.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to call upon Delegation Wayne Vernikevich. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any question members of Council may have for you. Good afternoon, Mr. Vernikevich.
Good afternoon, and thank you for pronouncing my name correctly. That's very rare. First of all, thank you. I want to say a couple of preliminary things. I'm representing a group of business people and councillors in Regina, and so I'm speaking on their behalf. Thank you for getting me on. I do appreciate that. And I want to say one thing. I got a call from my lead client last night who said, Wayne, please express to people that we're not anti-LGBT, we're not homophobic or transphobic. We want everyone treated equally and fairly. And so I need to impress that upon everyone prior to making my comments. So 2 points. The first point is that social justice issues like this should be left to the feds. Just don't see why City Council is getting involved in an issue which is clearly a criminal area, is an area that is out of character with how cities have acted in the past and should be acting in the future. I'm thinking about, especially in this pandemic and post-pandemic world, assisting businesses and assisting people who need to have help given what's happened in our business community. So the first point is, and I quote one of my clients directly who says, they should stay in their lane. Second point, if City Council does insist on going this route, my clients would ask that you not impede or interfere with the family's role in this area. If you look at, and you've heard this before, if you look at the definition of conversion therapy, it's a flawed definition in that it's not equally weighted, with respect to counselors being able to provide proper and adequate advice. I looked at your recent material on the Canadian Psychological Association and the Canadian Psychiatric Association statements. The inference there is that minors are clear on their sexual identity and shouldn't be interfered with. That I think is not correct. I'm going to quote a case, and so this is a lawyer speaking, but I'm going to go to a case. It's a case out of the United Kingdom from what would be technically or realistically their highest court, the Court of Appeal, although there was one level higher. This is a case by a person called Nira or Kira, and she was a person who started using puberty blockers when she was 16. She's now in the process of detransitioning. She sued the clinic that gave her the drugs, and she sued them successfully. The court heard evidence and some expert evidence. I'm going to quote some of their findings. So these are quotes from the judgment. It is highly unlikely that a child aged 13 or under would be competent to give consent to the administration of puberty blockers, the judges added.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Councillor Stevens.
This is completely irrelevant, once again. This is not about the process of seeking therapy or one's position as a trans person. This is about a bylaw on conversion therapy, not the delegate's position on the whole science behind the process.
I'm getting to that point. If you just give me the chance to get to that point, and I hope this hasn't taken from my 5 minutes, but I'm getting to that point. May I continue?
Be careful,
well, my
sir,
point of order is there.
Yeah, the point of order is there in terms of if you could get to your point without quoting something from another country, that would probably be helpful. Well,
the quote from another country is certainly probative. It certainly is applicable. The court goes on to say that children under the age of 16 and under the age of 18 are not on their own able to determine what is best for them. They're not able to determine, the course of action they should take. And to my point, the proposed bylaw and Bill C-6 in its current form with the definition of conversion therapy, they would seek to restrict parents from seeking proper professional advice. In fact, it would intimidate professional counselors from offering good and proper advice to families and to children who can't make up their mind for themselves, who are too immature to make up their minds for themselves. And so the city should not be putting in place a bylaw that in effect can be detrimental to young children, to people under the age of 18 who are not able on their own to determine what is best for them. That's my point.
Thank you, sir. With a clock stop for the point of order and continuance afterwards, you're at 5 minutes. Are you free to take questions, sir? Councillor Shaw?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a couple of questions just to go further on your discussion and your presentation. Through you, Madam Mayor, can you explain to us why we have a Youth Criminal Justice Act? Through you, Madam Mayor.
Point of order, LeBlanc.
Go ahead, Councillor LeBlanc.
I'm going to question the relevance of any answer to that question. Thank you.
Councillor Shaw, can you ask a more direct question?
Sure. We have a Youth Criminal Justice Act based on an age of the child and the repercussions of what will happen when they make when they conduct a criminal offense. Can you explain to us the reasoning behind why we have an age-specific laws.
Can you tie it back into the issue relative to a bylaw or the recommendation supporting Bill C6? Like, that's really what we're here for?
So yes, sorry. So in saying that, we come back to the Bill C6, and I'd asked earlier if there was an age restriction on this law if it's passed. There was no age restriction. So my question is, we have an age restriction for the Youth Criminal Justice Act, but we don't have the BC6. I don't understand that. Can you please explain to me, is that correct? Or explain to me how that can be, through you, Madam Mayor.
Thanks. Mr. Bernikevich, before you answer, Councillor, you're asking a question about why they're banning conversion therapy from any age. Is that your question? Like the matter before
my
us
question is,
yeah.
Well, so the question was, and it was answered earlier, there is no age restriction on the banning of conversion therapy.
Correct.
So it can be any age, correct? So I'm trying to figure out, if we don't have a ban on conversion therapy at an age, but we do on a Criminal Justice Act, trying to understand if we're bringing in a law and if we're bringing in a bill to protect children or to protect people, or there's a difference between youth and adults, and we've already made that clear in the Criminal Justice Act. So I'd like him to just explain to me why that's not relevant when it comes to the Bill C6. Does that make sense now?
We'll see if Mr. Bernikevich can answer the question.
I think what Councillor Shaw is saying is that we have special legislation that deals with people who are under a certain age, who are minors. And the reason for that is because they are not mature enough, and they're not able to, in many instances, determine what is best for them in the long term, which is exactly the issue that I'm focusing on here. And the issue is that we have legislation that would restrict counselors from providing proper guidance to adolescents, to youth, to children under the age of 16 or perhaps under the age of 18, which is exactly what they need. They need excellent, all-around, well-rounded advice and counsel. And this legislation does not make an exception for people with respect to the application of conversion therapy.
Okay.
So my point is, if you're going to legislate or you bylaw in place, you should not make it so that parents and their resource people, such as counselors, cannot provide full counsel and full advice for what is best for the child.
Okay, now I understand. Okay. I believe the ban on conversion therapy is intended for all ages because conversion therapy is deemed to have negative, harmful effects. So children are, frankly, probably at the top of the list to be protected. However, Councillor Shaw, do you have another question for the delegate?
No, that's fine. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Councillor Moll.
Okay, thanks, Wayne, for speaking. So just to clarify, you said you're representing the councillors of Regina, correct?
No, I'm representing certain counselors of Regina.
Okay, thank you. So how will Bill C6 affect their business as well as yours?
In terms of their business, again, to get back to my point, and that is that I think we all want what is best for people. We want people who are mature to be able to make decisions, to be free from coercion and from intimidation or from whatever, to prevent them from freely making their decisions. But with children, as that case in the UK stated, they're too immature to make decisions. They don't know what's best for themselves in the long term. And what they do need is family input and the input of professional counselors. The problem with Bill C6 and the definition of conversion therapy, and also with the proposed bylaw, is that because of the wording, it will restrict counselors, some counselors, from providing what they feel is proper and full full and applicable advice to adolescents, to youth under the age of 16 primarily. And so that should be carved out. There should be nothing that deals with them at that stage. You protect children under the age of 16 by letting their families, the people who love them, and resource people who can help the families deal with children who are having difficult times. You don't protect them by legislating. You protect them by letting the families, with the help of professional assistance if they need it, deal with their children. That's how you protect them.
Okay, thank you for that answer. Through you to Madame Mayor. Just a little bit of clarification on what you said earlier, and maybe in regards to a definition you mentioned for orientation versus behavior change. Can people seek to change behavior even if they don't want to change orientation?
Is that a question for me?
Yes, being a counselor yourself, correct?
Well, no, I'm a lawyer.
Okay,
So
that's
I
fine.
Be,
You can disregard that question then. My apologies. Thank you very much. I'm all done.
Thank you, Councillor Mole. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you. Mr. Brnikevich, I just wanted to ask, you had indicated that you did not finish what you were going to say. Was there anything you wanted to add to the chair?
I wanted to add.
Point of order. We were told that we would not be allowed to ask for additional time for delegations today.
Thank you, Councillor Zakidniak. Yeah, not to get around the original 5-minute rule by using your questions to allow for additional conversation past the 5 minutes. If you have a question, Councillor Bresciani, please ask.
Sorry, I missed that memo, and there was a point of order, so I thought, okay. I guess you'd indicated that you are representing counselors. We've heard from a member who her parents are counselors and indicated that they were not aware or maybe don't understand. I just need to, do you think that this is so new that counselors and the general public are not even aware of the consequences of this if this passes through the chair?
That's exactly what I feel. I don't think that the area is very complex. And so it's difficult for most people to wrap their minds around it. I think all of us are kind of probably in that situation. It's very complex. And to go rushing in and regulating and so on before we fully understand what's going on, I think can do more harm than good. And, you know, when it comes to council, like the Regina Council, you know, and I think I sense there's probably a split there. I don't see why you can't get together and just, as opposed to kind of pushing this thing through, just pressing the pause button for a bit and deciding really what is best for for children, for people going through this, to protect them, what is best for families, what is best for youth who are not able to understand what's happening with themselves and see the long-term consequences, and also what's best for counselors so they can provide the proper advice. I think we're moving away too quickly to allow all of those things to transpire.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Zakidniak.
Thank you. So I'm just curious, unless I missed this, I believe you had stated, Mr. Brnikevich, that you are representing some folks here in your speaking today. So can you tell us who you are representing, please, through the chair?
No, I can't.
Okay. Okay, that's all I have.
And one of the reasons, of course, is they'll come under attack, and that's why they want people to know that they really do have the best interests at heart. But I'm not going to reveal their names, no.
Thank you, Mr. Brnikevich. Thanks, Councillor Zakidniak. Thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon. I'll ask that you please leave the meeting now.
Thank you.
1 second. Council, I will remind you when you have a point of order to raise. that you wait to speak until acknowledged to speak up about your point of order. You're welcome to say point of order. I'll address you, and then you can raise the issue. Thank you. Next. I'd like to call upon Delegation Jen Smith. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any question that members of Council may have for you. Good afternoon, Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith, if you're present, you're on mute. Ms. Smith?
Hi there. My pronouns, by the way, are male, so he and him. I'm transgender.
Thank you. Apologies for that.
That's okay. Okay, so am I good to go?
Yeah, absolutely. Please go ahead.
Okay. Hello, Regina City Council. Hello, Mayor. My name is Jen Smith. I am a 56-year-old transgender political activist, public speaker, and child protection advocate. I'm also a former foster child, and the relevance of this will become apparent shortly. In addition to being transgender myself, for 4 years now, I have been researching, writing, and giving public talks on the dangers of child medical sex reassignment, also known as transitioning, and related issues. My primary focus has been on vulnerable youths and foster children. In this regard, I've been working for 2 years to try to bring about provincial and national inquiries on this subject. I'm not speaking to you today to push a particular political party's agenda. I'm not religious, so I'm not here to tell you that being transgender is wrong or against God's will or anything like that. I'm transgender myself, thus I obviously have no problem with people living and expressing and loving as they like. The reason that I want to speak to you today on this subject is to bring to your attention various facts and statistics that I believe should dissuade all elected officials from approving of any laws or legislation that removes from the table counseling options for gender dysphoric youths. The reason I've been trying to get a national inquiry is because so many of these transgender youths are going on to use permanently altering and irreversible pharmaceutical and medical interventions such as Lupron, hormone suppressors, and cross-sex synthetic hormones.
LeBlanc,
Most of these.
Jen Smith, please, 1 moment, please. Councillor LeBlanc.
I'm going to question the relevance of this to the matters before Council today. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, so can I answer that?
Please go ahead.
Okay, so the relevance is in order to make a confident decision about whether or not, or in particular the language that you're going to be using or approving of, you have to understand the effects or potential effects of the language that you choose and the legislation that you approve or law that you pass. So this is all very relevant, and I can just motor right through it if you'll let me.
1 moment, Councillor LeBlanc.
I appreciate Jen's comment that we need to understand the implications of what we're doing. What I would suggest is that conversations about trans people's access to to transition medical care is not relevant to the matters before us, and so is properly off limits. Thank you.
I completely disagree.
Point of order on my part. Can I say point of order?
Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you. I'd like to just remind Council, we are here to hear personal experiences. And I think it's absolutely embarrassing that we are shutting down people who are trying to share their story. I will leave it there.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Jen, I think the issue is that in terms of transition care, it's not, really the issue is conversion therapy itself, the therapy that is performed as described in Bill C6 or as described in the recommendation for the bylaw. And so, if you could focus your discussion on that, that would be great.
It is
Sure. Basically, I mean, you can't sort of separate a ban on conversion therapy from the effects that ban will have. Anyway, I'll go back to what I was saying. Okay, so the reason is that most of these kids will go on to become lifelong pharmaceutical customers, and you have to keep that in mind. So the puberty blockers given to these kids essentially shut down parts of the endocrine gland system and cause serious side effects such as stunted growth, bone density loss, memory loss, stunted genital development, and many other things. Lupron is used actually to chemically castrate sex offenders, and we're giving this to kids. Cross-sex hormones also carry with them serious consequences. In girls, they will develop facial hair, body hair, and a deeper voice, and that is irreversible. For both sexes, the University of California, San Francisco warns on their website that those who start using cross-sex hormones must assume that they will become permanently and irreversibly sterile. That has to be considered. We now have large numbers of youths going on a path that leads to these serious consequences. So my primary concern is that a disproportionately high percentage of these youths are vulnerable youths with serious psychological and emotional problems like I had when I was young, when I was a foster child. So there's a lot of studies out there, but just to focus on one study of a large sampling of transgender kids found out that 52% of these kids had one or more other psychiatric conditions in addition to gender dysphoria. Now, there's all kinds of ways that you can sort of explain that away, but there are other things that are difficult to explain away, such as autism.
Jen, coming back to conversion therapy, can you wind this around to why a ban on conversion therapy?
But because you have to understand the children. Okay, so I'm a former foster child, okay, and I'm a former child who had all kinds of psychological and emotional problems. So you have to understand who are identifying as transgender, the effects on them, and why you need to be very careful in the language that you're using. So just a couple more quick points. So autism. Various studies have shown that between 8% and 54% of transgender youths are on the autism spectrum. Now those numbers aren't particularly alarming until you understand the rate of autism in the general population of youths, which is 1.7%. So for, between 8% and 54% of transgender youths to be on the autism spectrum, that is alarming. Now, personally, as a former foster child, this became very relevant to me when a couple of years ago, the leading gender specialist in British Columbia, Dr. Wallace Wong, revealed that half of his 1,000 gender dysphoric youths were from the Ministry of Child and Family Services.
Point.
Councillor Stanichuk.
I just think that anyone who's trans, who's listening to this, or people from the LGBT communities feeling that they're being very hurt by this conversation right now of what's being said.
I talk to transgender people all the time. They're not hurt. I'm very, very close to being done. Can I finish?
On conversion therapy, certainly.
Yeah, okay. So what I'm saying is that half of his 1,000 patients were from the Ministry of Child and Family Development. They were foster kids. They were kids in unstable housing situations. So these are kids who are highly vulnerable and wounded, looking for a new identity. Now, that should be alarming to you. So what I would say is that because we understand that these are wounded children, right, with various psychological and emotional problems, that you cannot close off counseling options for these kids. You have to provide counseling options in either direction, both affirmative and negative, because the consequences of sort of allowing them to go down a road that results in permanent sterilization is very serious. So I would say that I would implore it upon Regina on behalf, especially of foster children who do not have parents to look out for them, that all counseling options need to be left open. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Shaw.
Hi, Jen. I would like to deeply apologize for your story being interrupted. That was absolutely unacceptable, and my heart hurts for you. In hearing your story, I'd like to ask you a question. To you, Madam Mayor, if we were to pass a conversion therapy ban in Regina, how could we protect our foster children, our most vulnerable people? How could we do that? To you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, so the answer to that question, I think, is in being very careful about the language that you're using there. So, as I've said, what we've found is that so many of these children, like foster children, the 500 foster children that Dr. Wallace Wong has identified that are under his care, that represented at that time 7.7% of all children in government care at that time. That is startling. Like 1 in 200 people in the general population identifies transgender. For him to have 7.7% of all children in his care is alarming. So that suggests to me that we have children who are wounded, looking for a new identity, who are making sort of rash decisions and youthful, uninformed decisions, and they need access to counseling that might move them away from potentially sterilizing themselves and permanently altering their bodies. So what I'm trying to employ here today is that you make sure that, particularly for children, and specifically for these vulnerable children, autistic kids with all these psychological problems, foster kids, that the language that you're approving of, whether that's at the federal level or at the municipal level, is very specific to allow for counseling both ways, because as a speaker earlier already mentioned, that when you leave these kids alone and don't affirm their gender identity, up to 85% of them will desist. So we need to make sure we're not sterilizing children unnecessarily. And as a further note, I don't know about the ratio in Saskatchewan, but in British Columbia, half of all children in government care are Indigenous children. So that should be alarming to you as well.
Councillor, do you have a follow-up question?
No, I don't. That's fine. So thank you very much for making us mindful of that if we go further. Thank you.
I'll thank you for the presentation this afternoon, Jen Smith, and ask that you please leave the meeting now.
Okay, thank you.
I just believe perhaps that it's worth stating that LGBTQ2 plus people are not broken, they are not disordered, and they are not damaged. Next. I'd like to call upon delegation Joy Cowan from the Heritage United Church. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you will have the opportunity to respond to any question that members of Council may have from you. Good afternoon, Ms. Cowan.
Good afternoon, and thank you for allowing me to present at today's meeting. My name is Reverend Joy Cowan, and I'm a resident of Regina and the minister at Heritage United Church. I also identify as a member of the LGBTQ community, and I am speaking in favor of a ban on conversion therapy. I would like to begin by saying that Two-Spirit and LGBTQ rights are human rights. We have a right to exist, and we have a right to be who we are and to live our lives without fear of aggression or coercion. Conversion therapy, which to me is a misnomer because the practice is not therapeutic, it is a form of abuse, is an attempt to discourage, repress, or even try to change a person's sexual orientation, gender identity, or gender expression. It is not an act of love or care for another person because you are trying to change them. You cannot say that you love and accept someone while wishing that they would change. Judgment is not synonymous with love. There are some attending today's meeting who would argue that the Bible condemns the Two-Spirit and LGBTQ community, and this is their reason for opposing the ban. I counter that argument by pointing out that in the very first chapter of Genesis, the scripture states that God said, "Let us make humankind in our image." We are all made in the image of God, and this means that the spectrums of gender identities and sexual orientations are a divine gift and an inherent expression of God. Who are we to reject that gift and say that only a cisgender heterosexual identity is correct? Jesus instructed us to love our neighbor, so let us do that and love, accept, and even celebrate our Two-Spirit and LGBTQ neighbors for who they are and for the diversity and culture that they bring to our city. Every level of government has a role to play in supporting the Two-Spirit and LGBTQ community. And so I encourage Regina City Council to endorse the following recommendations. to support the adoption of Bill C-6 that would criminalize aspects of conversion therapy. Let's say no to abusing and punishing our children who identify as anything other than cisgender and heterosexual. Recognize that Bill C-6 is not enough. It would only protect minors, thus it does not ban conversion therapy outright, so that is why we need a full ban on conversion therapy in Regina. And that the City of Regina create bylaws and policies which explicitly ban the practice or endorsement of conversion therapy within city limits. Banning conversion therapy would be a tangible, irrefutable sign that the City of Regina supports the rights of the Two-Spirit and LGBTQ community. It would be a welcome sign of respect and inclusion for residents and visitors alike. And most importantly, banning conversion therapy is a form of suicide prevention. As a member of the LGBTQ community, I speak from experience when I say that as a younger person, and sometimes as an older one, like on days like today, it can be very hard to cope in a world that tells you that you are inherently flawed, or even worse, that you're going to hell just for being who you are. By supporting a ban on conversion therapy, we would be showing our Two-Spirit and LGBTQ youth that they matter, that who they are is valid and supported at a municipal level, even if not by their own families and communities of faith. In closing, I would like to say that I am proud to be a member of the LGBTQ community, and I am proud to be representing Heritage United Church, whose council last month voted unanimously to support the initiative to ban conversion therapy in Regina. Now, I hope that council will be courageous and compassionate and do likewise. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Ms. Cohen, I have Councillor Stadnichuk.
Thank you very much. Through you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for your presentation, and I do want to say you're the first person today who's actually talked about love. Can you tell me if this Bill C-6 is passed or a bylaw is passed in Regina banning conversion therapy? Do you feel confident that you would be able to give all kinds of counseling to someone who is struggling with their sexuality who came to you?
You know, as a minister and as a spiritual counselor, people come to you for all sorts of issues. And I feel comfortable that if Bill C-6 were passed and if there were a ban on conversion therapy, that anyone wanting to come to speak with me, to, and to have counseling, would be able to do so because I would be affirming their gender identity and their sexual orientation. I would not be trying to change it or impose my beliefs on it. So I would be supportive of both heterosexual and cisgender folk as well as all of the people who fall under the LGBTQ spectrum.
Thank you very much. No more questions.
Thank you, Councillor Stadnichuk. Councillor Shaw.
Ms. Cohen, through you, Madam Mayor, a few questions here. I want to thank you for your comments today. You're very passionate and very loving, and I appreciate that. You are a member of the United Church, am I correct there?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. So I'm assuming that you're aware of the definition of conversion therapy in that the United Church uses.
Do you mean the definition that's on the webpage for the National Church?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, I am aware of that definition.
You are? So if you are aware of that, the United Church defines conversion therapy as trying to change someone's orientation from gay to straight. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
So are you aware
Well,
that
I believe you're quoting it. I don't have it right in front of me, so I'm going to trust that you are quoting it correctly.
I can quote it for you. We recommend the definition include any form of therapy or practice that has the goal of changing a person's sexual or gender identification through any treatment that is hostile to a person's identity, is unethical, spiritual, and psychologically damaging, and not supported by evidence. Unquote.
Thank you for that. So what is your question?
So in saying that, are you aware that the United Church defines conversion therapy as trying to change someone's orientation from gay to straight? Is that what that statement states? Through you, Madam Mayor.
I think you're simplifying what it is, because you could argue that it is also the other way, like trying to change someone who identifies as straight and turning them gay. So what is is there another question behind that question that you'd like me to answer?
Yes. So it's just changing, and that's fine, and that's where I was getting at. So are you aware that the church's definition is different than the Bill C6? Through you, Madam Mayor.
Yes, I am.
So my follow-up question to that is, why would you support Bill C6 if it's different than the United Church's definition? Through you, Madam Mayor.
Because I am supporting the essence of Bill C6, which is protecting our most vulnerable people, which are the youth and the children who identify as LGBTQ. And I think that that is the most important thing of all, not to be nitpicking about definitions. I think that one of the earlier presenters who talked about the many definitions that there are, that doesn't take into account that there are many places that don't even have conversations about conversion therapy, that don't recognize it as even something that's happening. So that, you know, to be pulling in all of these other ideas, I think it's a bait and switch. It's a way to take the focus off what's really important, which is supporting our LGBTQ youth.
Absolutely. And that is the reason why I believe that we should be going very in depth with a definition to protect everybody. And that is where I'm going with this. And a follow-up question is that you said that you don't want people to think that they're going to go to hell if they like a certain sex or they don't like a certain sex. It's a very loving, and I understand you, and that is exactly where I'm going. So my question to you is, if I come to you, will I be treated with the same loving manner if I ask for therapy to convert me from not liking the same-sex person? Through you, Madam Mayor.
What I hope that anyone coming to me would hear is that I am affirming that they are on a journey, and that I'm affirming that they are loved. But I'm not. It's not my place to be imposing, a label on someone, or it's up to the person to decide who they are and to define who they are. It's not for me. So I am there to be supportive through whatever process that is, but that does not mean that I'm going to try to change their minds or, to impose a gay agenda or something, if that's what you're implying.
No, absolutely, and that is exactly my point in my line of questioning is,
Councillor
if I
Shaw, is
come
there a
to
question
you,
in this statement? Is there a question?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. If I come to you wanting some help with the same-sex attraction, would that be considered conversion therapy? It's considered conversion therapy under Bill C6. I would like your help in addressing my concerns. Through you, Madam Mayor, would that not be a loving and wonderful thing for you to do to help me address my concerns if they are my concerns and they're my unwanted behavior? Through you, Madam Mayor.
Something that I haven't heard yet in today's discussion is talking about why folks who are LGBTQ, why they may have trouble accepting and loving themselves. It's because there's so much internalized homophobia. There's so many messages that they receive from their families, from their church, from their culture, that there's something wrong with them. No wonder people feel confused and upset and anxious and unsure about who they are. It's because society's definitions of who we should be are completely not helpful, and they are harmful. So we need to identify why people are having trouble accepting who they are, wherever they fall on the spectrum, because it's more a societal issue rather than a person needs counseling. The person's not the problem, it's our society.
Absolutely, and I'll be the first one to stand up and wave that white flag because I have a daughter with a physical. Sorry. Where I'm going with this is I'm just trying to clarify if you're offering loving, wonderful counseling, and I'm not saying that you're not. I love the United Church, but what I'm saying is, and what I'm asking is, if I came to you for counseling for the same sex and I did not want to desire
Point of
the
order,
same
Madam
sex,
Mayor. This question has been asked and answered.
The question's been asked and answered. Was the point of order?
Yes, it has been asked and answered, and it's been answered in very different ways. And I'd like to ask the United Church what their answer is to this, since she's offering the loving counseling that I very much would love to be involved in.
Point of order, Madam Mayor. This is argumentative.
Councillor Shaw, if you tie it back into conversion therapy, are you asking if she can provide that loving support based upon the language of Bill C-6?
Right, and based upon the language of Bill C-6, it says that we cannot ask for counseling for the same-sex attraction. And I'm wondering if she can offer me love and attention and counseling for that, given the fact that Bill C-6 does get supported through you, Madam Mayor.
You know, language is really important, and there's so many terms that I feel are being misused in this debate. So counseling, therapy, non-heterosexual attraction, managing sexual orientation or gender. I think that these are all words that are very harmful because they're not being true to what's actually going on. So I think that if you're trying to get me to answer you and to put myself in a small box, and I'm not going to do that. I do agree that this question has been asked and answered.
Councillor Shaw, do you have a different question?
No, I understand. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shaw. Councillor Moll, you are up next.
My questions are asked. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Moll. Councillor Bresciani.
Same thing. It's in the chat.
Thanks very much, Councillor Bresciani. Ms. Cowan, I thank you very much for your presentation today, and would ask that you please leave the meeting now.
Thank you.
I'd like to call upon Delegation Femi Olgenrind. Please introduce yourself for the record, and my apologies if I mispronounce your name. The organization you're representing, if any. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any question that members of Council may have for you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
I can so, sir. Please go ahead.
Okay, Your Worship, Mayor Masters, councillors, and members of the public at large, my name is Femi Ogumride. I feel honored to make a presentation at the City of the Council for our city because of the rich equity and investment I've made in this city. My wife, Remy, and I served as pastors in this city for about 26 years, making us probably one of the longest serving pastors in this city. I've been a prof at the university for about 8 years and a charter director sitting on the boards of many non-profit organizations and boards. I'm here today because I represent the collective sentiments of a large number of pastors and a vast majority of Christians across our city who oppose conversion therapy in principle, providing that the conversion therapy is defined as coercive, degrading, and inhumane action that seeks to change a person's sexual orientation. However, this is not the definition of conversion therapy that is currently defined in Bill C-6. Therefore, we do hope that our municipal government will cautiously approach this issue, knowing that words matter and that the definition of conversion therapy needed to be changed. Why? According to the submission of the Evangelical Fellowship of Canada, which is a national evangelical body of Christians established in 1964, it provides a national forum for over 4 million evangelicals and a constructive voice for biblical principles in life and society. Here is what the body had to say, and I'm in full support, and I echo what they said. Number one, the proposed definition goes beyond prohibiting involuntary, abusive, or coercive change efforts and lacks critical clarity about what kinds of activities might fall within the bounds of the proposed legislation. We strongly urge amendments to the bill in order to clarify its provisions and ensure it is consistent with fundamental charter freedom. If unamended, This legislation will have a significant chilling effect on the expression on matters of human sexuality and gender. Interpreted broadly, it could criminalize the expression of deeply held beliefs. Number two, we believe in a society of deep religious pluralism. Religious beliefs are foundational to many Canadians as they form an understanding of themselves and have relation to others. Religious identity, its formation and expression, is a central and significant element in the lives of millions of Canadians. Most religious traditions have teaching on how to order one's sexual life according to one's belief and faith identity. This religious instruction is based on sacred texts with understanding that have been passed on by adherents through history. It is a key element of religious life and practice to learn and to share the teachings of the scriptures as they relate to the areas of life, including sexual behavior. The freedom to hold, practice, and express those beliefs is protected by the Charter. The role of the state number three, the role of the state in a democracy is to be fair and accommodating of the diversity of its population. The proposed legislation, with its broad preamble and definition, moves beyond the criminalization of coercive, involuntary, and abusive practices and risks capturing beliefs, opinions, and expression on matters of sexual practice, including those rooted in religious beliefs. Rather than respecting and accommodating the diversity of Canadians, this bill currently worded will impose criminal sanctions on the expression of values or beliefs on matters of legitimate difference among Canadians, or have a significant chilling effect on the expression. We are concerned that this bill creates a criminal offense with a penalty of imprisonment, which could apply to the sharing of religious instruction. Therefore, here I am proposing that Bill C6 should be amended to clarify that the following will not be considered conversion therapy. Number one, parental guidance on matters of gender or sexuality. Number two, religious instruction on matters of gender or sexuality, whether private or public. The private or public expression of sincerely held beliefs and views. And fourthly, the therapeutic or medical care offered to individuals voluntarily seeking support. In closing, I wish to reiterate that words matter and that the definition of conversion therapy needed to be changed. In so doing, your worship and the council will have struck a balance that respects all Canadians' rights, that guarantees freedom of speech, parental rights, freedom of religion, and other freedoms. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Overende. Councillor Mole.
Thank you, Pastor Femi, for speaking. I appreciate it. So, Pastor, just curious, for you being in the city for so long and doing what you do, have you ever felt the need in a counseling session to help someone reduce their behaviors or attractions, and can you give us an example?
Well, I have had situations where people come and whether towards attraction towards heterosexual or towards another gender, they come in because they are concerned about the fact that they want to remain based, they want to actually follow their beliefs. And in so doing, people get trapped in one thing or the other, but they were seeking help for someone that can listen. Number one, to listen to their concerns and what they're going through. Ours is to help people to actually come to understanding with them without coercing them, without doing nothing other than to pray with them and listen to them. I've seen situations like that of people have come.
Okay, thanks for that answer. You might have answered this next question already. I'm just not sure if you want to elaborate. So how do they react when you help that person reduce their behavior or attractions?
Wow. They're happy. They live with the conviction that they're doing what is right for themselves and is healthy for them. And you cannot quantify the joy that comes to their faces because they are not trying to, nobody forces them to do it their own will. Nobody tells them what to do. You cannot touch the will of anyone. Will is where you make your choice, and they made that choice. And nobody has the right to actually infringe with the will of another person.
Thank you again. Through you, Madam Mayor, my final question, again, you might have answered this one if you want to elaborate. As a pastor, would you be concerned that Bill C-6 would allow you to continue providing support for members of your congregation with heterosexual attractions, but not non-heterosexual attractions?
Well, the bill, what the bill has, this is the confusing thing about this bill is simply that it will allow me to help somebody who is already married, but now having heterosexual attraction to another woman within the congregation. They will come and say, I don't want to do this, I need help. Well, we can help that kind of person. But then here's another rider to that. If somebody is already into gay relationship, and then they do not want to get into another relationship with another man, well, there's no way you can help that person because you will be contravening the law. Somebody's already with a man, okay? And now he says, I'm attached to another man. You cannot help him because the bill says to us that once somebody has an attraction or desire to want to carry out, you cannot help that person. So here we're in a situation, whether straight or heterosexual, the law it will actually criminalize us. And we cannot even have people that want to be chased, especially if they're gay and they want to remain that. They say, well, I'm gay, I know that, but I want to be chased, I want to serve God. We can't have that kind of person.
Thank you very much, Pastor Femi.
Thank you, Councillor Mole. Councillor Skidniak.
Thank you. So you provided us with some legal opinions of the proposed legislation, and I'm just curious if you could share with us through the chair what your legal qualifications are, please.
I did not share anything legal. I just quoted verbatim what was the consensus of over 4 million Christians represented by EFC. So I'm not a legal mind, I don't have a legal qualification, and I don't pretend to have one.
Okay, thanks. I thought I heard you giving a legal opinion, but that's all I have. Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon, Pastor Femi. I'll ask that you now leave the meeting.
Thank you.
I'd like to call upon delegation Kevin Phillip. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any question that members of Council may have for you. Good afternoon, Mr. Phillip.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much. My name is Kevin Phillip, and I'm here speaking from the perspective of the Roman Catholic Archdiocese of Regina. The Catholic Church, like many Canadians, is opposed to all forms of coercive and manipulative activities because they do not respect the sacred dignity of the human person and the freedoms inherent with that dignity. The protection of vulnerable Canadians from harmful acts is a necessary and important goal, one that the bishops of Canada irrevocably support, and one that many of us here on the call, if not all of us, will wholeheartedly support. However, upon careful reading of Bill C-6, the federal legislation is being proposed, after discussions with professional associations and other faith groups, it's apparent that Bill C-6 has some serious gaps and shortcomings in its present form. This is mainly because of its problematic definition of conversion therapy, which reads, a practice, treatment, or service designed to change a person's sexual orientation to heterosexual or gender identity to cisgender, and or to repress or reduce non-heterosexual attraction or sexual behavior. And it seems to me that this is precisely the problematic definition that you seek to endorse here at City Council, and I disagree with that. This problematic definition could make lawful and respectful actions subject to our nation's criminal code. This problematic definition, it makes no provision for legitimate diversity on human sexuality arising from religious beliefs, from philosophical debate, or from scientific and medical study. And the problematic definition that I see anyway, it makes no provision for conscientious dissent related to human sexuality in forms of teaching or public presentation. And it's this problematic definition that you want to endorse. It makes it a real possibility that within families, private conversations between parents and their children will be deemed public and subject to subject to criminal prosecution. From my own personal perspective, I can't help but wonder if history is repeating itself, truly. And I find it ironic that this is done after Sir John A. Macdonald's statue was removed from the city park, and removed as an acknowledgement of the suffering that our Indigenous communities endured under the plight of residential schools, for example. These residential schools that told our communities that they ought not be the primary educators of their own children, that they do not have a right to instruct their own children in their sacred traditions, their beliefs, and their morality. And it's right that we have to acknowledge the suffering that they endured. But the question I ask for myself in looking at all this stuff is history repeating itself, but through this bill, which you guys seek to endorse by a letter, and I ask you to rethink that endorsement. But it seems to tell all Canadians that we ought not to be the primary educators of our children. This bill, which you seek to endorse, puts us all in a type of a government-run system by telling us that there's only one way to educate, one way to experience healing, and one way to experience wholeness. And that, according to Bill C-6, parents do not have a right to instruct our own children our sacred traditions, our sacred beliefs, and our sacred morality. And dare I add that Bill C-6 seeks to assimilate both our children and our public discourse into a very definition of what it seems to be calling conversion therapy. So it seems to me that by endorsing C-6, that we erode the same inherent religious and cultural freedom that all Regina citizens enjoy, and the same cultural dignity that was erased by the residential school experience. And we don't want anybody to suffer. And I think that on that point, I'm confident that there's more that unites us than there is that divides us. And I urge that we try to work together somehow to come up with a meaningful letter that encourages government, if you really want to write a letter that encourages government to rethink this almost too broad definition of conversion therapy. If you want to do a bylaw, let's work together. Let's work together to come up with a meaningful bylaw that protects citizens from coercive and abusive treatment. That's something that all of us can agree on. And I made that point clear to my own counselor, Jason Mancinelli, on Friday. Now, I want to work together with you guys, so hopefully we can all work together, something that reflects the legitimate concerns of the people that you seek to serve. But I can't help but wonder if history is repeating itself. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Phillip. Any questions from council? Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you very much for coming forward, Mr. Phillip. Just a question. You'd indicated that you represent the Archdiocese of Regina. So has the Archdiocese, or it's still new, how would this ban affect the church, the practices or the treatments of or services that are in C6? To the chair, or has that even been considered? Or is it too early?
I think it seems like a lot of this stuff. Thanks so much for your question. A lot of this is sort of sprung on us almost over the guise of night, and it seems preliminary that it does prohibit certain types of discussion, publicly, private discussion, and of course under the caveat that we want nobody to suffer, and the love that Joy Cowan so passionately expressed. Of course, we want everybody to feel loved and respected. But so it seems to me, though, that this Bill C-6 is too far-reaching and not limited enough in scope, that it does inhibit certain dialogue between pastors and lay people, between pastors and pastors, between bishops and their priests, and it's highly problematic. And it just seems premature for City Council, a municipality, and I don't mean to be too cavalier, but that should be really concerned with roads and infrastructure. It seems very premature that we would go ahead and endorse a letter despite all these problems that people can foresee. I'm sorry, Merciani, I'm not very articulate in my words. I think my adrenaline's pumping like crazy, but did I answer your question?
Yeah, absolutely. I just have one last question for you. Would it be something if, and I don't know how this is going to go, but we want to find something that protects everybody. And, I guess the question is that would the Archdiocese, and if there was, other churches come together and the LGBT community to be engaged in the discussion on crafting some kind of a bylaw that kind of speaks to things that you have mentioned and things is that something that the Archdiocese would be open to through the chair?
Yeah, absolutely. I think contrary to what the leader posted reported last week, nobody on my team, people on my team, for example, want that to happen, that very thing to happen, some sort of dialogue that crafts a meaningful and specific bylaw that actually protects your citizens that you guys serve, that we serve together. I mean, none of us want anybody to suffer. And that doesn't just involve people who are experiencing a same-sex attraction but it also involves the families that might feel that their hands are tied because of wording in this federal legislation. And so I strongly encourage us to work together on this regard and not to rush towards before the federal government makes their decision next week.
Yeah, great. Thanks for coming forward. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Zagidniak.
Thank you. So I just wanted to touch on the point where you mentioned about bylaw or legislation about conversion therapy being premature. And from the information that I have here, it looks like the first bylaw in Canada was passed in 2018. Were you aware of that?
No, I wasn't aware of that, but what I'm referring to premature, if I may, is that okay if I digress a bit?
Sure.
Okay. What I was referring to is that this broadly worded federal legislation is being proposed is too wide in scope, and that causes too many problems that might not be discussed amongst municipalities and city council. It seems that people are painting a wide brush with the term conversion therapy, something that I myself have gone through. And for the record, please note that to my presentation to the Community Wellness Committee a couple weeks ago. And so it's painting too wide of a brush amongst quote-unquote conversion therapy that impacts also talk therapy, that impacts prayer counseling that I or someone in my situation might want to engage in. And even,
Okay, thanks. No,
so I'm not aware of the thing that you brought up in 2018, not aware of it. I don't think that it makes my point moot, for the record.
Okay. I just wanted to know if you were aware that this has been discussed for years now. The rest I've heard, and I'm aware of those other points. Thank you very much.
Seeing no further questions, I'll thank you very much, Mr. Phillip, for your presentation today and ask that you please leave the meeting.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
I'd like to call upon Delegation Terry Toharski. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you will have the opportunity to respond to any question that members of Council may have for you. Good afternoon, Mr. Toharski.
Thank you, Your Honor, or Your Worship. Sorry. Regina loves all people, so I think we should say that. But this is a Liberal government bill, and it discriminates against gay and transgender people. So please oppose this bill. And it discriminates against almost everyone. It's not equal or inclusive, and it uses 2 or 3 definitions of conversion therapy. You're always talking about all of these, not you, but in general, there's like tons of conversion therapy definitions. So, of course, can get no agreement, and everybody's confused. So focus on the words. And if you're doing a letter, well, the letter would not I do not support the letter, and the letter would not support a vast group of people in Regina. Now, when Wilma talked about constitutional lawyers, that was sad. You're legalizing, and you're making us lawyers and going through words and words and words. We have to get, every word we have to check out and look at what she had to get, what Wilma had to get. Constitutional lawyers. Now, the bill, it indicates you can't reduce sexual behavior. Well, there's bad sexual behavior. It says you can't reduce non-cisgender gender expression, but expression is appearance, dress, so gender is supposed to be fluid. And the bill says you cannot change gender identity. Well, some You can get a man who becomes a woman and then wants to be a man again. So to be clear, Bill C6, it even it allows you to get conversion therapy, but you have to be 18. So let's be clear, you have to be 18. You just can't advertise or promote it. So promotion is speech. So what do you say to Regina citizens? Conversion therapy can be out there, but you just can't speak about it. And then counselors, you can't offer, the counseling can't offer talk therapy. There's no financial benefits or material benefits. So it's convoluted wording, and it discriminates, but about almost anybody or everybody, and including Métis and Indigenous people and non-heterosexual people. Now, the bill, it almost encourages schools to, I think schools are going to allow people to change gender like every day. So this is why people are upset. Now, I want to highlight here, these are not my thoughts. You have the Catholic Church, Evangelical Church, you have JCCF, you have all sorts of people saying the same thing. And in addition, you have renowned Canadians, Dr. Zucker is against Bill C6, Susan Bradley, and Deborah So, and Zucker has worked with transgender people for years. And in a court of law, would your experience overrule world-class experts? And I'm not saying you have to agree with scientists. I'm only saying on this bill, who has far more credibility? Conversion therapy accusations were used to cancel Dr. Zucker and his approach. So, he's a man that worked with transgender people for decades. And you can't deny that the UK High Court regulates now the 16-year-olds and taking puberty blockers. Now, people and scientists are getting fired, and they're not agreeing for just not agreeing. And this happens on both sides, left and right. And the City Council is now proposing taking a side with no expertise and extremely brusque procedures. Why is the Wellness Committee in such a rush? This amendment is way longer than the recommendation, and you have buried 56 pages in a 128-page document with 5 days' notice for Regina citizens. It's the second time you've done this. The Leader Post, they quoted some people, and they said, I'm paraphrasing here, but there was a lack of preparation and frankly, skill on the committee, and they went on, and that was your proponents. So this is not a good set of governance. And now I identify as Métis, and from my maternal side. So have you consulted with the Métis? You said you were on Métis land and Indian land. Have you done a study on how this is going to affect them? Now, the government has 3,000 Indigenous kids in foster care, and parent marital status and parent social status are correlated to suicide and possible transitioning. So this is not just this is not a just process. We have to respond to different definitions, totally confusing. We have 56 pages in 5 days, many people working full-time jobs, and then the Wellness Committee creates just like an enemy environment here with little discussion. If we speak the truth, it's implied that people are harmed. All Reginans are asking for is a fair, just process, and this recommendation was just rushed through. The words of Bill C6 are not reasonable, and Regina needs to support does not need to support the Liberal government. It is indoctrination. And please don't discriminate against all Regina citizens, and don't support Bill C6. Show you love all Regina citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Taharski. Councillor Mole.
Thank you, Mr. Taharski. I don't know if I pronounced your name properly, but thank you very much. I have a few questions for you, through you, Madame Mayor. So, you said you're Métis. Where did you get your statistics about Indigenous children?
That's a Global News report. They reported the statistics, I think, is 2020. And we reported in 2020, but statistics are 2019. And my concern is just have you talked to the health minister of the Métis community? Have you consulted with the Indigenous? Because doesn't this affect them? If they have all these foster kids, I think it can affect them, and they're not going to be able to get the counseling that they need. And you know what it's like when you come from social class or marital status, that can be very detrimental. So I think, you think of residential schools. Are we going to do the whole thing again? And I think Kevin, when I heard Kevin say that made so much sense.
Okay, thank you for that answer. So, you gave me a lot of different comments here in your 5 minutes. So what went wrong, and how can we improve the process, potentially drafting a bylaw here in the city?
Well, I think the wellness committee should have just the wellness committee could have just gone to the churches. You could have gone to the United Church. They had they had a short definition, and you've got the Catholic Church and the evangelicals, and they had all published good documents, and the documents said that they were against coerced behavior. So you could have gone to them and got some agreement, and then did a letter, and everything would be fine. But instead, the Wellness Committee has pushed us through, rushed us through, and now we have we're in this big debate, and we didn't need to be, because we could have gotten a letter out. Everybody that's called that I'm listening intently, and everybody that's called has said, we love gay people, we love transgender people. So this is very frustrating to watch how it exploded, and I'm not sure. I'm not sure what more to say, but you can see 56 pages, and it came out Saturday, and I think, and then you have to respond and find people, and I can't. Okay, anyways, that's I think you can improve the process. One thing I would say is maybe you need a different mandate. Maybe it needs to be infrastructure related, and things that how can you make a wellness through infrastructure or something, because this seems like indoctrination.
Okay, thank you for your answer. I do agree that we need consultation to take place and communication. Thank you very much. My final question here, what do you think the best way is to protect youth and other vulnerable populations from harmful counseling in regards to Bill C6?
Well, you have, as I've said, you have the churches. They came out and said they were opposed to forced and harmful. So you could have come up with something like that. I think you could have gone to them and find, in the respect to the bylaw, you could have talked with them, and then you would have a much better result, and also give us time so everybody can look at the words, because there's no time to look at the words, and you all seem to have different wordings, and people have called in and they don't know the words, and then they say, well, the definition doesn't matter, we just support anything. And like one person wanted to get rid of conversion therapy, and you can't do that. That's like destroying the whole Canadian charter. It's like if somebody wants something, they can get it, but you're saying, well, we can't get it, we can't talk about it, we can't you can't talk about it, you can't promote it, you can't advertise it, but it's out there, but nobody can talk about it. Well, of course, free speech people are going to be against that, and it's going to be very hard to get any kind of consensus, because you've made such a broad Bill C6 is so broad. Now, I think if you're going to do something, it should be very narrow, and it's going to be easy to do, because you have all the churches have come out with statements. I mean, those are major statements. It was 6 pages. I think it was 6 pages and 4 pages. So I hope I answered your question there, Mr.
I believe you did. Thank you very much. That's all the questions I have through you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Moll. Councillor Zakiniak.
Thank you. So I just want to clarify a couple of things that I believe I heard in your when you were speaking to us through the chair, please. So you said that you thought, and I'm kind of looking for a yes or no here just to make sure I got this right. You said that you thought that we needed broader consultation. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And then you also said that we could have just taken our lead from what the churches have already, the work that churches have already done related to conversion therapy. Is that accurate as well?
No, because there could be 5. You guys are not you guys. I'm sorry, but as counselors, you don't have the word. You don't seem to have the words in front of you and are agreeing on the words. And then like when you did your last amendment, you came out with you came out with, I think it was, like the recommendation was 10 words, and then the amendment was like 200 words. So what I'm getting here is, when you say conversion therapy, nobody knows what we're agreeing to here. We're opposed to Bill C6. Go and do the consultations, please. Go and do the consultations to protect and say we love gay and transgender people. If that seems to be important, but Bill C6 is terrible legislation, and everybody is saying it, and everything is confusing.
Sorry. Are you, first of all, are you aware that the report actually asked that we do consultation as part of our process?
Your recommendation, in your recommendation, so see, you're making me go, I have to go through like 20 pages or how many pages, and I remember in your recommendation it said the city said we could do a consultation process. They called it a communications program. Okay, so why didn't you do a communications program? Because they said you could request that. Instead, boom, 4 days, and you have to respond to 10, 20 pages, and then it was like 4 or 5 days again, and then respond to 50, 60 pages. So of course, everybody in the community is upset because you're so rushed to find people and stuff. So
Okay, well, the report, it looks like it was actually 4 and 2 pages long. I thank you for your comment.
Well, no, that's not true. Look at the agenda packet. It was 120 pages.
Councillor Skidniak, I'll caution you.
I'm done.
Do you have any other further questions?
No, I said thank you. I'm done.
Awesome.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Skidniak. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Taharski, for coming forward. And I could hear it in your voice about the passion, about engagement, and how the process seems flawed. Can I ask that if there is, if we do move to a bylaw, that you would be willing to partake in the engagement process if we move that way through the chair?
Okay, well, thank you for the question, but I think I would like the council to understand something here. We have described, or even in my speech, but I'm sure we've described 6 or 7 groups of people that are affected here. So it's not me, you have 6 or 7 groups. So you could easily get the churches to agree, but I don't know who you go to for parents, and I don't know, who you go for psychologists, and then I don't know who you go for free speech advocates, and then who do you go to for Métis, and then who do you go for Indigenous? So I would be willing to come and help, but it's all these other groups, and this is what's so frustrating is you can ask me my opinion. It's just an opinion, but you have 6 or 7 groups, so you need to consult with them and give them time, and so yeah, I would be happy to help, but I don't need to. I'm a free speech guy, so I don't have a big. I mean, I really don't like to see free speech impinged, but I'm not a lawyer, so I'm not sure how it could help. But what I'm, what I'm getting at here is this a big job? You've got 6 or 7 or more communities, and you've got certainly want to be careful with the Indigenous kids because so many of them are under care.
Yes, thank you for that. Yes, and that's a takeaway for sure. It would be key stakeholders that would need to be there. I think council has been really put in a predicament, and I think that we want to do the right thing, and we want to ensure that counseling.
There's an objection here. This is not a question; it's a statement.
Councillor Bresciani, do you have a statement for the delegate or question for the delegate? I see.
No, you know what? No, I will end it there. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, I'll thank you very much, Mr. Taharski, and ask that you please leave the meeting now.
Thank you very much. I appreciate listening.
I'd like to call upon Delegation Laura Sundberg. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any question that members of Council may have for you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Laura Sundberg. Good afternoon, Mayor Sandra Masters, councillors, and everyone else present here today. Thank you for the opportunity to make this presentation. Just checking to see if my co-presenter is on the line with me.
I don't believe she is.
Okay, then we'll just move forward. So my name is Reverend Laura Sundberg. I'm one of the ministers at St. James United Church in Regina. And the co-author of this report is Gisela Stum, who is a member of St. James and a member of the LGBTQ Two-Spirit community. And Norman Lambert is also an author of this report, all members of St. James. St. James United Church asks the City of Regina to, number one, write a letter to the federal government in support of Bill C-6. This will send a message that we all have the right to be who we are, not just heterosexual or cisgender people, and to pass a bylaw prohibiting conversion therapy in Regina. A bylaw will send a message that there are legal consequences to psychologically harming Two-Spirit LGBTQ plus lives. A bit about St. James United Church. St. James United Church has been an affirming ministry of the United Church of Canada since 1999. Affirming ministries are LGBTQ Two-Spirit IA positive plus positive ministries. The mission of St. James United Church is to be an inclusive and affirming community that gathers to nurture faith, celebrate God's unconditional love, live out God's grace and justice in and beyond St. James. It is the belief of the United Church of Canada that our faith tradition affirms the dignity of all people, including people across the Two-Spirit LGBTQIA plus spectrum. We believe that Two-Spirit LGBTQIA plus people are an expression of God's diverse creation and share with cisgender and heterosexual people an equal place in God's love. We recognize that members of the Two-Spirit LGBTQIA plus communities continue to disproportionately experience marginalization, family estrangement, violence and exclusion in a predominantly heterosexual and gender binary culture. Knowing that our Christian tradition has been used to cause great harm, we commit to making amends and to challenging these beliefs. So today we are offering our response to some of the concerns presented by persons or groups who are opposed to the city bylaw prohibiting conversion practices and against Bill C-6. One of the things that we want to address is we believe that parents' rights are not all encompassing. Parents have the right to bring up their children as they see fit, but they do not have the right to abuse their children and negate their identity. A person's sexual orientation or gender identity cannot be separated from who they are. We all are a gift from God. The next point is transphobia. We believe is at the root of arguments connecting gender dysphoria or gender identity issues in children to this bill and a bylaw. It's inaccurate and misleading to say that children and youth in Saskatchewan can easily enter the medical system and have immediate access to medical treatments such as hormonal therapy and puberty blockers without their parents' consent. Just check the Saskatchewan Medical Transition Guide updated January 2019 that has clear, explicit criteria for this. Next point, there are spiritual counseling misconceptions, it seems to me, that are being presented. Some clergy have stated that they were concerned that a bylaw and Bill C-6 banning conversion efforts would severely restrict and limit their ability to provide spiritual counseling to adults, youth who are conflicted in their sexuality, gender identity, or gender expression. They are fearful that their counseling would be criminalized. Spiritual counseling of those who are conflicted would not be affected if the counseling is non-judgmental, keeps the best interests of the person at the forefront, provides the person with helpful tools to make wise and life-giving decisions, is non-coercive, and adheres to counseling ethical standards and guidelines. C6 is telling spiritual counselors and clergy that to try and change someone, even without coercive and violent methods, is abusive. You have to remember that. The law needs to lead the way here. And so in conclusion, a bylaw and all laws always have to balance rights and responsibilities with protections and restrictions. We have drinking and driving laws. laws against child abuse and domestic abuse. Parents do not have the right to freely abuse their children. Our society has shifted its thinking on these issues through government legislation, and it needs to shift its thinking on this issue too. A city bylaw would have clear guidelines about what is permitted and what is not under the umbrella of conversion practices. We need to work together to protect children and youth. They need supports to help them sort out their sexual orientation, gender identities, attractions, appropriate and safe relationships, and life choices. They need positive supports, not negative techniques and identity messaging. And so, to wrap up, St. James United Church asks the following again, to support Bill 6 by writing the letter of support to the federal government and by passing a bylaw prohibiting conversion therapy in Regina. Thank you on behalf of myself, Gisela, and Norman.
Thank you, Reverend Sundberg. I have a question from Councillor Shaw.
Yep.
Sorry, I got misplaced in the chat. I wasn't sure who was ahead. Thank you for your presentation. Through you, Madam Mayor, I'm going to ask this question again since we're from the United Church. If that's correct. Am I correct in stating that?
Yes, you are.
Okay. So I'm assuming that you're aware of what the conversion therapy of the United Church says. Am I correct in that?
Yes.
Okay. So if you're aware of that, do you understand, and this is kind of my question before, and I'm not quite getting this, it's the United Church's conversion therapy is trying to change someone's orientation or gay to straight. Is that how yours is stated? If you're reading it correctly, the same way that I'm. Sorry.
Yes. Yes.
So in
yes.
Yep.
Yes,
Right. And exactly,
yes.
and that is absolutely incorrect. So in saying that, and you want us to support Bill C6, but do you understand that the definition is totally different than yours of the United Church? Through you, Madam Mayor.
It's totally different. I can see that what the important thing is to support C6 in principle.
So in what the question is in principle, but when you get it down to the wording of it, this is where I'm having a lot of problems because we have to get the wording exactly right. And we need to protect everybody in Regina. And I know we're all here for the same thing. The wording is, how can you support the wording in Bill C6 when you support the wording of the United Church? Through you, Madam Mayor.
One of the things that we really have to remember is that C6 is supportive of LGBT people, and that it's just so important to know that you can't change somebody's sexual orientation, and that we just really need to support this whole thing in principle. That's just, I guess, I understand that you're really in a bind, and the city is going to have to sort this out because there are so many different points of view in this. And so I just really feel for you in all of this. And but the important thing in all of this is that LGBTQ folks, their identities are being negated, and we really have to support people. We have to help them. We have to support them. We have to. Folks are okay the way they are, and lots of denominations and churches really want to change people. And folks are beloved of God. Everyone is loved, and that's what we need to focus on. And I think that a bylaw is so important for the city to be able to keep everybody safe, and at the same time to realize that you can't negate somebody's identity, and you can't negate their sexual identity and say that you love them at the same time. It's I love you. It's not I love you, but it's I love you.
It's called, yes, and you're absolutely right. It's called unconditional love. And in saying this, none of us are against a bylaw in Regina.
Councillor Shaw, is there a question? Councillor Shaw, is there a question?
Yeah. Yes, I just wanted to clarify. If we brought a bylaw into Regina, this is when we need to be specific in the wording. above and beyond Bill C6. Do you agree with that, through you, Madam Mayor?
It's very important for the city bylaw to be very, very specific as to, what is, what is conversion, like what is illegal, but also realizing that whenever whenever there's negative messaging about someone's orientation, that's abusive. So, the churches are really being pushed here by Bill C6 to being pushed to change, being pushed to recognize that we're all beloved, right? We all have the right to be who we are, and you can have counseling, you can have talk therapy, and you might not be violent against somebody, but if it's negative messaging, it's harmful. Negative prayers are harmful. There's lots of stuff. So we really need to be careful about a bylaw, about what's going to be allowed and what's not going to be allowed. And it's going to be hard work. And my prayers are with you as we really seek to be a place of love and inclusion.
Absolutely. I couldn't have said that any better myself, which is why we need the time. We need to look into
Councillor
this
Shaw,
much
do you have
further.
another question?
Yes. I have one more question. According to this law in Bill C6, do you think LGBTQ people should be denied behavior counseling that is available to heterosexual Canadians? Through you, Madam Mayor.
I think it all depends on how you understand what that behavioral counseling is. So, and it's the spirit in which it's done. So,
Can I just step in here to clarify?
Criminalized.
I just want to step in here to clarify.
Criminalized. Yeah.
Right.
I'm not.
Just want to step in here to clarify. Right. Yeah. But this behavior therapy is behavior therapy that I myself wish to change. And that I just want to clarify that. So if I wish to change it, do you believe that I should be denied counseling for something that I want to change that's available to heterosexual Canadians? Through you, Madam Mayor.
We all have the right to the therapy that we need and the counseling that we need.
Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shaw. Well, thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon, Reverend Sundberg, and ask that you please leave the meeting now.
Thank you.
I'd like to call upon Delegation Cameron Fraser. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any question that members of Council may have for you. Good afternoon, Mr. Fraser.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can, yes, sir.
So thank you to the Mayor and to the members of City Council for having me. My name is Cameron Fraser. My pronouns are he, him, and I am the minister at Knox Metropolitan United Church, located here in Regina, right next door to City Hall. I am speaking today in favor of the City of Regina banning conversion therapy. Knox Metropolitan United Church is an affirming ministry of the United Church of Canada, and it is on behalf of our affirming committee and with the endorsement of our church board that I present to you today. I'd like to quote from our affirming ministry statement, as I did to the Wellness Committee. People of every sexual orientation, sex, including intersex, gender, including transgender and gender non-conforming people, and gender expression, are welcome into full participation in every aspect of the life of the church and are affirmed to be a sacred and beautiful expression of God's own image. I'm thankful to be able to present to the Wellness Committee, and I'm thankful that this proposal has come to the whole of City Council, and I think municipal action on this issue is very important. I want to express gratitude as well to members of City Council who, following those meetings, take an opportunity to engage with folks who are concerned about some of the discourse, particularly around anti-trans rhetoric. And thank you to the councillors who have sought to learn and to listen. An important aspect of being an affirming church is to be explicit, intentional, and public about our commitments. We recognize that religious institutions, and in particular, the Christian tradition, has and continues to be a source of great harm for queer and trans folk, which is why we need to be public, intentional, and explicit in our commitment to justice. so that people do not need to wonder or sift through complicated language or try to read between the lines. It also means learning and listening when we are told what support looks like and to respond accordingly. I would suggest the motion and amendments being considered today is an opportunity for the City of Regina to offer a clear message of support and commitment to the well-being and thriving of members in our community. Knox Met stands with so many other organizations, religious and otherwise, who say that it is unacceptable that people are led to believe that their queerness, that their being trans or non-binary or gender non-conforming is something that needs to be cured, changed, or needs to be prayed away. That is false. It is violent and it causes harm. As a member of the Christian tradition, I am so deeply sorry for the harm that our faith has caused and continues to cause in the lives of Two-Spirit and LGBTQ people. Conversion efforts, whether through therapeutic means or religious ceremonies, are deeply harmful. And narratives of condemnation and contempt that are so prevalent excuse violence of words and actions and justify the denial and erosion of much needed supports. And we can do better as a community. And I believe that this is one of those ways. Your recommendation includes directing administration to prepare a report exploring municipal bylaws for Regina to ban conversion therapy. And I hope the city will seek the wisdom of those who are working for the well-being of Two-Spirit and LGBTQ folk in the city. There's an incredible wealth of expertise and wisdom available to you. And I hope that this will be a step towards Regina being a place that goes beyond this proposed ban to ensure that Two-Spirit LGBTQ folk can thrive, access appropriate and affirming health care and mental health support, find adequate income and housing, meaningful employment, and be recognized as valuable parts of our public life. I do not believe that Bill C6 or a potential local bylaw will hinder ministers or families from engaging in non-judgmental, open, compassionate exploration of gender identity and sexuality within a context of affirmation. And I do not believe that this is an issue of an attack on parental autonomy and responsibility. And I think it's important to remember that as parents, we have responsibility, not just freedom. And nor do I believe that this is an attack on religious freedom. The question of conversion therapy is one of protecting Two-Spirit LGBTQ folk from harmful practices. I know I have colleagues and siblings within communities of faith who have deep concerns about this, and I hope that those for whom that is the case might join with affirming congregations and communities in learning and listening, and let us speak to one another about what it means to seek to support Two-Spirit LGBTQ folk within our respective institutions and throughout our community. If we are serious about wanting to see folks protected, let's think about how we can work on this together. As a community of faith, Knox Met affirms that queer love is divine gift and that transgender people are sacred. We support the City of Regina working to ban conversion therapy. So my thanks to the Mayor and to City Council for engaging in this conversation, and to the Wellness Committee and City staff who have brought it to this place.
Thank you very much. Councillor Mole.
Thank you very much for speaking today. So I just want to confirm that you said you're a member of the United Church, correct?
I am. I'm a minister in the United Church of Canada, yes.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Minister. I just want to echo one thing that you said earlier. I do agree, God is love. So, similar to Councillor Shaw's question, the definition within the United Church's definition of conversion therapy is actually different than Bill C6. Are you aware of that?
I am aware, yes, and I thought I might be asked this question.
Okay. So the
Would you like me to elaborate on that?
It's up to you. Go ahead.
Well, sure. I don't know if folks are looking at different spots of the United Church's website. We have several sections. We have a What We Believe section in terms of conversion therapy, and we have a frequently asked questions section about conversion therapy. And in fact, you'll find that the definitions therein are actually different. Something I'd like to point out is the United Church of Canada is not a legislating government body. And so the definitions on our website are working definitions for pastoral materials to help congregations and individuals who are part of the church understand. Bill C6, of course, is a federal bill. It is intended to do something different. I see no contradiction between the two, and I have no issue in supporting that. I would echo my colleague Joy Cowan, who named that perhaps there are some improvements that can be made in terms of ensuring that particularly folks who are not minors are protected under Bill C-6.
Okay, thank you for your answer. So the current wording in Bill C-6 bans changing behavior too. Do you agree with that ban?
That bans it. Sorry, could you clarify your question?
To my limited understanding, in the bill, it talks about changing behaviors or thought processes as a goal. Do you agree with that ban?
Yeah, I mean, Bill C-6, I'm quoting here, a practice or treatment or service designed to change a person's sexual orientation to heterosexual or gender identity to cisgender, or to repress or reduce non-heterosexual attraction or sexual behavior. I think that the key statement for me there is designed to change. And yeah, I would agree with that. But that should be banned.
Thank you very much. No further questions.
Seeing no further questions, I'll thank you very much, Reverend Fraser, or Minister Fraser, for your presentation this afternoon, and ask that you please leave the meeting now.
Thank you for having me.
I'd like to call upon Delegation Minister Russell Mitchell-Walker.
Quoting here. Yes, that's right.
Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any question that members of Council may have for you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. My name is Russell Mitchell-Walker, Minister of Eastside United Church and affirming ministry of the United Church of Canada. It's my pleasure to address the City Council this afternoon regarding the conversion therapy report you are considering today from the Community Wellness Committee. I speak to you in support of the motion directing the City to create a bylaw to ban 2S LGBT conversion efforts in Regina. It is important for me to be speaking to you on these issues as a minister of a church, because the church has a lot to answer for with regard to homophobia and transphobia over the years. The church has for too long held negative attitudes and ignorance regarding sexual orientation and gender identity, due to a misinterpretation of Scripture and a negative view of sexuality, which has led to much pain and suffering for two-spirit, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and questioning individuals. 2S LGBTQ conversion efforts are part of this history and pain. I appreciate the City of Regina taking on this issue and being prepared to take some positive steps toward curbing this harmful practice of seeking to change one's gender identity or sexual identity. I have friends who, because of their Christian upbringing, have undertaken these so-called therapies, some of whom spent tens of thousands of dollars. In going through this harmful and painful practice, they realized that the issue was not with their identity, but with society's and the church's attitudes towards their identity. It is these negative perspectives towards 2S LGBT people that causes the most harm and leads people to seeking the sexual identity and gender identity change efforts, which need to be banned for the health of our community. It is also the reason that suicide rates for LGBT2S folk are up to 4 times higher than the rest of the population. It is also for this reason that the issue of consent is a non-starter. Why would we allow people to consent to something that is harmful and abusive? The issue of people seeking to change sexual behavior they don't want with regard to sexual orientation is based on the view that being gay, lesbian, or bisexual is disordered, which is the problem we are seeking to address and the attitudes and perspectives which need to end. I want to be clear that the concern with the ban is the practices which are based on the underlying assumption that being two-spirit, lesbian, gay, bisexual, or transgender is disordered, wrong, or sinful. It is not. All official medical and therapeutic organizations agree on this. The majority of the mainline churches also support 2S LGBT members of their church, believing that 2S LGBT folk are created in the image of God including the United Church of Canada, the Evangelical Lutheran Church in Canada, the Presbyterian Church of Canada, the Anglican Church of Canada, and the Unitarian Church of Canada. A ban would not limit conversation any of us in ministry may have with someone who is questioning, as long as we're not trying to convince them that they not to be who they are if they're identifying as 2S LGBT. If they are questioning and unsure, we can have conversations with them about the issues and concerns they may have without encouraging them to engage only in heterosexual or cisgender behavior. This is the kind of encouragement that would be banned. We're seeking to have healthy and helpful conversations, and a bylaw can be framed to allow these conversations while banning conversations that discourage 2S LGBT practice and behavior. Conversion therapy does not have to be coercive or forceful to be harmful, abusive, or hostile to a person's identity. I hope that in passing this motion, the city will work with professional organizations and community groups with expertise in working with 2S LGBTQ folk. We encourage the City Council to agree to take steps to ban this practice by creating a bylaw which would offer support to the 2S LGBTQ community, which is an important step for you as a municipality to take because you are closest to the people that you serve. We would also support the city working to develop a policy that any organization or business which supports or practices sexual identity and gender identity change efforts would not be eligible to receive city funding or have access to city resources. As we discuss this in our community, I'm sure you will hear and have heard supporters of this practice who are Christian identify that the only Christian response to this vote is against the ban or to change it such that it will allow for a particular conversation, which will continue to lead to conversion therapy. I'm here as a Christian telling you that I believe that God calls us to love one another, just as Joy said, and to support those who are marginalized and oppressed, as Jesus did. We would not suggest a black person could change their skin color. God has created us in all our diversity. So why would we suggest that anyone should change their sexual identity or gender identity? We are all created in God's image. And for those who might question this with regard to transgender folk, when God created humanity in God's image as male and female, this does not mean only male or female, but male and female and everything in between, which includes gay, lesbian, bisexual, and transgender persons. God loves us all, and we are all part of God's blessed, loving creation. The provincial body of the United Church of Saskatchewan of the Living Skies Regional Council at its annual meeting in October 2020 passed a resolution supporting the ban of LGBTQ2ST conversion therapies by the provincial government and in local municipalities. It states, quote, although we know that the federal government intends to take action regarding conversion therapies, it is crucial for the church as a national body to speak out publicly, intentionally, and explicitly as an accepting spiritual body for our two-spirit LGBTQIA plus members and friends so that they feel heard, accepted, and understood in the name of Jesus, unquote. In like matter, it is important.
Minister,
just wrapping up.
Okay, go ahead, please.
A few more sentences. In like matter, it is important for the city to be public, intentional, and explicit in its support of 2S LGBTQ persons and its jurisdiction by passing a bylaw banning the practice of gender identity and sexual identity change efforts. This is an important step for the city to send a message to the 2S LGBTQ community that Regina is a city of welcome and inclusion. I encourage you to take these steps to be intentional, explicit, and public about this welcome by doing what is right to create a healthy community for all and to pass this motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Stadnichuk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So my question through the Mayor to you, Minister Mitchell-Walker, thank you very much. And I just want you to clarify a statement that you made. You did say that that conversion therapy does not have to be coercive to be harmful. And I just wanted you to clarify that because we have heard a lot of people say, I'm against anything that's abusive or coercive, but other kinds of counseling should be accepted. So could you expand on that, please?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for your question. So basically, it's the belief, perspective that homosexuality is wrong, that transgender is disordered, that is the problem. Conversion therapy is any effort that works to reverse or encourage people or support people, even if it's their choice, to be heterosexual or cisgender. And so because it goes against the inherent essence of who we are, created as God's creatures.
Okay, thank you. No more questions.
Thank you, Councillor Stadnicek. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you. Welcome, Minister Mitchell-Walker, to Council. I do have a question, and I agree with everything that you've said. It's about love, and it's about embracing. I guess the question now, and this is where we're struggling. We've heard from Emmanuel, and his situation was different. So, in the fact that he is trying to his behavior is to reduce that behavior. So, can I just ask, how would you counsel people like Emmanuel who only want to reduce their non-heterosexual behavior or attractions? How would that be done through the chair?
Thank you for your question, Councillor Bresciani. Primarily, I would be, I think, working with the person to have conversation about what is at the root of their desire to change or to not live out the feelings that they're having. Emmanuel himself acknowledges that he continues to have same-sex feelings, but he has chosen to be celibate. And so a question I might ask is that if you were heterosexual, would you still be making that choice to be celibate? And is that a choice of faith, or is it a choice because of what you've been told about who you are and what the church has been saying to you? So it's exploring all of that. What are the roots of those feelings and those concerns, and seeing where that goes. And again, it's not, I mean, as Joy was saying, we don't come with a set agenda. We come with the agenda that the person comes to us with. And I think it's important to be able to ask the questions that might be helpful to explore the whole picture and not just a narrow view.
Thank you. Can I ask through the chair, it would be Emmanuel's right to seek counseling if he so wishes, and C6 would not allow that. And so I guess that I just ask, and this is why it's very, very tough. I sat in a meeting with transgenders, and what came up was acceptance and to be who you are. And so can I ask, should Emmanuel not be allowed to get that counseling then to the chair? Because that's who he is.
Well, who he is, as I understood him speaking, is a gay man who chooses to be celibate. And yes, he should be able to get support for, like, what that means for him. And so I think there's some important things being said around we working to create the wording such that I mean, we have to be very careful because the clarity around conversion therapy is very important. And the bottom line is that any basis of saying that homosexuality or transgender is wrong and that you need to change is the basis of what conversion therapy is about and any bylaw needs to be about.
Absolutely.
Given that, and given our context of our society and our church around that whole issue, there is a lot of confusion. And so people do need support to sort out those realities. and help to come to terms with who they are and accept themselves in whatever way that's going to work for them.
Absolutely agree. Minister Mitchell Walker, very well said. And I guess the overarching Bill C6 is where it's concerning that he, again, would not be allowed to get that. And that's what's written in C6. Does that concern you? Or, again, because I'm using that example because we heard from him. And that's not what I think we want to do. We want to be inclusive to everyone.
Well, again, I think we have to be careful about what we mean when we say we want to be inclusive of everyone, because I don't want to be inclusive of hate and homophobia. I'm sorry, but I cannot accept that. It has been very difficult sitting here listening to some of the perspectives and comments and noticing that, I mean, nobody comes out and says that they are against homosexuality. We love everybody. But the underlying message is that I am flawed and disordered and need to change. And that hurts. And so to be inclusive means to be accepting of people's inherentness of who they are and not to work to change or go against what we know medical professionals have been telling us.
Absolutely agree. Yeah. I'll leave it there. Thank you very much. And thank you for sharing today.
Seeing no further questions from council, I'll thank you, Minister Mitchell Walker, very much for your presentation this afternoon, and ask that you please leave the meeting now.
Yes, thank you very much. I appreciate the time.
I'd like to call upon Delegation Barton Soroka. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members of Council may have for you. Good evening, Mr. Soroka.
Good evening. Thank you for taking my call and for the work that you all have put in today. My name is Barton Soroka. I am a lawyer. I may be unique in the presentation list today. I think I am so far in that I'm a lawyer. I'm a member of the Law Society of Saskatchewan. I'm a resident who practices law in Regina, and I'm not being paid to be here by anybody. I'm here. I have my opinions about whether this motion should pass or should fail, but I'm not going to try and pitch either of those directions. What I am going to do is suggest that there has been a lot of misinformation put forward today. Now, I walk a very interesting line because we are allowed to have people who are no longer practicing psychologists saying things like, I will be thrown in jail. I'm not allowed to speak with such certainty, and I want to make clear that couching my terms with things like I think or I believe or this interpretation would say or may is not because I am less firm in my beliefs than these other people, but I would suggest because I understand that the implementation of a law does not always end in a way that people would otherwise believe. However, I do think that there has been a lot of catastrophic ideas that don't line up with what Bill C6 actually says. So if someone tries to tell you that they have expertise in constitutional questions because that's the kind of law they practice, I just encourage you to remember that that doesn't mean their opinion is necessarily correct and that they likely have intervened in multiple cases where their interpretation of the law was determined to be incorrect. If people try and tell you that there is no religious carve-out for Bill C6, they are mistaken. Every bill has a religious carve-out based on the Charter. Where that carve-out isn't always stated in legislation, but is almost always decided by the courts. That is their interpretive purview and is a common theme throughout the history of this country. If people tell you that there is not a carve-out for consenting adults to seek conversion therapy, they are wrong. You can see 320.102 allows for individuals who consent to conversion therapy to seek and receive conversion therapy. That is not criminalized. If people tell you that this bill is a new idea where it interferes with an adult's uninhibited right to raise their children in their religion, they are mistaken. There are many situations where the freedom of religion has been used to try and harm children and where the state has stepped in to interfere. See, for example, Jehovah's Witnesses insisting their children not receive blood transfusions. That behavior is not allowed, and blood transfusions have been provided against the wishes of Jehovah's Witness parents to save the lives of children. Now, if people tell you that they won't be able to talk to their children about their religious beliefs, they are mistaken, because I cannot find a single instance of the court preventing Jehovah's Witnesses from telling their children that they will not be let into heaven if they have a blood transfusion. To quote the Supreme Court, the freedom to hold beliefs is broader than the freedom to act on them. You can see that in Trinity Western and British Columbia College of Teachers, 2001, 1 SCR 772 at paragraph 36. If someone tells you that how to best raise children is something that shouldn't be legislated, they are speaking from ignorance. The best interests of the child are constantly being decided in courthouses every day by judges. They tell you that legislation shouldn't be passed before it's perfectly articulated. They're ignoring the entire history of this nation, where courts interpret legislation to ensure it comports with the Charter. If people tell you that they will be unable to find therapy that ends with them having heterosexual attraction, they are mistaken. They will not find advertising for therapy that has the predetermined goal of making someone straight. The therapy that ends with an individual being straight is not criminalized. You can see that in 320-101. As was raised earlier, the goal from the outset cannot be you will be straight, but the goal when discussing with an individual can end with them being straight. Now, if someone is seeking help for pornography addiction, and people are going to tell you that straight people will be able to seek that help and queer people will not, they are mistaken. On two grounds, I would suggest. One, pornography is not sexual behavior, and the idea that an addiction or compulsion is going to be equated under the law is, I would suggest, a mistake. If I am wrong, and it is found that pornography is sexual behavior, LGBTQ plus people can challenge that narrow aspect of the law on equity grounds, and the courts can, and I would suggest will, carve out an exemption under equality rights. People tell you that they won't be able to seek therapy to help with celibacy. They are mistaken. I would suggest that any lawyer worth their salt would simply argue that therapy to reduce your desire to have sex is not seeking a reduction in non-heterosexual behavior. It is simply reducing your desire to have sex, whether that's outside of marriage or overall. If someone tells you that they, as an adult, won't be able to call their pastor to talk about how they don't want to engage in a homosexual affair, they are mistaken. Your church is not advertising conversion therapy. They aren't being paid for it, and you are an adult consenting to that treatment. If someone tells you that the language is confusing or word salad, they are mistaken. It is clear that therapy that works with someone and determines an appropriate outcome with their input is not criminal. Therapy that has an end goal in mind for every person, regardless of their situation, is what is criminalized. If someone tells you that this is a new prohibition of free speech, they are wrong. We already criminalize speech around promotion of harmful activities. A setup that prevents counselors from starting with the goal of every person should be straight and cis is not unheard of. I have a legislated requirement if someone comes to me and says that they want a divorce, to talk to them about mediation, family services, arbitration, and all other options before I file a petition for divorce. It is not unheard of to demand that professionals lay out all options before assuming what is going to be best in every situation. If someone tells you that this is too rushed, they haven't been paying attention. This conversation has been going on for a while, both in council and in society at large. Finding out about it late is not the same as this being rushed. I'll also note that council is not voting to implement a bylaw, but voting to implement a report that's coming in the first quarter of 2022. I can't think of anything that's less rushed than asking for a 9-month review and recommendation.
Mr. Soroka,
So,
I forget to tell you, you're over 5 minutes. If you could wrap up, that would be fantastic.
My apologies. I thought I had started the timer, and clearly I didn't. Council, you have a difficult job in front of you. Don't let individuals make it more difficult by throwing mud and creating conflict where none exists by an easy reading of the proposed legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Soroka. Any questions, Council? Sir, I see no questions from Council. I am going to give you the mic drop of the evening so far. And thank you very much for your presentation, and ask that you please leave the meeting now.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Thank you, Council.
Let's try one more. I'd like to call upon Delegation Barbara Rishko. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any question that members of Council may have from you. Good evening, Ms. Rishko. Ms. Rishko, are you available? If you're on the line, you're on mute. Good evening, Ms. Frisco. Are you available?
Oh, I am.
There you go. You have 5 minutes, ma'am. Please proceed.
All right. I thank you so much for your time. It's been a long afternoon for all of you. Mayor Sandra Masters and Regina City Councilors. My name is Barbara. I have a background varied in experience, including support for those with mental health challenges. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today as a mother and a grandmother. My main concern with Bill C6 is that the wording is troublesome and will certainly lead to difficulties for children and their families. In order to explain, I will focus on a simplified version of the bill's definition of conversion therapy. That is, a practice, treatment, or service designed to change a person's gender identity or gender expression. Practice, treatment, changing a person's gender identity, gender expression. These words could apply to everything from a common day discussion about hairstyle and clothing to seeking counseling or prayer for gender confusion. This reality is especially problematic when one looks at the relationship between parents and children. Children are precious. Adventurous and maturing individuals who experience puberty at about 11 or 12 years old. These same children require guidance, support, and education from those who know and love them, and in some cases, professional counseling. The wording of Bill C6 assumes that children know who they are at, say, 8 or 9 years old, even from a sexual perspective. But no child is born understanding the difference between gender identity and their own uniqueness within their gender. This is why it is truly important to support the efforts of parents who oversee the maturing process. Bill C6 interferes with this possibility. Riel Fortin, federal MP, lawyer, and member of the Justice Committee, presented an excellent example of how the vagueness of the terms practice and gender expression can lead to real-life issues. His example was of an 8-year-old boy who wants to wear a dress to school. His mother says, no, that's not a good idea. The next day, the little boy once again says he wants to wear a dress to school. Again, the mother says no. By the third day, according to lawyer Fortin, this process has now become a practice, and under the terms of Bill C-6, this mother would have committed a crime that could result in her facing a potential 5 years of jail time. Dr. Kenneth Zucker, a highly esteemed professor of psychiatry and psychology at the University of Toronto and leading researcher in this area, goes a step further. He states that the wording of Bill C-6 is so confusing that counseling of children who are experiencing gender confusion is impossible. Given the concerns put forth by these professionals at this stage of the legislation, can you imagine the lawsuits to come if Bill C-6 is implemented as it is currently proposed? And I'll add, given the previous lawyers that have spoken this afternoon at the opposite ends of the spectrum, I would say that's a given, that those lawsuits would be to come. All of this said, my question to Mayor Masters and Council is this: why are we taking the time to address Bill C-6? This is federal legislation which applies to each and every citizen of Canada, including us here in Regina. And by the way, my area's MP, Warren Steinley, has stated in writing he will be voting against the bill. Also, conversion therapy is a health issue, and health falls under provincial government jurisdiction. As someone who has paid city taxes in Regina for over 40 years, I might suggest that there are many areas under the city's care to be addressed and improved upon, especially during this COVID pandemic. Your leadership is required to build and maintain a strong community, not contribute to this federal issue that is creating unnecessary divisions. Shelter for the vulnerable, struggling local businesses, roads, water systems, all need your time and support, and our city's limited tax dollars, not Bill C-6. I sincerely thank you all for your service to the citizens of Regina. Your efforts to keep our city a safe and healthy community are appreciated.
Thank you. Any questions from council? Seeing none, I'll thank you very much for your presentation this evening, Ms. Rishko, and ask that you please leave the meeting.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Council, it's 6:04. We'll recess for 30 minutes and be back at 6:34. Thank you. I'd like to call upon Delegation Colette Akima. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members of Council may have from you. Good evening.
Hello, thank you so much for allowing me to speak. My name is Colette Aikema. I've spoken to you already before, but it sounds like my story didn't quite come through, and so I'm very, very grateful that I got to speak again. And again, I'm also very grateful that you guys have spent so much time talking about this issue, because last year when my city decided to ban conversion therapy using this definition, they did not just consult with the public at all. They actually refused to have a public hearing because they said that people sharing stories like mine would be too bigoted, and it would traumatize and re-traumatize individuals so much that they could not allow people like me to speak. What I would have told them was that the definition in Bill C-6, you continue to come up to this problem because the definition is unlike any in the entire world. It includes therapy and support that I got, that I wanted, that saved my life. And my experience, as you already have heard, but I will reassure you again, my experience is not unique. I was sexually abused as a child, but I was healthy. But as a teenager, I was gang raped by 3 men who were part of my community. After I was gang raped, I became addicted to hardcore pornography. Gay, bisexual, heterosexual, I became addicted to porn. My gay and bisexual feelings, which had already always been there, escalated because they were triggered by my gang rape. The sex addiction and the trauma had a huge impact on my life that has nothing to do with queer or LGBTQ affirmation models. So the legislation is purported, again, to be about affirmation and love and finding your authentic self and not standing in the way of people who want to express themselves. But it ignores the darker side of sexuality, which is understood by victims like me. And it appears as though some of the people who have presented and some of the city councilors yourselves, it is as if you do not understand that there are things that we cannot change that we still ought to be able to get counseling for. I have heard somebody say, if somebody wants to change and get consensual counseling, I would have to ask them, is the root of their desire to change legitimate? The pain that I feel when I hear this comment is almost unbearable, because the root of my desire to change was the fact that I was gang raped by 3 men I knew. Why does this council and these councilors believe that you have the right to support and maybe even use such a poorly supported and widely, obviously criticized definition that not only discriminates against people like me, but is not used, again, by any other municipality or body or professional body of research anywhere in the world, even the Canadian ones like the Canadian Psychological Association? Again, please, let us support a good conversion therapy ban that actually protects people. Let's not support this one, which discriminates against victims like me, who need to have the right to get the counseling they need to go through recovery. My recovery would not have been possible if Bill C-6 was the law of the land when I needed help. And so I am telling you, people like me do exist, and we are not to be dismissed or ignored. We need to be heard. And I beg you, because apparently many will not stand up for me, I beg you to reconsider and stand up for people like me. Thank you so much, and I am more than willing to answer questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Akima. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you very much for sharing your story, and I can hear the pain in your voice. I do want to ask if, many people are arguing, of course, that the kind of counseling you went through is not conversion therapy. How would you respond to that?
I would say that both the 12-step support group that I went to for my sex addiction problems and porn addiction and my sexual behaviors, which were gay and bisexual, that secular counselor that I got at university and the 12-step support group that I was a part of are both a service, a tactic, or a treatment that reduced or repressed my non-heterosexual sexual behavior and sexual attractions. And that's why directly, if I would be a part of that kind of a support group, that would be defined as conversion therapy, because we were there with the intent to reduce and repress our non-heterosexual desires, which stems from all kinds of different things. But my situation was absolutely not unique. And so I would again go back to Bill C-6, look at the wording, look at the definition. The help I got was to reduce and repress sexual behaviors that were placed upon me against my will that I needed to get help for. And so again, there are many legitimate reasons why someone may want to reduce their sexual behavior, and this is one of them. And if Bill C-6 goes through, that means that the government has the right to decide whether my desire to change is or is not legitimate. Is that the kind of country that we want to live in?
Mm-hmm. Thank you for sharing that. I would ask that we've heard today that from others as well, that some Canadians, to be able to reduce their unwanted sexual attractions or behavior. What do you think? Canadians should be able to reduce, but in this bill, it doesn't allow that.
Absolutely. That's why I'm so grateful that you gave me the chance to speak tonight, because I am proof, and so are other people like Emmanuel and Marissa who have gone through this kind of therapy and who have found it life-giving, because the definition is so bad. I mean, let's realize the fact that I have to go through this terribly public process of sharing my story about things that I wish I never had to talk about again, just so that I can stand up for the right of other people to get the care and the counseling that they want. Is that morally right? Is that right in this society for me to have to stand up for the rights of women who have been assaulted to get the care and the counseling that they want? I should not be forced to go through reliving all of this, and yet here we are.
Yes. Thank you again for sharing and the power in your words. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Councillor Zakidniak?
Thank you. I appreciate you sharing your story with us, and I understand that it's a difficult thing for you to do. So thank you for that. I just want to draw a distinction between the therapy for pornography. So my understanding is that conversion therapy is not related to getting therapy for that. Can you clarify why you think that you wouldn't be able to get the therapy that, I don't know if you still seek or that you did seek, based on this new legislation?
Right, so the hardcore pornography was simply a part of my huge problem with sex addiction and trauma. And so because the bill is defined in such a way as to include the behaviors that I wanted to reduce, even though I chose to have this therapy because of where it came from, it is absolutely included. And so when you say that you wonder how this is actually going to, how the fact that pornography is not a part of this, pornography is a sexual behavior, and we're talking here about certain types of sexual behavior. And a big part of my problem wasn't just pornography, but it was gay and bisexual sexual behaviors that I asked my secular counselor to help me reduce and repress because I knew where they came from. So again, looking at the definition itself, I understand that I appreciate your, the fact that you'd like to reassure me, and yet I still am not reassured by the fact that what you're saying is not reflected in the actual language of the definition, which again has not been used anywhere else in the world. And if the definition was as any of the others, if it wasn't so bizarrely broad, we would have absolutely no problem.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Zakidniak. Thank you very much for calling in, Ms. Akima. I appreciate your presentation tonight, and I'd ask that you please leave the meeting now.
Thank you so much. Good night.
I'd like to call upon Delegation David Garnett. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any. You'll have 5 minutes to present to Council, after which time you'll have the opportunity to respond to any question members of Council may have from you. Good evening, Mr. Garnett.
Hello, how are you? My name is David, and I'm calling in because I'm concerned about how this particular bill is rolling out. I believe it's important that it is banned. In some regards, it is harmful to us, but in others, it's taking away access for a part of the population. So I'm all for the conversion therapy ban because I don't think anybody should be converted. I think that they should be able to choose their own therapy for what they need. So I think it's a little bit broad in its language, and that needs to be changed. For me, personally, it would affect any counseling that I would like to take into a consideration in the future if I need it. Also mentoring from my church, and it would have banned what counseling or therapy I received years ago when I was struggling with my sexuality. I spent over a decade in the LGBTQ community, and it was fun. I enjoyed the people. They welcomed me in when the rest of the world sort of kicked me out, and I very much appreciated that. But for me, my sexuality became the most important part of my identity. And at one point in that decade, I began to feel that I was very unbalanced and that I needed to work through myself and find my identity in more constructive things. So I reached out to my old minister. I had left the church basically about 15 years before, and I reached out to my old minister and asked for some advice, and he directed me to a counselor that was also a minister, a therapist that was also a minister, but he had come through his own journey of homosexuality and was helping others walk through it as well. And so it was very, very difficult time for me, and it was a bit traumatic, the stuff that happened in my past, and the whole idea of wrapping my sexuality up, or my identity up in my sexuality, wasn't enough. So now, after about 3.5 years of counseling, I was able to identify myself through other things that are just as important as my sexuality. So family, friends, faith, community, acts of service, values, all those things are a part of my identity. And it helped me bring balance in my life. And now I'm married, and I have 4 beautiful kids and a wonderful wife. And I think, for me personally, the way I'm looking at it is very simply that it's a heavy-handed blanket legislation that needs to be reworded to allow people who are struggling with their identity to choose their therapy of choice. And the way it's worded is very simply locking those particular people right out. So I never would have been able to receive the therapy I needed to come to the place that I am and that I wanted to be personally. So I'm all for conversion therapy being banned, because I don't think, first of all, everybody who's a counselor or a therapist or a psychologist or psychiatrist, they know that change cannot happen in your life without you completely invested in it. So right off the bat, trying to force somebody to change would never work. It is very harmful and it's dangerous. So right off the bat, that should be off the table. But choice of therapy should never be off the table. And yes, sometimes therapy, I've been in sessions of therapy, I've had to change from one therapist to another because the therapist didn't meet my needs, and the therapy was going to places that I didn't want to go. So I chose to leave that situation before it harmed me anymore and moved to some other situation where I was able to have more control in my therapy and my progress and affect my desired outcomes. So very important for me is that this bill is real, and it's important that everybody has protections, but it's also very important that everybody has the ability to seek the treatment that they need, not just the treatment that legislation dictates they should. That's basically my quick statement. I know I'm under my 5 minutes, but any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Garnett. Councillor Shaw.
I just want to touch base on the discrimination aspect of what you said. I've been an advocate for many years and have a strong feeling towards any type of discrimination. Can you speak a little bit clearer as to, I think it was quite clear, but how this bill actually discriminates against people instead of inclusion. It's actually discriminating against certain people with certain types of behaviors. Through you, Madam Mayor.
The way I understand it is that it limits even the discussion of the idea of changing sexuality. And I mean, in our current understanding of sexuality, I'm 100% open to the idea that you're born that way and you can be heterosexual or homosexual or somewhere in the middle. But I'm also open to the other concept that is very widespread, that people can change due to environmental factors. So there's a spectrum. So, and that was exactly my experience. So the bill limits even discussion with people who could help you change your direction in life. If you wanted it, it limits that access. So it's complicated in its wording, and I don't have it right in front of me. I actually moved places because I've been listening and waiting for 4 hours. So, and I don't have it all in front of me now.
Thank you.
But that's the gist of it.
Right, exactly. Okay, that's all the questions I have. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councillor Shaw. Seeing no further questions, thank you very much, Mr. Garnett. One moment, please. Councillor Mole.
Garnett, are you still there?
Yes.
Okay. Mine's pretty simple. I just want to thank you for being brave enough to come and share your story. Thank you very much. I'm just curious if Bill 6 was in place when you went through your personal situation, how would it have affected you in the past year?
If it was, well, I would like to seek out mentoring about my sexuality through, well, I did. I sought out mentoring about my sexuality through my church, which was kind of wild. I had not thought about it for over a decade, about church and stuff, but to be open, to have that access open. I mean, I don't think ministers should be counselors and stuff, but to give guidance and direction for resources and things like that, that will be all taken off the table. So, and then my counselor was, my therapist was actually a homosexual that became heterosexual, had a family of his own, and he worked through that process himself without really any input from anybody else. So it was awesome to just have access to that person, and he's a minister and a counselor. He's no longer with us. He died of cancer, but I wouldn't have been able to seek access to change what I needed to change in my life, in what direction I wanted to go to seek a balance in my life for my own identity.
Okay, thank you very much. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Councillor Mole. Councillor Zakidniak.
Thank you, and thank you for your presentation. I have one question, I think, and it's potentially just a yes or no question. Is it your belief then, based on your last answer, that a person can change their sexual orientation from heterosexual to gay or some other, like that a person has the ability to change their sexual orientation? Is that your belief?
I'm not sure that that's a yes or no question. I think some people are just heterosexual, and some people are just gay, and other people are not as easily definable, and the environmental factors are important in their lives and how their sexuality develops. So, yes, I believe people can change, but I also believe that there's certain people that are locked into their sexuality, and you will see that like in our community. I mean, it is what it is. Our community has like a huge cross section of different sexualities, and some people are floating points of sexuality in that spectrum. So using those tools, I can say that yes, I think people can change. Can everybody change? That depends on what they want. Some people don't want, and that's fine. But other people who do want should be able to.
Okay, so as a follow-up, are you saying that people can change their behaviors or that people can change their inherent way of being? Just to clarify.
For 100% for sure, people can change their behaviors. If they can change their inherent makeup, I'm not a scientist. I can't say definitively yes. But behavior, yes. I've worked in that behavior field for 8 years, and behavior is changeable. So, yeah, there you go.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Seeing no other questions from council, I'll thank you very much, Mr. Garnett, for your presentation this evening, and ask that you please leave the meeting.
All right, thank you.
I'd like to call upon delegation Maritza Cummings. Please introduce yourself for the record and the organization you're representing, if any. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the ability to respond to questions from council. Good evening.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, okay. Can you still hear me? Because I pressed the 6. Can you hear me?
Yes, we still can. Yes.
Okay. Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for letting me speak today. My name's Maritza Cummings. I'm an occupational therapist, and I'm here representing myself, my international broadcast platform and ministry, and to speak for the many desisters and overcomers of the world whom I have interviewed and whose voices are being silenced by denying our existence and that much-needed therapy and guidance that will be removed if this bill passes. I have many friends in Canada, one of them being Colette from Lethbridge, who will be affected by this bill, and I feel that parents, clergy, and counselors, their hands will be tied and silenced if this bill passes. In addition, I wanted to add, I've been an advocate for the LGBTQ community since 2006, living as a member of the community, first as a lesbian for 22 years, then as a trans guy for 17 years. I used to go by Markangelo Cummings, and I was a fierce advocate and well visible in media. I've interviewed many throughout the world in my online platform and find it appalling what I'm seeing take place today. The freedom of speech and true equality for all is being eliminated for a chosen few, and this bill will be harmful, not helpful for the majority. I've been left with scars and health issues from transitioning, a worse form of conversion therapy, in my opinion, from the use of hormones and surgeries, making me believe that I could be something I am not, as well as my poor decisions that I made based on early life trauma, as well as seeing others with the same fate, that if we would have had the proper counseling, therapies, and guidance from our religious leaders to deal with the real issues at hand, I would not be sitting here today making a plea with you all to not allow this bill to go through. As an occupational therapist who has worked with many children with disabilities, including autism, which is very large in the trans community, I find that their behavior and thought process to be inconsistent and sometimes away from reality and requires guidance in many areas. Guidance that will be denied if this bill passes. Parents, along with their children, require proper navigation through this murky gender waters that we seem to be going through this day and age. Something that has not been seen throughout history or recorded in any capacity. These neurological hiccups that we are seeing based on the chemically and technologically altered world we live in, as well as lack of attention and parental time, requires therapy and counseling, not medication and surgeries. Biology has been true for thousands and thousands of years. Why are we trying to mess with Mother Nature and God's laws? And finally, the word love has been hijacked and no longer means what true intent was. We love our children, but don't let them play with fire or sharp knives. We need to strengthen the family, not tear it apart. We need to protect freedom of speech, religion, and equality for all, not just for a chosen few based on poor science and little research. The true question here is, why are we seeing this increasing gender and sexuality confusion? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mole.
I'm so impressed with everybody that comes and speaks here and the bravery and your conviction. Thank you very much for speaking. So I just want to confirm here before I ask you questions. Are you aware of the wording, the complete wording of Bill C6, Maritza?
Yes, sir, I am. I fully read it, and I'm very familiar since I am a medical professional, and I'm also very aware of the bill. I've been studying it for days.
Okay, thank you. I'm very aware of your profession as well. So if Bill C6 was in place while you were detransitioning, as you explained, how is this going to affect people like you?
Well, first of all, I would limit, if even allowed, any therapy to take place. As it is right now, we're not even recognized. We're like thrown into the side by the trans community and by the LG community as well, as we don't exist. And there's many, many, many of us that I interview 3 times a week, interviews from all over the world, people that have desisted and people that no longer identify as gay or lesbian.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm just curious, personally, so how were you affected? How was your body affected through your detransition?
One moment, sorry, point of order. Coming on back to conversion therapy itself, we're not going to be discussing the transition as it relates to whether or not to support Bill C6 or relative to the idea of creating a bylaw banning conversion therapy, not transition. We're not talking about that this evening.
Thank you, Madam
With
Mayor.
all due respect.
I just wanted to finish
with
my
all
question.
Due respect. Yes.
Just let me finish
with
my
all due
question.
respect.
Just hold on, Maritza, I just want to finish my question. Because in regards to Bill C6, to my understanding, you wouldn't have been able to receive any counseling during that transition period.
None whatsoever. And regarding the not able to answer the question that you asked, it's very relevant because all the damage that has been done.
Excuse me, Mr. Cummings, I've made my ruling as to the relevance of answering the question. It will not be answered. We're discussing conversion therapy as it relates to Bill C6 and a bylaw ban within the city of Regina.
And it's Mrs. Cummings. I'm a woman.
I apologize.
Transition. Okay.
Councillor Mole, your question again.
Thank you very much. No further questions.
Thank you. Councillor Stadnichuk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a quick question. You realize that this is we're discussing a letter that would go to our federal government, and I don't know if you realize about our federal government that this would have no impact on whether or not that bill passes. Do you understand our federal system?
Yes, I do, ma'am. But it's irrelevant to the fact that it starts off as one small thing leading to something else. And what I'm seeing here is a massive push for something to quiet down one side and favoring another side. And I believe equality is for everyone.
Do you feel that there's a lot of people in the trans community, the entire LGBTQ community that could be feeling quite hurt by some of the statements that their life, their existence somehow has to be questioned, is being questioned?
No one's questioning their existence. What we are questioning is the amount of restraint that's being held and the push throughout the world for this particular situation.
Do you support
and my question was,
therapy? Do you support conversion therapy?
I support therapy. I support anything that's going to help the individual solve the real problems and not a Band-Aid.
Okay.
Because I believe that conversion therapy is actually what I did to myself, that I removed my breast, that I had a hysterectomy, that I am now a bald woman with facial hair, and I have to deal with all sorts of things and health issues because of the conversion of trying to make me from a woman into a man. That was the real conversion right there.
Councillor Stadnichuk, do you have any further questions?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Shaw?
I just want to bring some love back into the room here. I respect you so so much for bringing up the question of human rights. Under this law, can you please clarify how you believe and how you interpret that our human rights will be violated? Through you, Madam Mayor.
Well, I believe that human rights will be violated by silencing a group of individuals to protect another group. I believe that equality should be fair for all, and that we should be able to communicate, and we should be able to have therapy and counseling and prayer and all sorts of different things, whatever it requires for us to deal with the issues at hand. In my case, I was molested as a child. I had a very abusive father. I had a very cold mother, and I could have gotten therapy to help me go through all that. Instead, I believed I was a lesbian for 22 years, and that wasn't enough. Then I created the illusion that I could be a man and put myself through all sorts of different tragedies.
Councillor Shaw, do you have another question?
No, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you very much, Maritza, for coming forward and sharing your story. I would like to know, I'm struggling to understand because we've got LGBTQ and the trans come together, but why wouldn't everybody come together to try and support a bill that works for everybody? That's what I'm trying to understand. Like, if because you've gone through this, why wouldn't everybody working together to try and get rights for you, yourself, people who want to regress in the sexuality, people who want to move forward? Because I think, again, I just need to understand what your thoughts are, why some would be out that may not get this, if depending on what their want is. Why would you think this is it?
I would think that it would be great if everyone could come together, but I don't see that. What I'm seeing is a push. They're trying to silence the detransitioner and those individuals that don't feel comfortable identifying as gay or lesbian anymore because they're trying to resolve their issues. I just see a one-sided argument and the other side being silenced. I mean, I get this every day. I get called a transphobe, a homophobe. And it's like, listen, I lived there for 40 years. I'm part of your guys' tribe. But I think that we need to listen more and not just push one side and ignore the other.
No. Thank you. Thank you again.
Freedom of speech needs to be saved.
Councillor
Freedom of
Bresciani.
speech needs to be saved.
Thank you. Councillor Bresciani, do you have any further questions?
No, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mrs. Cummings, for your presentation tonight, and I'll ask that you please leave the meeting now.
Thank you. Appreciate.
We're good. I'd like to call upon Delegation Julie Holstein. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any question that members of Council may have for you. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to address you. My name is Julie Holstein, and I represent myself. I'm requesting that you vote against Bill C6 bylaw that is poorly written with ambiguous and misleading language. I would like to address a very particular situation. As a grandmother, I am very concerned about the increasing number of adolescent girls that are wanting to transition to boys. This is a relatively new situation in the last 5 to 10 years. It has been labeled rapid onset gender dysphoria or
Point of order. Point of order.
One moment, please. Ms. Holstein, Councillor Zakitniak.
I would ask the delegate to keep the discussion to conversion therapy specifically.
Thank you.
Okay, so yes, this is about gender dysphoria and young girls transitioning and
Ms. Holstein, the matter before Council is about the support of Bill C6 or about creating a bylaw banning the business activity of performing conversion therapy.
Okay.
Conversion therapy as defined by Bill C6 or in some other form that's current, not with what it's not in regards to what you're speaking to.
Okay, so what is current? That there are young girls that are actually transitioning. They're going to transgender clinics, and without mental health assessments.
Point of order.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens.
This is not about, with respect, gender dysphoria. This is about conversion therapy and rules around how conversion therapy can be practiced. So unless the delegate wishes to keep it on topic, I would ask that they kind of shift gears and speak to the actual report and issue at hand. This is not about the process of gender dysphoria.
Thank you.
Okay, so what I'm trying to say is that these young girls need counseling instead of being rushed through gender clinics. And at this point, they're not getting it. They can just go and even with the first visit to their doctor, they can get hormone therapy and hormone blockers.
Ms. Holstein,
without counsel.
Relative to a conversion therapy ban, we're not speaking about the absence or presence of counseling for what you're speaking to. We're speaking to conversion therapy ban.
Right. So it says here that if they got counseling, that it would change the person's identity. So if they're saying, I am a boy, and this is a relatively new thing, and that they're searching for their identity, and they're thinking they're a boy, and they're 14 years old, and I want to get them counseling with this law passes, and even presently, as they go into the transgender clinic, these issues are not addressed. There's no counseling, and it's just you're given hormone blockers and you're on your way.
Thank you.
So that's okay. Does that make sense? So what I'm saying is that as a parent, I would want to have the freedom to be able to take my adolescent child, who's just discovering who they are, and they don't even know who they are yet, just to affirm their personhood, but to not know that they're going to be pushed through without any help. So this is what I would be saying. I would be wanting them to meet, to go to have the freedom to take them to counseling, and for them to rethink it through and work it through. And from what I'm understanding, when girls are given time, especially when this is like a brand new thought for them, that within 2 years, and as the other man said too, I don't know his name, within 2 years, 80% of them desist. So it's just giving them time to work through this with counseling. And then I am not against people getting transgender surgery, but it's like you want to make sure that it's absolutely correct for your child, because this is irreversible and could be very harmful, cause sterilization, all kinds of other problems. So that is really all I really have to say.
Thank you. Councillor, one moment, please. Councillor Zakidniak.
Thank you. Are you aware that under the definition of conversion therapy, that the proposed legislation does not prevent a person from getting counseling? Through the chair, please.
Well, Emmanuel's testimony said that they do. And this is what I'm understanding. They're just really being pushed through. They're not being explained the repercussions. And yeah, no, I don't agree with what you're saying.
Okay.
Because actually, if I was trying, that would be looked at as I'm trying to change her gender identity. When she says I'm a boy, then that is it. If you say you're a boy, you're a boy. And so
okay, I understand that you don't agree with what I'm saying. My next question for you is, can you provide a source for your statistic that you provided about, can you repeat it actually? You said that 80%, the statistic
right.
around
Councillor Zakidniak, we went down that rabbit hole, came back out of it. We'll leave it there.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
fine.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you. Any other questions for the delegate? Seeing none, I'll thank you very much for your presentation this evening, Ms. Holstein, and ask that you please leave the meeting now.
Okay, thank you very much. Bye now.
I'd like to call upon Delegation Jeremy Williamson. Please introduce yourself for the record and the organization you're representing, if any. You'll have 5 minutes to present to City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any question that the members of Council may have for you. Good evening, Mr. Williamson.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, sir.
Okay, thank you. My name is Jeremy Williamson. I'm speaking on behalf of intersex people like myself. Council members, thank you for this opportunity to share. It is rare that our elected officials give people like myself the opportunity to speak and truly be heard. And from what I have heard so far, you are trying to listen. My name is Jeremy Williamson. Many know me as Sire Williamson, or simply Sire. My presentation is a bit different than those that have preceded me. I was born with a rare condition that affected the outward manifestation of my genitalia and my internal hormonal balance and pituitary gland. This diagnosable biological condition is believed to have led to many health complications, including, but not limited to, the loss of 3 of my children to miscarriage, weak bones, gastrointestinal issues, fatigue, and life-threatening low levels of testosterone. It is because of my condition and the apparent disregard for my health and well-being that I have found myself being forced to reveal my deeply personal intersex condition to the world in 5-minute intervals at meetings such as this. The facts are that I have had my condition from birth. My parents have not only had to seek out medical opinions that would likely be violations under C6 on the best treatment for me, but they have also had to rely on others to confirm to them what sex I am, so that they may know how to best raise me and provide for my health care. It is quite probable that had these ill-conceived laws that Council is considering supporting been in place when I was a child, I would have died. I would have died because I would not be able to receive proper medical care, because the doctor would not have been allowed to tell my parents what treatment I should receive, because it would impose a sex or sexuality upon me. My life would have ended when my testosterone levels were so low that I could not get out of bed, and no one knew why. So they would have probably given me hormone blockers or estrogen in an assumption that I was trans, effectively killing me and leaving my wife and children without a husband and father. Or 2, I would have been dead because I took my own life, just as David did when John Money performed his sex and gender experiments upon him. It is highly likely that had these laws been in place, my parents would have been imprisoned, and I would be placed in homes approved by someone like Christopher Wells, who would then decide I was transgender, force me to live as a woman, sterilize me, exacerbating my condition, and leaving me in a hopeless situation without the love of my real parents or prospects of a normal marriage and children. Thus, I believe and understand why I or a person like me might seek to end their own life under these proposed laws. In fact, in the last 5 years, since I first was forced to out myself about my condition because of the ignorance of intersex conditions of politicians and experts who don't actually know anything about what intersex is, not one of them has sought me out to remedy that ignorance. You would think that whether you like my personality or not, that since intersex conditions are so rare that there is only one doctor in Alberta that can appropriately treat me, that they would want to hear my experience in more detail. This is in spite of the fact that Wells and his cohort have known who I am for nearly 5 years, and in spite of the fact that they and the LGBT lobby leech off of my pain and suffering and claim to speak on my behalf. Actually, in all my life, I never received any substantial force, persecution, intimidation, or threats against my life on this issue. That is until the LGBT found out that I had a different opinion than them and their allies, after which the only hurt and threats I have received was from those supposedly speaking for me and want to love me. If any of these politicians really thought that forced conversion from one belief to another was such a problem that needed fixing, they would set aside their notions of what constitutes respect and arrange one-on-one meetings with people like myself, the people whom they are imposing their personal morals on. And these meetings would be without time limits and narrow predetermined talking points and outcomes before the conversation has even begun. I note in the opening to this meeting, that there was a failure to include the I for intersex, which would be the group most affected by such egregious anti-conversion laws and statements of support for such. So thank you for hearing me speak. I am open to questions, which to this day I have not received any from any of the politicians that have had public conversations about this topic. And I challenge council to point out the lies I'm alleged to have stated and self-hatred I am exhibiting, as Kent Pearson so eloquently accused me of propagating before I even opened my mouth. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councillor Moll. Councillor Moll? Moving on, Councillor Mancinelli? One moment, we're just checking if we've got a technical difficulty here.
Yeah.
Councillor Moll, is that you? Councillor Mancinelli? Councillor Shaw?
I'm in.
Go ahead.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Can I be the first one to ask you a question then, if that would be appropriate? And I'm pretty honored to be able to have you in the room with us to explain to us the kind of discrimination and humiliation that you went through. Through you, Madam Mayor, how does this bill that's supposed to bring about inclusion for all discriminate against you and people like you? Through you, Madam Mayor.
Well, the condition I have is a biological condition, and the treatments that I receive are based on what biological sex I am. So if I am determined to have the wrong sex, so if somebody makes the assumption that my sex is female when it is actually male, and they give me treatments for a female with an intersex condition, then that could actually end up killing me. So when they bring in C6 and they determine that a person is not allowed to suggest what my gender is, that I have to determine it for myself, that means that I cannot receive proper medical attention because I don't know what sex I am. There are many intersex people with ambiguous genitalia, and so it is actually up to the medical professionals, not the politicians and the psychologists, to determine what the appropriate treatment is for me. And C6 would impose restrictions on them to the point that they could lose their license, and that this includes vagina, that they could lose their license if they impose on me a particular sex, and I or my parents or somebody else that is allegedly lobbying for me determines that that is not the sex they want me to be, and so I could have very serious health complications as a result.
Thank you for that clarification. I have no further questions.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councillor Shaw. Mr. Williamson, if you'll just give us 1 second, we just got a little bit of a technical difficulty in terms of a couple of our councillors wish to ask you a question.
Sure.
There we go. Councillor Moll, can you turn your mic on?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Yes, I can.
Look at that. I think I heard Councillor Shaw ask the question I was going to ask, so I don't. I just want to thank you for your bravery to be able to speak and educating me through your speech. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mancinelli?
Thank you very much. And through the chair, I have no understanding of what you've described. You're quite right. In today's delegations, the only one that spoke from our community with credentials in law and an analysis of what we're talking about stated that counseling would be available and exemptions existed. With that in mind, does that make you have any other thoughts or any suggestions why he would be wrong or not providing an accurate opinion?
Well, one, I don't believe it's an accurate opinion because C6 specifically states that this law does not apply to gender transition. And it does not address the fact that as an intersex person, I would have to seek out medical conditions, or treatments for medical conditions. So if my parents had sought to seek out treatment for my condition outside the country, they would actually be in prison for 5 years because they're seeking to impose upon me, according to the legislative wording, a particular sex, which I have not identified to them as yet because I would be too young to even speak, let alone identify what my sex would be. And so they would likely, in my opinion, take me away from my parents and give me to somebody else who would let my condition go untreated and unidentified until I had reached puberty, which is when most of my conditions would be at their worst.
Understood. I very much don't understand the entire situation. In my mind, I want to ask, this sounds like it had serious medical consequences as well. Would that side of it not have led to the same outcomes? Sorry for my ignorance. I really don't know, through the chair.
I'm sorry, if you could clarify a little bit, what do you mean by how it would be the same effect?
Paying attention to your presentation, you cited many medical repercussions from what you've experienced. And just thinking out loud, not knowing how this would work, would not a doctor have reported and the necessary treatments been prescribed to have you become more healthy from that stream of our society? Through the chair.
Well, if the doctor is under an obligation to not impose or to assign a gender to me, the treatment that I would have to go under to determine my sex would in fact be imposing a sex upon me because they would be assigning it to me. So the treatment as it was when I was born was that they determined my sex based on their best estimate of my genitalia. And I received treatments in accordance with that, and those treatments happen to be correct. And so the side effects have actually been mitigated, and I have, which is really difficult for me because I have one endocrinologist in all of Alberta, and he's in a city where they put a conversion therapy ban, and already my conversations with him have been, shall I say, reserved because he's aware of the ban, and he's not sure whether what he says to me may be construed as trying to force me to be a different gender.
I understand. It's changed the dynamics of the conversation. Thank you for sharing, and thank you for taking my questions.
You're welcome. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Zakidniak.
Thank you. I'm just looking at the definition here of conversion therapy, and so I just wonder, are you aware that it's not, there's nothing in there speaking about sex. It's speaking about changing a person's gender, and also that I see no reference to medical practitionering. What I see is therapy, a focus on therapy. So if you can help me understand if I'm wrong, but I am looking at the definition and I don't see that in there.
Well, the therapy that I would be receiving would be in line with the condition that I have. So when I receive therapy, I'm going to be affirmed in the diagnosis that the doctors have given to me. And if they try to change what the diagnosis of I have, or if I try to go to them and say, look, I don't agree with what the medical doctor says, I want to identify as a woman, then they're obliged to affirm a condition that would, or affirm an identity that would in fact cause me physical harm, even up to the point that I could be killed by my decisions. And so by banning the therapy, they're banning me from, they're banning the doctors from giving me accurate advice and advice that is in my best interest. Is
Okay.
is that clear?
Yeah, I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Zakidniak. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you. Just to clarify that last point, is it your suggestion then that these bylaws are distorting the capacity of medical practitioners to provide proper care? And do you have proof in that? And secondly, what has the medical establishment said? It suggests that they will cause harm to a patient if only to abide by this bylaw. Can you clarify this?
Well, I can't clarify as to what the statements of the medical community are, but in my own experience, it has been that the doctor is concerned and holds back in what he says because he is unsure of whether I identify that in that way. And so the C6 is making it so that any practice or advertisement or material that would suggest that you should be a different gender, it can be construed as a violation of conversion therapy. And so my understanding is that, if a doctor puts out a pamphlet that says that people with intersex conditions are one sex or another, then that could be construed as material that would be trying to convert people to believe in only two sexes, or that they could only be the sex that doctors are. So while the bill specifically applies to therapists, the definition to me is so ambiguous that it could ensnare doctors and other medical professionals under the same bill, just as some people have stated about churches and pastors and parents being ensnared under this definition. So my real issue is that with how broad the definition is.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Seeing no further questions, I'll thank you very much, Mr. Williamson, for your presentation tonight, and ask that you please leave the meeting.
Thank you.
I'd like to call upon Delegation Aspen Huggins. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you may have the opportunity to respond to any question members of Council may have from you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Aspen Huggins, and I'm the Vice Chair of UR Pride Center here in Regina. So UR Pride was formed in 1996. We are Regina's largest and longest running 2S LGBTQ+ service organization. Our aim is to set the foundation for a safer, healthier, and more vibrant community for sexually and gender diverse people in Regina, both on the university campus and throughout the community. Our programs include support groups for seniors, youth, and for trans people, a community space, free confidential counseling program for 2S LGBTQ+ people and their families, including folks who are questioning or exploring their identity. The support in our counseling program is offered without prescribing what conclusions a person might come to about themselves. This counseling service is of particular importance to 2S LGBTQ+ people because as a group we experience harm that hurts our mental health by living in a society that continues to stigmatize and debate us. I anticipate after today's conversations, our counselors are getting a lot of calls this evening and tomorrow. So first thing I want to say is to state my and your Pride's unequivocal love and support for all the 2S LGBTQ+ people who are watching and listening tonight, but also to the many 2S LGBTQ+ people who cannot listen because it is too difficult to hear the disinformation, stigmatization, and in some cases, the hate that despite Council's efforts, this conversation brings out. I'd like to address the myths that have been put forward today about Bill C6. Councillors, in your agenda packet, the full text of Bill C6 was included. And I invite you to turn now to that text. And on the second page of the bill itself, there is a summary that reads, this enactment amends the criminal code to create the following offenses. A, causing a person to undergo conversion therapy without the person's consent. B, causing a child to undergo conversion therapy. C, doing anything for the purpose of removing a child from Canada with the intention that the child undergo conversion therapy outside Canada. D, promoting or advertising an offer to provide conversion therapy. And E, receiving a financial or other material benefit from the provision of conversion therapy. So A allows an adult who consents to conversion therapy to undergo that conversion therapy. B and C provide additional protection for minors because they are additionally vulnerable and have reduced ability to consent. E indicates that no one can profit from conversion therapy when it is consented to by an adult to receive it. So as a result of all this, the criminalization would only apply to these practices if they are used with minors or with adults that are forced to participate. Despite what some delegates have said, this bill does not criminalize the provision of conversion therapy to a consenting adult, provided that no money or other material benefit is received for providing the therapy. Furthermore, it doesn't make it a criminal offense for a consenting adult to seek or receive conversion therapy. If you turn 2 pages further forward on page 4 of the bill, you will find the federal definition of conversion therapy for the purposes of Bill C6. And you'll note that this definition describes conversion therapy as being a practice, treatment, or service. So as a parent, nothing in this ban will interfere with my ability to talk to my kids about gender and sexuality. I will be able to answer their questions. I will be able to share our family values, because this is specifically for practices, treatments, or services that have predetermined outcomes and that are designed to change, repress, or reduce these attractions or identities. I want to bring a message to you to confirm that conversion therapy happens here. I myself have spoken to survivors here in the city that confirm that they have experienced it. They confirm that conversion therapy is harmful, and that is backed by a large amount of research, some of which is cited in the letter that UR Pride sent to city councilors on Sunday. This practice has also been denounced as harmful and unethical by dozens of major medical, health, and human rights organizations around the world. In terms of coercion, there is an extreme amount of pressure from society to conform to heteronormativity and to the gender that an individual was assumed to be based on the sex assigned at birth. I would put forward that it is inherently coercive to predetermine the outcome of counseling or therapy, in particular for minors and young people. So in light of all this, we urge you, Council, to vote for this motion. The criminalization proposed under Bill C6, coupled with a proposed bylaw after appropriate deliberation, will give a variety of tools to address the most egregious examples of conversion therapy. But a survivor who spoke to me confidentially asked that I bring the message to you to emphasize that these services rarely advertise themselves specifically as conversion therapy. These practices are tucked into other events and groups. And so while passing this motion and a potential bylaw at a later date would assist with the most egregious examples, we also recommend that City Council provide core funding to 2S LGBTQ plus support organizations that assist folks who have experienced these harms, and to support funding mental health initiatives to address the harm done by a world that subtly pressures us to change who we are. In closing, I want to share some words from a queer poet as a reminder of the hope and love and healing that can be found in queer community. When I say I love you, I mean I am myself with you. I want to make your family my family and offer mine in return. I choose immersion in the cool, clear pool of your presence, liquid tenderness caressing my every fault and fissure. I emerge and see you reflect me back to myself. I want to bring you the comfort of an oversized sweater, the kind where the cuffs are starting to fray and the color is a little faded, but if you breathe in deeply, there's a hint of her perfume. In a life of many loves, ours feels spacious. Not a thick forest lost, but a living, buzzing garden found. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Shaw.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'd just like to ask a question. I'm not sure, could you specify what your credentials are? I'm not sure what your education is or your background is. Can you please clarify that for me?
I'm not here as representing my employer. I am here as the chair of the board of directors for Your Pride Center. So I have been elected by members of the queer community and members of You Are Pride in order to help run the center along with the whole board of directors.
And that's fine. I would just like to say, since you were interpreting the bill C6, and you were going against what other lawyers and professional and psychiatrists were talking about earlier in their definition of the bill, I would just like to know your credentials on the definition of the bill through you, Madam Mayor.
We're broaching on argumentative. Ms. Huggins,
So
if you'd answer the question, go ahead.
In fact, what I did was read to you text of the bill itself and then paraphrased it. I have drawn the comments about the being a practice, treatment, or service, and about a parent not being prevented from, like myself as a parent, being able to speak to my children based on the Department of Justice interpretation of the bill, and that is in fact the government's lawyers who are professionals at that. So this is not my own interpretation. I was simply reading a plain language reading of what is there, and also what has come from the Department of Justice lawyers. But when people, what I have heard from some of the delegates today claiming that no one would be able to seek this, it explicitly and clearly says in the text of the bill itself that it, for adults, it's only non-consensual conversion therapy that is ruled out. And when you look at those pages yourself, so on page 4 of the bill, it's like the definition is there, and then, right, so, sorry, that's the end of my point.
Thank you. Councillor Shaw, do you have another question?
No, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shaw. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you very much. And thank you for coming forward. I just have a question in regards to the what you'd cited. In regards to the definition, and I'm not going to read it because it's there, but the question that I'm wondering is, you're indicating that consenting adults can get only free counseling. Did you indicate that?
What this portion isn't in the definition, but this portion is in what would be criminalized. So you can see this summarized for yourself on the second page of the bill. There is a summary, and in point E, the wording in the bill itself is that it would be a criminal offense too, receiving a financial or other material benefit from the provision of conversion therapy. So my understanding of what that means, and the discussion with my lawyer that I had earlier today, says to me that you can't do it for financial gain.
Okay, thank you for that. So I guess we heard today, and people had recognized that Justice Minister David Lametti admitted that consenting adults would not be able to pay for counseling, and they would, they want in Parliament. So he stated that we also recognize that criminalizing profiting from conversion therapy means the consent. Sorry, I've just lost my way here. So I guess it's a difference in opinion, and I'm not a lawyer as well. So I guess, can I just ask then, where can someone get free counseling if advertising the counseling, I guess, is banned? The chair.
Nothing stops someone from seeking out the counseling for once someone is an adult. There is nothing that I see in this bill. There's nothing I have heard from like the Department of Justice, et cetera, that would prevent someone from seeking it. For instance, as we heard some of the ministers earlier today talk about, for instance, I heard Russell Mitchell Walker talking about that if someone approached him, that he could have a conversation with them and see what they were looking for and hold space for individuals in their discernment, etc. Or someone could seek a counselor of whatever type is appropriate for them and work with that counselor to find the right solution.
Okay, so we know, I guess, so it's a kind of a catch-22. We're saying that, so I guess, how can they get counseling if no one can offer it or advertise for it? Like, how would that be done? That's the scary part.
People would continue to be able to advertise counseling services. What folks would not be able to advertise was like this is this part is my interpretation, but my understanding is what they wouldn't be able to do advertise is to offer to provide conversion therapy specifically. So you can't advertise, I will cure you of your homosexuality, but you can absolutely advertise that you provide counseling services. And like myself, when I have sought counseling in the past, I have maybe been looking for a certain type of therapy, and I've had to call a couple different counselors' office to ask what their style is, maybe have an initial consult to see if it's a good fit between myself and a counselor. And I think any adult that was seeking this would be able to do that same process in order to locate the type of support that they're looking for.
Okay, I'm not going to debate. I'm not a lawyer. I'm just trying to ask the question just for clarity.
Yeah. And
I guess the question is that, could someone seek counseling to reduce their non-heterosexual behavior? I guess, it comes back to that. So, like, could they? To the chair?
Sorry, could people seek the counseling that they want? I missed.
To reduce the could they seek the counseling to reduce their non-heterosexual behavior?
There is nothing in this bill that prevents an adult from seeking any kind of therapy that they wish to receive. Okay.
We've heard different today, so that's why it makes it very, very tough. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
If you go ahead and look at page 2 of the bill, it's there in plain language.
I'm not a lawyer, and I've heard different opinions today, and I'm just trying to get clarity. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Stadnichuk.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Through you, Mayor Masters, I want to thank you, Aspen, for coming forward. I know you represent a lot of people in this city. And one of the things that you mentioned that I want to follow up on is that you said that conversion therapy still happens, that you have spoken to survivors of it, and that it is a harmful practice. We have not heard from many people in Regina who are survivors of it. And I'm just sort of wondering if, what the difficulties are of coming forward to talk about this, if you have some insight, because you have spoken to people.
I think there may be different things for different people, but for instance, with the person that I spoke with in the last week, some of that is that it's something that they've done a lot of work to heal from, and it's something that is in their past. For some folks, my understanding is that it's talking about trauma that they experienced, and that's an incredibly difficult thing for anyone to do, to talk about times that that they were abused and that kind of thing, to do that in a public forum, right? So we hear that from sexual assault survivors, for instance, find that very difficult to do in a public forum. And I think that it's quite similar for survivors of conversion therapy, that it is also difficult for them to do that in a public forum, to talk about the harm that they experienced. For some folks, they're also actively in healing from the harm. And so to come into a public forum like this, where you need to hear people saying very difficult things, challenging you and your experience, open questioning that you don't know what the nature of that will be, certainly puts someone in a position where they might feel quite vulnerable. Should council choose to pursue the possibility of a bylaw, which is definitely what You Are Pride recommends, it may be possible we could explore. I can't speak for what the outcome it could be, but it may be possible to come up with some sort of forum to get some sort of approach in order to get an opportunity for folks to give their input in a way that protects their privacy and helps that come with appropriate mental health supports and all of that. But at this point, we would have to explore whether that is possible. But this kind of public forum is a very difficult place to have that kind of conversation.
Yes, I understand that. Thank you so much. And you also made a comment that that a lot of people feel very hurt by some of the discussion that has happened. There seems to be a lot of conflation with really, negative behaviors with the LGBTQ community. So you did mention that a lot of people might be seeking counseling after the session. So is that something that You Are Pride has counselors that provide that kind of counseling?
Well, You Are Pride has we do have, it's called Monarch Mental Health, which is a free and confidential counseling service that's available to any to us LGBTQ plus person or their families. And so certainly anyone can self-refer, and information about how to get in contact with Monarch is available on our website. So yes, that is something that's available. Now at this point, the Monarch Mental Health Program is primarily self-funded by You Are Pride from other, so we're taking money that we could potentially spend on other programs in order to prioritize continuing to create this service. It was initially created with a grant in the first year, and as soon as the service was available, it filled up completely and created a waiting list. So You Are Pride has taken a different approach now to try and prevent the idea of there being a waiting list, and to try and get people support as soon as possible. But, we are limited with the amount of funds that we are able to provide to it. So the service is definitely there, but we have demand in order to at least triple the capacity that we currently have right now. But with the funding that we have, we provide the service, but just not at the same level as we would prefer to.
I'm sorry to hear that, but thank you for your good work and thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, I'll thank you, Ms. Huggins, for your presentation this evening and ask that you please leave the meeting.
Thank you.
Sorry, Council, just one second. Oh, there we go. I'd like to call upon Celeste Seiferling. Please introduce yourself for the record and the organization you're representing, if any. You have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any question that members of Council may have for you. Good evening.
Good evening. Hi, my name is Celeste, and I'm a registered social worker and counselor in Regina, Saskatchewan. I've worked as a sexual health educator at Planned Parenthood Regina and a counselor at UR Pride Monarch Mental Health, which Aspen was just talking about. I've worked with 2 LGBTQIA plus youth and adults for my entire career, starting in Vancouver and now in Regina, as a harm reduction counselor, a sexual health educator, a youth worker, an outreach worker, and now counseling folks with counseling gender and sexually diverse folks of all ages, as well as those who are healing from sexual trauma. Clients are always the expert in their life. Conversion therapy flips that role and makes the therapist the expert, telling them what they need and how to do this. Of course, this kind of therapy doesn't work often because stopping people from being who they are disempowers them, leading to the most common outcomes of conversion therapy: depression, anxiety, PTSD and trauma symptoms, disconnection from community and family, substance use, self-harm, and suicide. A therapist can help someone decide how to be who they are and to find confidence and self-love. It is not their job to decide who that is or how they present it. I've worked with survivors of conversion therapy. I've witnessed the pervasive harm it causes in its many forms. Queer and trans people have a higher risk of mental illness, substance use, suicidal thoughts, and taking their lives because they live in a world that is inherently homophobic and transphobic, not because of their queerness or transness. Conversion therapy and the explicit violence and hate it exudes is a huge part of this. Conversion therapy takes many forms, from pathologizing gender and sexuality to misdiagnosing mental illness, to either restricting hormones or forcing hormones of one's gender assigned at birth, to institutionalization, to intersex conversion therapies, which is forcing an assigned gender, their assigned gender at birth on them for the rest of their life. These conversion therapies happen right here in our city, and there are very few places where queer and trans youth and adults can go to receive, without question, gender-affirming care because of how ubiquitous the messages of transphobia and homophobia are. Conversion therapy is even more commonly experienced by children and youth who are marginalized, those living in poverty or homeless, criminalized Black, Indigenous children of color, youth living in the margins and falling through the cracks. These kids often become institutionalized, their gender and sexuality pathologized. They live with misdiagnosis, trying to, quote unquote, overcome their queer or transness. People of all ages have to prove their queerness or transness before they're able to receive gender-affirming care. Often this means sitting in unsafe offices, being berated with invasive and personal questions with no guarantee of the life-saving care they will require. One of the first things the many caregivers of trans youth come to see me is, well, I just don't think they're trans. Maybe they need to be diagnosed with something else, because of the fear of what being trans in our society means. Queer and trans kids, especially those who are Black, Indigenous, or kids of color, are often labeled defiant, aggressive, diagnosed with oppositional defiance disorder. I ask you, if someone is trying to tell you that who you are is wrong, don't you think you'd be a little bit angry, maybe defiant? A therapist's role is to support an individual to take the power and control back in their life. It is not to dictate what their client needs or wants, no matter the age of the individual. This bill does not take away the ability for people to seek therapy and support for their gender and sexuality. For example, if someone wants support to stay in a heterosexual relationship despite their desires for the same gender, that is still something therapy can offer support for, because it is seeing their relationship as a strength and working to create the most strengths or support for that client at their choice. That means that for me, if a child, youth, or adult comes to talk to me about their gender dysphoria, my job is not to tell them that they are trans or non-binary. but to be a non-judgmental observer and ask gentle questions so that they can come to their own conclusions and live their life authentically. So today I ask you to vote to support a ban on conversion therapy and create a bylaw for the city of Regina. It is one step we can take to offering a message of hope to our 2S LGBTQIA+ neighbors, family members, and kids. We love you, we see you, we care about you, exactly as you are.
Thank you. Councillor Stadnichuk.
Thank you very much, Celeste, for your presentation today. The fact that you're a registered social worker, you do counseling. We've heard a lot today how Bill 6 or a bylaw is going to be dangerous and not allow any kind of counseling that allows someone to maybe not act on their sexual attraction to the same sex. So in your view, could you explain how you would approach, or would you think that counseling could still be provided?
So in the footnotes of the bylaw, there is a line, and I'm not interpreting this, I'm just reading it verbatim, that says these new offenses would not criminalize private conversations in which personal views on sexual orientation, sexual feelings, or gender identity are expressed, such as where teachers, school counselors, pastoral counselors, faith leaders, doctors, mental health professionals, friends, or family members provide affirming support to the person struggling with their sexual orientation, sexual feelings, or gender identity. So for me, that affirming support, so if someone is coming in and asking for support, and again, like focusing on their strengths, focusing on their support, you can still provide that in that way. You can still affirm their experience. You can validate their experience and provide support for them.
Okay, thank you. No more questions for you. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Stadnichuk. Seeing no other questions from Council, I'll thank you very much for your presentation this evening and ask that you please leave the meeting.
Thank you.
Thanks. I'd like to call upon delegation Dr. Christopher Wells. Please introduce yourself for the record and at the organization you are representing, if any. You will have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any question that members of Council may have for you. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for this opportunity to address Council. I'd like to do so in my role as an Associate Professor and the Canada Research Chair for the Public Understanding of Sexual and Gender Minority Youth at MacEwan University in Edmonton. I've heard my name been mentioned several times today, so I'd just like to take a moment to further clarify my qualifications and expertise. I began my career long ago as a high school studies teacher and obtained my PhD at the University of Alberta in 2011 from the Department of Educational Policy Studies in the Faculty of Education. In the past, I've worked with the Prairie Valley School Division to help develop their sexual orientation and gender identity policy and provided professional development for all of their school staff and administration. I mention this as I'm no stranger to your community, nor to working with many other school districts and organizations in Saskatchewan and across Canada in support of the LGBTQ2 youth. I currently serve as the Editor-in-Chief of the International Journal of LGBTQ Youth, which is published by Taylor and Francis and is the leading research publication in the world on LGBT youth. Our editorial board is international, composed of academics from the fields of health, psychology, medicine, sport, education, sociology, political science, and religious studies, to name only a few disciplines. Over the past 2 years, I've worked with all levels of government on developing comprehensive conversion therapy bylaws, policies, and legislation, and have developed several resources for policymakers, which you can find on the No Conversion Canada website. Our recent national report on conversion therapy in Canada, which I submitted to accompany my comments to you today, has endorsements from 15 national organizations, including the Canadian Association of Social Workers, Canadian Psychological Association, Canadian Union of Public Employees, Canadian Labour Congress, Canadian Teachers Federation, United Church of Canada, and eGale Canada, among others. Now, since the Canadian Psychological Association has been mentioned repeatedly and often misrepresented, I want to read from you one paragraph from the endorsement that they provided to our national guide. It states, the Canadian Psychological Association endorses this national guide and opposes any therapy with the goal of repairing, changing, suppressing, or converting an individual's sexual orientation, gender identity, or gender expression, regardless of age. Conversion therapy or reparative therapy refers to any deliberate attempt to change the sexual orientation, gender identity, or gender expression of any person. It can include prayer or religious rites, modification of behaviors, and individual or group counseling. And that is a direct quote. It's important to note that conversion therapy is not therapy at all, but a recognized form of coercion and abuse, and in some cases may rise to the level of torture, as defined by the International Rehabilitation Council for Torture Victims and the United Nations Independent Expert on the Protection Against Violence and Discrimination based on sexual orientation and gender identity. In Canada, recent research indicates that approximately 47,000 gay, bisexual, two-spirit, and trans men have been subjected to some form of conversion therapy. Further, a 2019 report revealed that 11% of transgender and non-binary Canadians have undergone conversion therapy. We know that these numbers are most likely very low estimates and do not capture the full extent of how conversion therapy operates and whom it impacts in Canada. Research has also shown that about 1/3 of conversion therapy survivors will attempt to take their own lives. The scientific and academic research consensus on the fraudulent, deceptive, and dangerous nature of conversion therapy is clear and beyond dispute. This is why you are seeing governments around the world taking action to end this abusive practice. Municipal legislation is not only have an administrative purpose or function, such as protecting us from fraudulent business practices that target the most vulnerable. This legislation also serves to represent and signal our community's values and beliefs. Clearly, conversion therapy is unethical, illegal, and a repugnant practice that has no place in our communities. Now, you have heard many claims today from individuals in anti-LGBTQ2 groups who decry that their ability to engage in conversion therapy practices is a matter of religious freedom and personal choice. This is false. These groups continue to spread deliberate misinformation with exaggerated claims and even emotionally laden testimonials. All of these efforts are part of an international ex-gay movement, which is well-funded and organized to continue to promote hate and discrimination against LGBTQ2 people. I urge you to fully investigate the close connections and ties many of these speakers have to anti-LGBTQ2 ideologies and organizations. They are well documented and well known. The tactic is to try to cast doubt upon the international research and academic and professional consensus against conversion therapy, which has clearly been established as nothing more than quackery and fraud. Praying over people to cast out so-called gay demons, forcing children to drink anointing oil, requiring vulnerable young adults to be isolated from others, to fast until they pass out, and to read biblical scriptures over and over are only a few examples of well-known conversion therapy practices that are frequently used to demean, debase, and deny LGBTQ identities or attractions. In my professional life, I have worked with many youth and families who have been subjected to these forms of abuse. In fact, it's one of the reasons I co-founded Camp Firefly, which is designed to provide a safe and supportive environment where LGBTQ young people can find a community of refuge and support. I tell every youth who comes to Camp Firefly, who now number in the thousands of alumni, one very simple yet powerful message. You are normal and beautiful, just the way you are. You don't need to change. It's society that needs to change. It is the internalized homophobia, biphobia, and transphobia, shame and self-hatred that so many of these young people have been taught and exposed to that undergirds the practice of conversion therapy. In fact, it's what causes them to take their own lives. The two groups of young people most at risk of death in Canada are our Indigenous and LGBTQ youth. And that is not because of who they are, but that is because of the hostile and non-supportive environments they find themselves in. It is our job as adults and leaders to change those environments to places where every young person can thrive and not have to fight to simply survive. Instead of parents sending their kids to conversion therapy camps, we'd much rather have them to go to Camp Firefly, where they can find a community of love and support. In your deliberations today, you must follow the evidence and science and clearly separate fact from fiction. Just because one individual or group makes a claim, this does not mean it is true, validated, or generalizable to an entire community. I implore you to read the research and understand the anti-LGBTQ ideology that lies behind all forms of conversion therapy. In Canada, an open letter supporting the research consensus against conversion therapy has been signed by 120 academics and public policy experts, including 16 distinguished research chairs all across this country. You can find this letter in French and English on the No Conversion Canada website. It has also been submitted to the Government of Canada as part of the parliamentary hearings on Bill C6. You have a clear choice before you today. Stand up and protect the human rights of LGBTQ people in your community from known harms and abuses, or allow conversion therapy practices to continue to openly operate in your community. I urge Council to follow the model bylaw that has been developed in Saskatoon and act quickly to ensure that no individual or organization is allowed to practice, advertise, or promote conversion therapy in Regina. This issue does not need further study or public debate, but best practice bylaws and policies have been well established. You could easily have a draft bylaw back before Council within a month. Indeed, I'll personally offer my support to work with your administration, like I have done with other municipalities, to ensure your draft bylaw is evidence-informed, legally sound, comprehensive, and effective. Ultimately, the discussion before you today is about more than just banning conversion therapy. It is perhaps most importantly about leadership and the kind of community you are striving to create in the city of Regina, a community that is safe, welcoming, respectful, and inclusive for everyone. Today is a historic moment. The eyes of the nation are watching what is happening here in Regina. The question is, which side of history will you be on? What message will you send to the LGBTQ people in your community? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wells. Councillor Shaw.
Sorry, there I am. I just have a couple questions. Now, you stated the law and the harmful things that conversion therapy do, and it's horrible. I don't agree with any of that kind of action. But the thing is, what I'm trying to understand is, which of these incidents would not be captured under existing criminal code laws that's already stated in our Criminal Code of Canada? Through you, Madam Mayor.
Yes, well, certainly the government of Canada disagrees and has put forward Bill 6 after wide consultation, certainly with not only their constitutional legal experts, but with many community members, that there is a great need for this legislation because conversion therapy is still happening. In fact, despite Bill C6, even if it is passed, there's still need for legislation at the local level. You're not just passing legislation to provide protection. You're making an important value statement here about safety, belonging, acceptance, and inclusion, and not allowing practices that are completely based in fraudulent claims that have no scientific evidence behind them, and in fact, quite frankly, don't work, period. The research is crystal clear that they do harm. So having legislation in place is critically important because it sends a message and it serves as a deterrent. It puts people on notice that if they're practicing this in your community, they need to stop.
And I'm not disputing that at all. I just want to go back to my question. These laws are already put in place of abuse, assault, battery under our Criminal Code of Canada. So what I'm trying to understand is why would Bill C6 needed to be put in place when all of this is considered a criminal offense under our Criminal Code of Canada? I'm just trying to clarify that. Why would we need another bill? It's like saying speeding over 60 is illegal and then put another bill in place that says speeding over 60 is illegal. So I'm just trying to clarify why this is already deemed illegal by Criminal Code of Canada for assault and abuse on people. Why would we need
Madam
Bill
Chair,
C6?
I'm objecting to this question. It has just been asked, just been answered.
First, I wouldn't make the analogy of, in any way, shape, or form, of comparing
Well,
bidding
Madam
laws
Chair,
to the
can I
harms
get
and
a
dangers
ruling
of
on
conversion therapy.
Objection.
Dr. Wells?
Yes.
I think we have a councillor who's raising an objection to the question being asked a second time. We believe you've answered his point being you answered it well the first time and completely. Councillor Shaw, do you have another question?
Well, I'm sorry, I didn't get clarification on that. So my next question then, I heard from other delegates, and there was 131 definitions of conversion therapy around the world. Why is Canada's so different? Through you, Madam Mayor.
I've never heard of 131 definitions of conversion therapy. I'm not sure where that claim comes, but I think it's clear, shows the hyperbole that is being, brought forth, and the misinformation and exaggeration. The federal definition is not the one that we would recommend for a municipal bylaw. In fact, because it may not be as clear as it could be, is why we would recommend that Regina follow the definition in Saskatoon that they use. It's very clear.
We're not talking
it deals
about
with.
Councillor Shaw, don't
May I
enter into
finish?
argument. Please finish, Dr. Wells.
Thank you. In fact, most of the municipal bylaws in Canada are stronger than the federal legislation because they prohibit all forms of conversion therapy, regardless of age, and that is exactly what should be moved forward. In fact, you probably will see some amendments come at the Senate when Bill C-6 goes there, designed to even further strengthen and clarify the legislation. But it's a moot point because Bill C-6 is not within the jurisdictional purview of city councils anywhere in Canada. What's in your purview is the ability to create a bylaw and a policy that speaks to the powers that you've been given under the Municipal Government Act. Everything else is not germane.
Councillor Shaw, do you have a different question?
No, that's fine. I just felt that we weren't talking about municipal, but that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shaw. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you. So I have some questions, very pointed questions that stem from the report as well as things said by some delegates and other councillors. First off, can faith-based communities still offer counseling regarding sexuality in cities that have advanced conversion therapy bylaws?
Yes, absolutely. They can, and they are.
We've heard some testimony today that suggests that the medical community in Alberta is confused about what these bylaws mean in terms of dealing with sexuality and transition. Can you comment on what the effects have been in the medical establishment in the province of Alberta?
Yes, I serve as a elected appointed member on Alberta Health Services Sexual Orientation and Gender Identity and Expression Steering Committee, and we have heard no such concerns. In fact, Alberta Health Services is issuing its own statement reaffirming the research and medical consensus against conversion therapy. So that has not been a concern that has been raised.
Okay. If someone wants access to treatment for sex addiction, particularly if that individual says it's for the same sex pornography as an example, would Bill C-6 as it's currently written or established municipal bylaws stop access to that kind of therapeutic support?
No, it wouldn't. In the same way, it doesn't stop access for anyone who is heterosexual looking towards finding counseling or support for an addiction to pornography. In fact, what's been quite disturbing from what we've heard today is people who want to continue to equate being LGBTQ as some form of hypersexualization or sexual addiction, which is completely false, stereotypical, and inappropriate.
My final question, some have claimed that groups and services that promote celibacy would be prohibited under C-6 and is currently prohibited under established municipal bylaws. Is there any truth to that?
It is not, so long as celibacy is not used as a specific form of a conversion therapy practice, then there's no concerns whatsoever, and any individual is free to enter into celibacy. This is not something that can be, prescribed, and is not prescribed as a medical treatment.
Okay, thank you. That's all I had.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you, Dr. Wells, for coming today. I just need to get some clarity on the definition. So that you read earlier, the definition for Bill C6, is that that's not the same definition that you read, is it?
I didn't read a definition from Bill C6. It's clearly there in the legislation.
Sorry.
I read a statement from our report.
That's right. Sorry. I was asking the definition that you read, that was not the one in Bill C6.
That wasn't a definition I read. It was a statement from the Canadian Psychological Association about their beliefs on conversion therapy. Again, the definition that we would recommend that Regina City Council follow is the one in the Saskatoon bylaw that is used in many municipalities, which is clear, straightforward, and comprehensive.
Okay, thank you. I understand, and I'm the Bill C6 is it is not utilizing the Canadian Psychological Association and the medical association's definitions in Bill C6. Is that accurate?
Bill C6, that would be a question for the Justice Minister, certainly as to why they chose that particular definition, but they have made a definition that is unique to the federal government.
Thank you. Oh, can I ask, you're very well known and have been obviously very supportive to getting these bylaws. Did you assist in creating the Bill C6 through the chair?
I spoke, as other people did, to the committee when it became part of the government's hearings. And as I have spoke on many government hearings, and as I consult to many organizations on LGBTQ issues all across the world.
Okay, thank you for that. That's great. Again, one of the concerns or the questions that I'm trying to understand, you've indicated, Councillor Stevens had asked that that you would be allowed to continue to get counseling, even if it was to revert or regress the sexual attraction. You've indicated, and we've heard from delegation here, that through Calgary and reading about that he cannot access that. Can you elaborate through the chair?
Sorry, I didn't catch the last part of that statement, but I'm familiar with those claims. Because someone makes a claim does not mean they're true. And certainly the bylaw, in Calgary has been in operation for some time now. It's very clear, and Calgary, the city, has done great, public information and awareness around that bylaw. Let me put it this way. Just because somebody wants a treatment doesn't mean they have the right to access it. You cannot go into a hospital and demand a particular surgical procedure because you want it or you read about it somewhere else. That's why we have health regulations. That's why we do research. It's no different here. You have no right to demand something that is known to be fraudulent and harmful. Right? I think what people miss here is the overwhelming research and professional and medical consensus against conversion therapy, which is why it is being restricted and why this is happening. Not only, this debate in Regina or in places in Canada, but all over the world. The harm and the danger is clear.
Thank you. I will go back to Bill C6, and I just read as I was wanting to learn more, and I saw the petitions that many MPs brought forward regarding Bill C6. Were you aware that a lot of the discussion we're having here tonight, the concerns are same raised in the same regard through the chair?
Yes, there are many petitions circulating. Doesn't mean they're evidence informed or they're based in science or research. In fact, I think all of that evidence has been weighed by members of Parliament, and you saw an almost unanimous vote for the second reading of Bill C6. I believe there were only 7 members of Parliament on record voting against that, and many of those members of Parliament who voted against that vote against every single piece of legislation that would support or protect LGBTQ2 people.
Okay.
So there is clearly an overwhelming political and legal consensus to take action against conversion therapy in Canada.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. You talked a little bit about the Saskatoon bylaw that you've assisted with. And would you also agree that that Saskatoon bylaw is very similar to Bill C6 in banning the behavior counseling through the chair?
I think we've established that the definitions are different than in Bill C6, and I didn't write that bylaw, as some people may claim. I simply spoke, as I am doing here, to public forum on the research and the evidence, and had conversations with some city councillors who, like yourself, have requested further clarification and accurate evidence-informed information.
Thank you. No, I didn't mean that you wrote it or anything. I just wanted your clarification on understanding, because you said that you did chime into the Saskatoon bylaw, but and then you obviously connected because you also worked or did something with the C6. So I just wanted to get your feedback on that. So thank you for answering that. And in your report, and thank you for sharing your number 4, you've got under gender confusion, and I'm not going to read the whole thing, but you've indicated in here, it says, what underlines this concern is an erroneous belief that children are gender confused or are too young to know their true selves.
Correct.
And we've heard today from experts that differs. Can you just elaborate?
I don't know that you've heard from any experts that have academic or medical training in gender identity who would dispute the fact that children know who they are, and they know who they are from young ages. In fact, awareness of genders begins at age 2 for all people. Gender identity sets in at age 5, and this is exactly why you want to ensure that young children are given access to the appropriate professional, medical, and educational supports to be themselves, and to not have to deny, suppress, or have people try to actively change who they are, because we know that does incredible damage to them, and that's damage that happens at a young age that can have lifelong consequences, such as post-traumatic stress, clinical depression. It's exactly how young people learn to hate themselves and kill themselves. So absolutely, it's very important that we're identifying these children at early ages and getting them into the right supports.
Thank you. Dr. Wells, when I meant the experts, I meant people came today and had indicated that they did question. And that's why I guess that's my point, was I considered they've lived it. So I was just trying to ask what your thought was on that. So no debate. That's fine. I just wanted to get your thoughts on that. So.
Yeah, and before council is the challenge of separating, truth from fiction, and people can make individual claims, but that does not necessarily align with the medical or the research consensus. You'll always find outliers. You'll always find people who distrust institutions, who distrust government, who distrust laws, who believe in conspiracy theories. We're living through that right now in a pandemic. You can make very similar, analogies against people who don't believe in vaccines or who don't want to wear masks, who don't want to abide by public health guidelines because they believe it's their freedom and their right.
Thank you. Again, I'm not going to judge that. I just feel that when we've heard from individuals today that, and I would consider them the experts as well because they've lived it. So I guess the Emmanuel spoke today about that, and others did as well. So I guess they're important too. Is my point.
Yes, Councillor Bresciani, is there a question in this?
No, that's fine, and I'm finished. So that's fine. Thank you very much for your report.
Yes, and I would encourage you to look into the background of those individuals and who they work for and what those organizations stand for, because much of that information was not shared. These individuals are well known. They show up at all of these different hearings all across the country.
Thank you.
And say very much the same thing.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Stanachuk?
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Through you, Mayor Masters. Dr. Wells, just a question about the importance, your views on the importance of a municipal bylaw that would ban conversion therapy. Could you give a couple of reasons why this is important at the municipal level?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll give you 5 reasons briefly. Number one, it's to promote the physical and psychological well-being, safety, security, dignity, inclusion, equality of LGBTQ people and all city residents. Number two, it's to protect vulnerable citizens of all ages from dangerous, deceptive, and abusive practices. Number three, it's to restrict and prevent harmful, unscientific, and fraudulent practices from occurring within your community. And that's, very much part of business licensing. And to encourage citizens to report conversion therapy practices if they are occurring in your community. You're giving them a mechanism to seek a remedy to take action against these harms and abuses. And then lastly, it certainly, and perhaps most importantly, it clearly demonstrates and reinforces your city's values and beliefs in creating and supporting a diverse, welcoming, inclusive, safe community for all of your citizens. I know that the City of Regina is involved with the Canadian Municipal Network on Crime Prevention. And I can tell you that passing legislation like this is about creating safer cities and directs connectly into the city's work, in that area. So I think also, there is more. This is about, municipalities doing more than simply raising pride flags, making proclamations, and painting rainbow crosswalks. This is an opportunity to address systemic and structural discrimination by actually passing meaningful policies and bylaws that protect LGBTQ people from known harms and abuses. This is about moving beyond symbols to actual tangible outcomes that, show that you're actually living out your words through your actions as a city.
My follow-up question, would you see there'd be an economic reason for passing such a bylaw?
Absolutely. In fact, this was an argument made by Councillor Aaron Paquette, who's an Indigenous councillor in Edmonton. He went at great length to talk about, the economic implications of not having a bylaw. Really, now what we know, particularly in the tech industry, many of those corporations and offices like, Amazon and others are looking at municipalities, and they're looking at their equity, diversity, and inclusion policies, the kinds of statements, the kinds of bylaws that they have that actually promote and support diversity, because otherwise they're not going to move into those communities. They're not going to create economic opportunity. So this is actually a way for your council to signal we're open for business and we want companies to come here, that share the same kind of values about the importance of creating respectful, safe, inclusive communities, and communities that value and support the LGBTQ community and other diverse communities.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Stanachek. I see no further questions from Council. Dr. Wells, thank you very much for your presentation this evening, and I'd ask that you please leave the meeting.
Thank you.
I'd like to call upon Delegation Lorna Peterson. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any question that members of Council may have from you. Good evening.
Good evening, and thank you for this opportunity to speak to you. My name is Lorna Peterson, and I'm representing the South Asian Christian Fellowship Group. And I'm thankful for the opportunity to express my concern regarding Bill C-6. And this is the motion that will make conversion therapy illegal once it is passed. I agree with the primary intention of Bill C-6, that conversion therapy should never be forced upon an individual of the LGBTQ community against his or her will, and coercive and degrading practices to change an individual's sexual orientation or gender identity should not be allowed. However, this bill has further implications that raise concerns about implementing this bill on the local level, and I have some reasons for that. And Bill C-6 does not threaten the LGBTQ identifying individuals who are at ease in their lifestyle. However, it does target any of this community who, of their own volition, may seek help to change their way of life. As well, it targets children and youth under 18 years of age who are confused by what they hear at school or in the media regarding sexuality and gender. This bill also targets those who hold the traditional view of gender and sexuality that follows God's design. Thus, this motion would cause a rift between the city of Regina and many Christian denominations, as well as Jews, Muslims, and social conservatives in a country where religious freedom is part of its constitution. Bill C-6 does not define what is meant by practices, treatments, or services, and it is feared that parental conversation and counseling, as well as professional and pastoral counseling, will be criminalized if this bill becomes law. It is parents who are best suited to raise their own children, and they must be free to set house rules regarding sex and relationships. If parents cannot talk to their own children or offer guidance, young people who are too young in age to make such life-changing decisions may be led to take artificial hormone therapy and or undergo sex-changing surgery. Open and free discussion about sexuality and behavior associated with it in the home must not be prohibited or subject to police investigation. Those seeking help to change lifestyle will find that no such help is available if such counseling has been criminalized. And this might not be exactly the outcome, as I've heard from previous speakers this afternoon. If Bill C-6 is enacted, organizations that offer help to such individuals may be faced with closure. It is imperative that no laws limit the services that all Canadians can receive regardless of sexual orientation and gender, if such services are freely chosen by the individual. The rights of ex-gay and ex-trans people to have psychological or spiritual help, if they want it, must be upheld. And although most Canadians do not support conversion therapy, neither do they want conversations between these groups to be criminalized. Much care must be taken when considering whether or not to enact Bill C-6, both on the federal and local levels. It has the potential to become a dangerous bill, and perhaps the most dangerous bill ever introduced in Canadian history, and it is completely out of place in a free and democratic society. Every Canadian has the right to be treated with dignity and respect, especially our children who are in danger of increased child abuse if Bill C-6 becomes law. In closing, and in regards to Bill C-6, I recommend that...
Your Worship, Madam Mayor.
Please go ahead.
Object to the last comment. It's a hurtful comment.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry. In closing, and in regards to Bill C-6, I recommend that Regina City Council consider the following: refrain from making laws that limit access to services that are available to all Canadians, regardless of sexual orientation or gender. Refrain from criminalizing the rights of parents to share their values with their children and to offer guidance in regards to sexuality and gender. And refrain from criminalizing professional and religious counseling if a person of the LGBTQ community freely chooses to seek such counseling. And thank you for the opportunity of sharing.
Thank you. I see no questions from council this evening. I'll thank you very much for your presentation, Ms. Peterson, and ask that you please leave the meeting.
Yes, thank you.
I'd like to call upon Delegation Trina Hodgson. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any. You can have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any question that members of council may have from you. Good evening.
Hello. Thanks for continuing with this evening. I know it's been a long and heavy day for all of us. My name is Trina Hodgson. My pronouns are she, her. I'm a proud member of Sunset United Church. I'm also a registered social worker, and I'm a mom. And so just in that light, I'm going to speak to first my Christianity. And I think that I come here with a unanimous motion from our board at Sunset United Church to support the ban of conversion therapy, and knowing that this isn't how we see God's love, including all. We see the need to love thy neighbor. We don't love thy neighbor with qualifications. We don't love thy neighbor if they look like us and they talk like us. And they love like us. We love our neighbors, and we need to love our neighbors unconditionally. And we need to come together as a community and learn from each other, learn about our differences, not just our sameness. I think that part of our challenge here is that we're seeing homosexuality and transgendered people as wrong still. And it's actually appalling to me that we're still sitting in a place in society where people are considered wrong because of who they love. And I can't say that more emphatically. That if we were thinking of people as people, not about the color of their skin, not about who they love, we could do a lot better in our communities. So by banning a therapy, and I use that word loosely because I don't truly believe conversion therapy conversion should have that word therapy attached, conversion efforts, if you will. I think that we need to really think about why it is that we feel the need to change people, or why the reason why people feel they need to be changed. I'm not the only the only social worker that's spoken here today, and I would concur with my fellow social workers that we meet the people where they are at. We start conversations in therapy or in counseling as to what the client's goals are. They lead the discussion. They lead the goal setting. We're to provide guidance and support and a listening ear, a compassionate listening ear. I also want to speak to being a mom. You know, we've had grandmas speak. We've had a couple of grandmas speak today, and respectfully, I didn't agree with what they necessarily had to say, because I think that we as families need to hear each other. We need to listen to each other. My boys are very young still, but they have outside influences already at 4.5 or 5.5. And so we need to listen to each other as family members, and to hear what, and be able to respond to what our children are hearing, but not in a judgmental way. We need to hear our children and not set up barriers. I want my children to be able to talk to me, and I don't want people to think that there's barriers to conversation as parents. I think that the person, from You Are Pride was very clear on that. This ban does not prevent families from having conversation. It doesn't interfere with what's happening around our dinner tables. So I guess in just wrapping up, I think that there's lots going on. There's been a lot of emotion here today. But I think what it comes down to, for me, is that we need to show each other love and respect. We need to gather in community and from a place of understanding and from a place of love. And so people go through all kinds of things on this journey of life. And we really need to be able to hear each other and be kind to each other once again. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hodgson. Seeing no questions from councillors, I will thank you very much for your presentation this evening and ask that you leave the meeting now.
Thank you all for your time and dedication to this today. Thank you so much.
I'd like to call upon Delegation Robert Reimer. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any question that members of Council may have for you. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor Masters and City Council. As was mentioned, my name is Rob Reimer. I have been born and raised here in Saskatchewan. I'm a pastor of Living Springs Church here, and I have been a pastor involved with pastoring work here in our city for about 25 years. I'm also a dad, and those are the two fields I guess I'm representing. Before moving here 30 years ago, I thought I'd just mention just a couple of quick points about myself before I share some thoughts, just a couple of thoughts, and I'll be under 5 minutes. Before moving here about 30 years ago, I would have visited Regina many times in the 4 years I played with the Moose Jaw Warriors. Back then, it wasn't always a very friendly welcome. But I've learned to love our city deeply over the past 30 years. And during my time in the WHL, and especially in my final year as captain of the team there, I set a path for my life where I became very involved in giving back to the community and getting involved in people's lives. I've maintained this approach to life and have endeavored to raise my family in the same way. I worked with at-risk kids who were dealing with a vast array of issues when I was in the public school system here for 8 years, and was held in high regard as a teacher for the work that I had collaborating with social services and other parts of our community. For many years, I also owned Reimer Custom Design Homes and Commercial here, and I always had a reputation of being fair and honest. So having said all that, as a pastor, I want to state clearly that, as others have stated, that I teach that we are to love, respect, and honor everyone, regardless of whether they share the same view as we do or not. As it relates to Bill C-6, the intent to protect people from coercion or manipulation is virtuous. We all sound supportive of this. However, with the number of people and the diversity of their backgrounds and perspectives that are concerned about the wording of the bill as it's currently written, it just seems like it would make sense that we rally upon around what we can agree upon and make the necessary adjustments so that everyone feels safe and protected, especially seeing that it seems we are so close and all agree on the main components of what we're trying to accomplish, and that's to protect everyone from coercion, manipulation, and abuse that we know has existed so much. As a father, I've trained my kids that life is about loving God, and loving others. My daughter, she's been to Southeast Asia twice, helping rescue young girls and women out of sex trafficking when she was a teenager, nonetheless. Some people would have questioned my sanity on doing that or allowing that. My kids are now young adults, prepared to live lives of giving themselves to help others. As I listen to the presentations today of people's stories, they've been so heartfelt. It feels we're all here because we want the best for our community. It doesn't feel like anyone's here with ill motives. It feels to me like one thing is missing. It's how much everybody seems to agree upon. I don't think I've heard a single person, and I've listened to most of the conversation today. I don't think I've heard a single person that is supportive of abusive or coercive or manipulative practices. And this is the main objective of the federal legislation in Bill C-6 as it's proposed. I think we have a tremendous opportunity, actually. Wouldn't it be great if instead of this becoming so divisive, and that this could become a rallying point of how we can work together and celebrate diversity and cooperation? I am very concerned that the bill in its current form will actually drive our communities apart. Let's rally around what we can agree upon. Rally around the main objectives of what we seem to want and include wording that isn't divisive or hurtful or vague. I feel we're so close to accomplishing this. When we're hearing this many people with such diverse backgrounds, and it's been fascinating today and moving to hear the stories. But when I hear this many people with such diverse backgrounds and experiences that are concerned about the wording of this bill, it feels to me like we're missing an opportunity by not making some adjustments that could include the main objectives of what the bill was hoping to accomplish and adjust the wording so that religious instruction of morality, publicly and privately, which is a part of all major religions that are celebrated across this nation, and that the rights of parents to give moral instruction to their children are included in clear wording in the bill so that everyone feels safe. I hear that so much in the stories that have been shared today. Everyone wants to feel safe. So that everyone's rights under the Charter of Rights and Freedoms are protected. You know, it just felt to me today as I was listening, and I was moved so often, we agree on so much. My recommendation is let's rally around that. Let's make adjustments that are necessary for this bill to be a rallying point so it won't increase the hurt and the division. Because in its current wording, it's very clear from today's discussion that that's the track we're on. The good news is, to me at least, I feel this is avoidable. It wouldn't be the first time that a smaller prairie center like our city of Regina that we love so much could help lead the way forward in our nation. So my suggestion is let's work together on this because I really don't feel we're that far apart and that we agree on so much of the main objectives that are being proposed. I think one of the things that's really challenging is for many of the people that have shared and for all of us, there's a lot of emotion attached to this. And so it's hard that are maybe in the way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Shaw.
You mentioned that you listened to most of the delegates tonight. Well, I've listened to all of them. And through you, Madam Mayor, I would like to ask the question. You're absolutely correct. We're sitting here fighting over exactly the same thing, but trying to critique and make sure the billing and the wording does not leave anybody out. My question to you, with this bill and the way that it's written, why, in your opinion, are we not clarifying the very things that are very unclear? Through you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you for the question, Councillor. I feel, honestly, I've worked with people a lot over the past 25 years. Hundreds and hundreds of people across our city that I have a relationship with, actually, on a variety of levels, but even just as a pastor. And I feel this issue, to answer your question very specifically, I feel this issue, the reason why it's so hard is due to the very, very deep emotion and the often very hurtful things that have even been shared today. I applaud the courage of those that have shared their stories today. Because of that, it feels like there's so much emotion and I actually feel that is one of the main reasons why that it seems a little bit obstructive to maybe make, really, I feel that our minor adjustments so that we can accomplish the goals we all agree upon, and again, make those adjustments that make everyone feel safe.
Thank you. Just a follow-up question to that. In your opinion, I know what my opinion is, does this not owe the decency to clarify this so it is 100% clear and there's no room for a different view as to what the bill says? Through you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you again for the question. I'm not a lawyer, but I've read enough and listened to enough. Even just the Evangelical Fellowship of Canada, they're representing about 4 million people across the country, if I'm not mistaken. They're concerned about the wording. Wording is really important, and I think we all need to come with just real objectivity, listening, which I know is huge. I commend you, Council. You've done a lot of that today. I don't envy you. But listening to each other and recognizing those things that we agree upon. And if we don't, I am concerned. And it really, I think it really could set us up for something that is unnecessary. Because obviously from today, there's a lot of actually potential division around this. And I don't think it's going to end just because a bill that could use some wording adjustments is pushed through. I don't think that's going to solve that. It's quite clear. We could have very hurtful things going on in our court system where they're trying to clarify things that would be much easier to clarify now, in my opinion.
Right. Thank you. Thank you very much. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Shaw. Seeing no further questions, I'll thank you very much for your presentation tonight, Pastor Reimer, and ask that you please leave the meeting now.
Great. Thank you so much.
I'd like to call upon Delegation Joylyn Reimer. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which time you'll have the opportunity to answer any questions from Council. Good evening.
Hi, Regina City Council. My name is Joylyn Reimer. I was born and raised here in Regina, and I'm grateful to speak before you today. I work as a youth director for students ages 11 to 16, and I'm a student here at the U of R. My father, who just previously spoke, stated the importance of his ability as a parent to speak to moral issues in his children's lives. I, as one of those children, am incredibly grateful for the values that my parents have taught me from a young age. Because of their free ability to raise me with the convictions they personally felt, I've learned how to treat those around me, including friends and family, with unconditional love and respect, despite upholding different values and beliefs at times. Today, I want to take this time to read a letter to you from someone who, due to work, was unable to speak today. This person has a valuable and powerful testimony that needs to be heard, so I encourage you to consider this individual's story and experiences. Dear counselors, I'm writing on behalf of Gender Dysphoria Alliance Canada, a nonpartisan advocacy network for people with gender dysphoria. It has come to our attention that the City of Regina is writing a bylaw endorsing the Bill C-6 definition of conversion therapy. We are happy to hear that you wish to create a safe and respectful city for the LGBT residents. However, there are significant problems with Bill C-6 you should be made aware of. Conversion therapy refers to a type of coercive and torturous form of therapy that has historically been attempted to change a person's sexual orientation. This horrible type of therapy hasn't been practiced in Canada for years. All professional regulating bodies condemn this practice as unethical and ineffective. We in no way support conversion therapy. However, Bill C-6 is worded in such a way as to conflate those coercive therapies with all other types of therapy. The bill also refers to gender identity rather than gender dysphoria, which further confuses the issue. Gender dysphoria is the clinical condition people seek treatment for. Eliminating psychotherapy as treatment is not best practice. It isn't yet known what causes gender dysphoria, but it is not true that it's a permanent condition in all cases. Multiple studies have shown that for approximately 85% of children with gender dysphoria, those feelings resolve by early adulthood. Most of those children grow up to be gay or lesbian, not transgender. Kids and parents aren't always aware of this. They may mistake childhood dysphoria as being trans. According to Bill C-6, psychotherapy to change that perception would be illegal. For the remaining 15% who experience gender dysphoria into adulthood, as I did, psychotherapy should still remain an option. Oftentimes, it is homophobia that drives us to medically transition, not the gender dysphoria itself. I lived as a masculine, same-sex attracted woman until my early 30s. All of the butch lesbians I knew back then had gender dysphoria but did not identify as trans or wish to transition. What compelled me to transition was the murder of a gay man in Vancouver in 2001. 3 young men had traveled into the city from a suburb with the intent of hunting for gay men. The man they found and beat to death was Aaron Webster, who lived 2 blocks away from me. As a masculine woman, I was often mocked and harassed in public and not supported by my family. Frankly, I was tired of living that way and afraid for my safety. I saw transitioning as a way to fit into society better. My story is not especially unique among so-called transgender people. We then face a heavy medical and emotional burden for the rest of our lives. Many people do regret it. Transition regret is a highly taboo topic in the trans community, so rarely talked about, except among those closest to us. Since the changes to our bodies are permanent, not many take steps to medically detransition. There aren't many supports for detransition. The only surgeon who does it is in Serbia. Many who regret their choices disappear from the public eye and don't return to their care providers.
Ms. Reimer, I'm going to ask you, we're speaking about therapy as it relates to a conversion ban and Bill C-6. Could you skip past the issues relative to transition and focus on conversion therapy ban?
Sure. Ethical psychotherapy is essential for people with gender dysphoria, whether it's a child who would like to outgrow the condition or someone who doesn't want to transition but wishes to find relief from their dysphoria, or someone who wants to transition for the wrong reasons. Psychotherapeutic treatment is a safeguarding measure to ensure best possible outcomes. I find it disturbing that people think that recovery from gender dysphoria shouldn't be an option for us. Banning therapy for us would mean that medicalization is our only treatment option. Those who wish to make ethical psychotherapy illegal for gender dysphoria are pushing this for political reasons at the expense of those of us with this condition. They wish for you to believe that transgender is something people are born as and can't be changed. That is not true. No one is born transgender.
Ms. Reimer? We're speaking about a conversion ban. No more discussion about transgender. That's it.
Okay. So I just am wrapping up here. So these so-called conversion therapy bans are not the progressive actions you are led to believe. I'd be happy to discuss this with you, or please visit our website for more information, www.gvalliancecanada.com. Thank you, Erin Kimberly.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I have no questions from council. I'll thank you very much for your presentation this evening and ask that you leave the meeting now.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to call upon Delegation Charlie Kavanagh. Please introduce yourself for the record and the organization you're representing, if any. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any question that members of council may have for you. Good evening.
Hello. My name is Charles Kavanagh. I'm the director of the Marion Center. The Marion Center is a downtown soup kitchen run by the staff of the Madonna House community. It was begun at the invitation of the Roman Catholic Archdiocese of Regina and has served the poor of this city since 1966, so for about 55 years. We serve people of all backgrounds, irrespective of race, religion, sobriety, non-sobriety, and part of our mission is to be a place of encounter, a place where love unifies. People from all varied backgrounds intermingle: indigenous, non-indigenous, immigrant, local persons, men and women, straight or gay, people of faith and of no faith. Which brings me, so at the Marion Center we avoid asking personal questions unless circumstances indicate that this is the more loving thing to do. So brings me to my present concern. So a law banning conversion therapy, at least as it's worded in Bill C-6, is so ambiguous that it steps into this sacred place of communication between two persons. We don't ask questions of our patrons. However, many of them in time become our friends and share a great deal about themselves and their lives with us. If they ask our help and our opinion in a sensitive personal issue, we speak to them simply and honestly. Although our volunteers come from differing faith traditions, we, the staff of the Marion Center, are Roman Catholic. Our responses to questions addressed to us will reflect our commitment to Christian Catholic values. So my concern is that the ambiguity of the proposed bylaw would potentially criminalize the open expression of our religious values and beliefs with regards to human sexuality. The passing of such a law, even if regardless of what its practical consequence locally, would send a message of intimidation to persons of faith. Just one example of a relationship about another issue. In recent time, a person came who was seriously ill with esophageal cancer, and we accompanied him for a long time, and he eventually decided to end his life through MAID, which broke our hearts. But we didn't withdraw our friendship or support, but we did tell him our open disagreement with him, and but continued to walk with him. So he eventually did find help through his family, who reached out to him, and he flew east on the day he was to be euthanized to his family. So would our response to this man be construed as coercion and criminalized by a bylaw regarding MAID worded similarly to Be So 6? So it's not unreasonable for us to expect our patrons to come to us in serious distress regarding their sexuality or sexual identity and come to us for support. Will a bylaw banning conversion therapy criminalize our faith-guided, non-coercive response to this person's need? So anyway, it's our request. My request is the sincere hope that any city bylaw, should it be decided upon, choose words with great care and seek to secure and protect the freedoms of all persons, regardless of their faith, tradition, and deeply held values. So that's it.
Thank you very much. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you. I just need some clarification on the ambiguity claim here. Do you engage in any activities that would attempt to change a person's sexual orientation?
We don't. No.
Do you engage it? Okay. Go ahead.
No. The only reason we would ever venture into that area is if they came to us in serious distress. We're just serving basic human needs here. But people, we get to know people. They become our friends, and so they trust us and they come to us, and so I guess my point here is that this is a sense. I mean, I've listened to everybody's presentations today, so a lot of good things have been shared. But it can be intimidating, Can we freely speak to these people who are coming to us? It's giving them our loving, yes, but also honest response to the questions they're asking us. So it's just the experience of intimidation that this topic brings that I'm concerned about.
Do you require clients who come in to submit themselves to any of the advice, services, and faith-based leadership in order to receive support and housing?
Nothing. Oh, absolutely nothing. No, we don't ask any questions. Nothing.
Okay, thank you.
No. Yeah.
So, and could you please explain further what is ambiguous about it? It's actually clearly outlined in the bill and in other bylaws. What part of the law is uncertain to you?
What part of the law? I mean, I've listened to all the people who have spoken today. It's if we were asked, if people struggling with their sexual identity, if they asked us how I felt about their transitioning to another sex, I would tell them honestly that I would tell them personally, I would be very troubled with it. I know them as a person. They're asking me as a friend. I would give them an honest answer. So what I understand of the bill is you can't in any way discourage a person from a non-heterosexual course of relationships and personal sexual identity. So that's the ambiguity.
And are you aware that nothing in the bill or in established bylaws would prevent you from having that conversation or from them engaging in that dialogue with faith-based organizations or leaders?
Well, that's precisely what, I mean, I would need to hear that and to know that and to have that, if it's clearly said in the document, maybe to have it highlighted, because that's not the message that I have gotten.
Okay, that's all I needed. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
I have no further questions. I'll thank you very much for your presentation this evening and ask that you
Okay,
please
thank
leave
you.
the meeting now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Council, I need 5 minutes of recess. We'll come back at 9:11. No irony.
Excuse me. Can I move a motion to adjourn in lieu of recess?
All right, Councillor Zakidniak, I'll sit here for another couple seconds.
Sorry.
Councillor Zakidniak needs a seconder.
Stadnichuk.
Councillor Stadnichuk, we have a seconder on the floor. City Clerk, can we call the vote, please?
Thank you. I will begin with Councillor Zahidniak, please.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
Opposed.
Councillor Stevens.
Opposed.
Councillor Bresciani.
Opposed.
Councillor Findura.
Opposed.
Councillor LeBlanc.
Opposed.
Councillor Shaw.
Opposed.
Councillor Mancinelli.
Opposed.
Councillor Mole.
Opposed.
Mayor Masters.
Opposed. We're going to recess for 5 minutes, please, and thank you, and I'll see you back here at 9:13. We will now consider item CR 21-7, Conversion Therapy Report. Councillor Stevens, can you please introduce the report?
Thank you. I still have some cognitive abilities here. First things first, I'll need a seconder to get the report on the floor, please.
LeBlanc.
Perfect. Thank you. My first request is that when we do vote, we vote on each recommendation separately. Recommendation 1, letter on C6, final recommendation on the report and the bylaw, and then the second and third we can do together, but I want to have a separate vote on each. So I'll start with a review of committee through the chair. We heard from a significant number of delegates like we did this evening, many of who presented much of the same material we heard this evening as well. Some on both sides presented pretty meaningful, robust data and information, while others put forward opinions and unsubstantiated claims and remarks that really warranted some scrutiny. And I only say that because there's a great deal of legal and academic expertise that is weaving in and out of many of the discussion points we've heard, in addition to the lived experiences of community members. And again, we saw that same kind of discussion this evening. I'll say that much of the correspondence we've received as a council has been very respectful, helpful, and measured. Some of it, I have to say, has been incredibly hateful and explicitly homophobic and transphobic. Not to mention threats of eternal damnation should councillors support a bylaw, which I think kind of reveals the motive behind many of those who showed up tonight to discuss. With regards to the first point, and this was discussed at committee, there were justifiable concerns with simply endorsing C6 and basically any other level of government legislation for 3 reasons. 1, we can't control the final outcome or language of that bill. Second, that it offers really nothing but an overarching set of principles without affecting change. And that finally, to that point, writing a letter simply isn't enough. And so from there, committee approved 2 positions based on expert statements on conversion therapy that you see in items 2 and 3 in the report. And we also directed administration to provide council with further information and recommendations in 2022 regarding the crafting of a municipal bylaw. I would argue that in retrospect, that approach, that final point, might have been overly cautious and I think more labor intensive without yielding meaningful results. So to that end, I'm going to propose an amendment, and I have sent this to Amber. And it is based on a note that I had sent to council. And while she gets that up, I'll just read it. Then I'll ask for a seconder. And the amendment is that administration return to council no later than July 2021 with a conversion therapy ban bylaw modeled on that of the city of Saskatoon.
Second, Hawkins.
Thank you. I'll just wait for this to come up on our screen.
Councillor Stevens, Amber's going to need a minute to get it up on the screen.
Okay. Would you like me to put it in the chat at the side? We can follow
I think
there.
it's clear if you just wish to speak to your amendment.
Sure. Okay, so there's a seconder. So you can find the bylaw from Saskatoon and its intention on page 118 of the agenda. So a couple of things. One, I think this approach, rather than a protracted study, resolves the workload issue. It simply mirrors what Saskatoon has already established. We can draw from their legal analysis and remind ourselves that we're in the same jurisdictional circumstances here. Staff have already presented to us a legal opinion, and the committee and council dialogue with residents here serves as public consultation. I would argue that there's really no reason to draw this out further. We have a good objective to follow to the north. To that point, I've been told tonight that we shouldn't rush. I will remind council and members of the public that dozens of communities already in Canada and the United States have already pursued this. So it's kind of like being in a race. You see a dozen people at the finish line and thinking maybe we don't have to run so fast. I would argue that we kind of have the luxury of copying others. What I would argue in support of this is that whether by coercion or consent, the practice of conversion therapy is offensive and it merits our attention. And its origins go back over a century with hypnosis, electroconvulsive therapy, coaching, prayer, isolation, talk therapy, forced viewing of pornography, behavioral therapy, lobotomies, and other techniques being used to advance conversion therapy. And I would say that also that both religious communities and secular institutions rooted in science maintain the same premise, which is that homosexuality is a form of sin or deviance, and that it must be cured or suppressed. The intention remains the same, even if the means have differed. So I think what's important about C6 in the Saskatoon bylaw is that it effectively closes a loophole. So it's not enough to say we're opposed to coercion, but rather we're actually saying that it needs to be something addressed in much greater form and depth. So it's also looking at different methods through which conversion therapy is carried out. And really, it's a practice defined by the suppression of who one is and a framework meant to empower people to live a lie. And I think it's offensive. Sexuality isn't a behavior that we've heard tonight that can be talked away, and we can, as a municipality, put limits on how it can be practiced in our community. And I would also say that it's already banned to some extent in Regina because many therapists and medical practitioners would actually lose their license already if they were to practice conversion therapy, and they would have their right to practice their profession suspended by various associations. So what is it in the context of our discussion as per existing bylaws? Really, it's designed to change a person's sexual orientation to heterosexual, designed to change a person's gender or gender expression to cisgender, and designed to repress or reduce non-heterosexual attraction or sexual behavior to non-cisgender or non-cisgender expression. And this would not prevent faith-based counseling or discussions about sexual orientation of some feared from taking place in the community, in churches, or with mental health professionals. I think the bylaw as Saskatoon has written it is effective, and it should certainly stand the test here in Regina. So to that end, I'm looking for council's support.
Councillor Stevens, Amber had sent through a slightly edited version. Can I have you confirm that what's written on the screen now is your intent, meets your intent of your amendment?
Yes, it does.
And just to fully clarify for the record, we're changing recommendation number 4 to be replaced by this.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Council, we have 3 minutes each on the amendment if you wish to speak to it. Councillor Hawkins, please.
Thank you very much. I support both the amendment and the reasons given that by Councillor Stevens. I just want to briefly add to them. We've heard that, I've really heard 3 arguments against a conversion therapy ban. The first argument is that it may be illegal or unconstitutional. I'm satisfied that there's no question that it's constitutional. The test is that the bylaw would have to be demonstrably justifiable in a free and democratic society. We've heard that that conversion therapy doesn't work, that the overwhelming research and professional consensus on the harm caused by conversion therapy is there. And I think that, coupled with the fact that I can see no way of a partial ban, no half measure working, I think that satisfies the constitutional test. The second thing is there's been some discussion about religion. Each of us carries our own beliefs in our own heart, but we all agreed on love. And for love does mean, for me, just the way you are, not just the way I might redesign you to be. And the third thing, and where the most discussion sits, is with the language. I think the language of the Saskatoon bylaw is crystal clear, and that no further discussion will do anything but prolong the debate without adding any clarity. The key words are, because people were worried that this ban would stop families from talking, would stop you from talking to your priest or your counselor, or even from medical professions. None of that is true. The ban excludes, does not include conversations that relate to a person's exploration and development of an integrated personal identity. Those words from the Saskatoon bylaw. In fact, none of the concerns about restriction of discussion, I think, bears weight. I want to make 2 points. The first is there is a difference between conversion and counseling. Conversion is a conversive judgment that starts from predetermined outcomes. Counseling involves, as the Saskatoon bylaw indicates, an exploration of the person's identity. It includes options. It includes gathering information. In the end, it is non-judgmental, leaving the judgment up to the person who has sought the counseling. My final point is this. We can delay this. If we delay it, administration time will be eaten up for months. We will go through a consultation process, which will be no different than the consultation process which was gone through at committee and now again tonight. We know the arguments. Each one of us has to judge those arguments in the interest of the city, in the interest of the LGBT community, which has suffered under conversion therapy, and in the interest of getting on with our other municipal responsibilities. I think that we are ready to make this decision, and for those reasons I support Councillor Stevens' amendment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Shaw.
This is, I understand and I hear what Councillor Hawkins stated. I'm just having such a problem that we don't take the time to really make this our own and make this our Regina's, and to make sure that we get consultation from everybody. And I understand it's going to take time, but I believe that the people of our community deserve that time. I believe that we owe it to the people in our community for that time. this ban goes through, can I ask a question about behavioral counseling? Even if somebody doesn't want to change their orientation, will this still be allowed? And I'm not sure, I just don't have the clarification in this. I'm not sure if Councillor Hawkins can speak to that or Councillor Andrews can speak to that.
Councillor Shaw, I can ask Mr. Worry to answer that
yeah,
question.
I guess. Okay, thank you.
Mayor Masters, I think we would probably need to answer some of these questions in the lead up to bringing forward the bylaw. So I'm not sure I have a complete answer on that question right now. I think in reviewing the definition that is being considered as part of this motion, I think we would need to review some of those things and provide them to council as part of their final consideration of passing the bylaw.
So in saying what you just said, so any questions, so like I'm going to ask, does this mean that somebody that wants to reduce their behavior will be allowed to get their support? All those questions will be asked when this gets passed and then we craft it clear? Is that what we're saying here? I'm just trying to get clarification because I'm not sure how this is going, and I want to make sure I do know how this is going.
Yes, really, much of the discussion tonight has been focused on the federal legislation, but this amendment is speaking to the definition that's provided in the Saskatoon bylaw, and really that's the only unique feature of Saskatoon's bylaw or these business prohibited business bylaws is defining what the business is that is prohibited. So we will need to determine from sort of the clinical and therapeutic practices that are out there, we need to clearly understand what would be included, what would be prohibited in that definition and what would be allowed. So just would caution council that a lot of the discussion related to Bill C6 is different than what would be approved by council in a prohibited business bylaw. They're two very different forms of regulation of this practice.
So in saying this, why are we not crafting our own bylaw to support and make this a clear bylaw?
Thanks, Councillor Shaw. I think Councillor Stevens, when he moved it, in addition to Councillor Hawkins, suggested that have answered that question in terms of both the time and an expediency, as well as there's already been expertise been put into the crafting of this bylaw, and we're under the same provincial jurisdiction, I believe, with the answers. But Councillor Stevens, you're welcome to address that if I've missed something there.
Thank you. To your first point, again, if you go to page 118 of the agenda package, you can see the actual definition. So when you're talking about behavioral therapy, I think it all depends. First, it depends on whether or not you believe that sexuality is a behavior. That there is no behavioral modification for that. Point blank here, if it's a form of conversion therapy, which means offering or providing counseling or behavior modification techniques or any other purported treatment, service, practice, or the offering or sale of any goods related to changing a person's sexual orientation, identity, or expression. If it's conversion therapy, thou shalt not practice it in the city of Regina. I'm not convinced, and I understand and appreciate we want to bylaw sensitive to this or that jurisdiction. Well, this is pretty consistent. Conversion therapy is conversion therapy no matter where it's followed. We already have established regulatory and professional guidelines that define this. I think it would be, with respect to your point, Councillor Shaw, a long process that brings us to the same point. And so that's my position on it.
Councillor Shaw, you have about a minute left of your time.
Right. But you're not saying sexuality is a behavior, and this is Oh, I want so badly, but do you understand what I'm saying? It's not deemed as a sexual behavior.
Apologies, Councillor Shaw. Is that directed at someone?
Yes, sorry, that was at Councillor Andrew.
Councillor Stevens?
I'm not sure what else to say that hasn't been said for the last 8 hours. And Serena, I understand your frustration. I'm going to say that this bylaw, as well as C6, closed a loophole that is the actual cause of the problem. And I think the other consideration here is if you're a licensed therapist and a regulated medical practitioner, you're not part of the conversion therapy business because you would probably lose your license. So sexual behavior is referenced in this. But again, I think if we're working from the idea that sexuality is just a behavior that you can stop doing, I'm not sure that that's correct. And I don't think the bylaws that stand are able to do that. However, as we saw, you can still go to pastors, you can still engage in discussions. There's a lot that can still happen. I think the ban on all of this conversation is exaggerated because it does threaten some faith-based beliefs and how we can alter sexuality. But based on what I've heard, I don't believe that this bylaw would offend the kind of services and supports that you have identified here and in the committee.
I'm assuming my time's up. Thank you. I'm sure there'll be more questions.
Thank you, Councillor Shaw. Councillor LeBlanc.
Thank you. I propose the original amendment at committee to canvass bylaws in Western Canada. I think having heard from Dr. Wells tonight, who is clearly the expert on this, his endorsement of the Saskatoon model is good enough for me, so I support basing ours off Saskatoon. I think when we limit what we're looking to one model in one city, which is endorsed by an expert, rather than all throughout Western Canada, it quite reasonably justifies this quicker timeline of this July rather than next March. So I'm in support of that timeline also. I just make one comment to colleagues who might be struggling with the same concerns Councillor Shaw is, which is, I think you can vote in favor of this. You want to see a bylaw by July that looks a lot like Saskatoon's. And if at that point you have concerns with the definition of conversion therapy or the definition of business, we can hash that out. This says you want to see a draft bylaw, what it's based on, and when you want to see it. So I'd encourage others to support this, and I plan to also. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Councillor Fundura.
There we are. Thank you very much, Mayor Masters. Kudos to you to be able to handle that chair for this long. Question to the administration. The original proposal for Q1 of 2022, rationale for that, if I can get an answer, please.
So through you, Mayor Masters, the original Q1 of 2022, that was an amendment that came from committee. What you're hearing tonight is that rather than spend time to do engagement that may end up in the same result, that it come in July.
Okay, thank you very much. Mayor Masters, I'm getting a feedback here. Has someone got the stuff on there? Okay, sounds good. Just listen to the delegation, specific one, Mr. Reimer, who talked about the discussion and cooperation and working together as a community to achieve the common goal. I will not support this amendment. I am in favor of Q1 or even Q2. For that reason, I like to exhale. This is very. It probably took about a couple of years of my life. I like to exhale and really think about that and allow the conversation to be, all of us to be on the same page, everyone together to achieve the common goal. Division are not going to help anything. So for that reason, I'm not going to support this, but I am in favor of the Q1 2022 for that purpose, is that we need to have a discussion. I understand that the therapy, I'm against the conversion therapy. It's not healthy, as we heard. I've studied, and I promised to do that since the committee meeting. I've immersed myself in reading and listening and talking to people about different things. So I would say that I'm not going to say, well, what's the rush or why we're rushing, is to give ourselves the chance to have a good discussion, to making sure that as council, we've always listened to people, and we need to listen to dialogue of community. If you want to craft something like this bylaw, and I feel that it should be crafted for Regina, because why are we following? Yes, Saskatoon. It seems like we always look to Saskatoon to follow things. Why can we have Regina made bylaw? And I don't see that's too much to ask. And so that's the reason. So, and again, I'm going to repeat myself. I need to exhale. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fundura. Councillor Mole.
Okay, I'm confused. I'm not sure if anybody can answer this here, but I'll ask the question anyway. So we heard Emmanuel speak. And so he wants to reduce his sexual thoughts or behavior, I suppose. So not because sexuality is a behavior, but because the definition explicitly bans reducing the behavior. So will Emmanuel in Regina, under this bylaw similar to Saskatoon, still be able to receive counseling from a counselor or a psychologist or a psychiatrist or a psychotherapist that we've heard from? Thank you.
Councillor Stevens, do you want to take this one?
Well, thank you. Couple of points. We're basing, and I respect the response to a delegate. I don't know who this person is. I don't know the story. Fact checking and asking questions of other experts suggests that if you wanted advice and therapeutic advice and support to become celibate, to be celibate, there's nothing preventing you from doing that. This is a ban on conversion therapy. And I think that's where some of the deceit and misdirection is coming from, is that they're conflating the two. I don't know precisely what he's asked for. And secondly, I'm not sure it's fair to base an entire policy or direction around a single delegate who came before us to speak about this, who's part of a national movement. And we've seen a half a dozen of those delegates here saying the same story and constantly referring to each other. I'm not convinced that these are credible positions for us to use to craft a bylaw. All due respect to all of those delegates, they have their own experiences. But as I fact check and ask others in the field, could this individual seek support under the ban and in this community? The answer is yes. So I'd have to know a little bit more about precisely what he's looking for and what he's testing to provide you with a solid response. But my understanding is that if you wanted advice for some of those issues that he and other delegates spoke of, that's still perfectly acceptable. But again, a therapist can't engage in conversion therapy, is my understanding, nor someone in the medical community, because they would risk losing the right to practice as per some of these definitions. So I think there's too many variables to say, could Emmanuel find his place here? I don't know what he was looking for, and I'm not sure that that's enough to base a bylaw on. I don't know the details, but I appreciate the question, Landon.
Okay, maybe further to that, the Saskatoon bylaw does state reducing behavior, and that's what Manuel was looking for, and he was denied that in Calgary, and that's what the Saskatoon bylaw states. So for those reasons, and here's his story and many others, I cannot vote in favor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mole. Any other councillors wish to speak to the amendment? Councillor Stadnichuk.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. I support this amendment. We at committee had 6 hours over 2 days of listening to delegates, and then today we've had 8 hours. The majority of people who live in Regina who have talked to us said they're in favor of a ban on conversion therapy. Most of the opposition we have heard has been from people outside of Regina, outside of this province, and there is even one person outside of the country. I don't want to dismiss all of their views, but I know that there is a coordinated effort to sow doubt in people's minds about what a ban on conversion therapy will do. I think we've heard a lot of really good information from people who are social workers, from a research chair who's an expert in this, and from other people in the community. And let's focus. I think it's important to know what we are focusing on. We are focusing on banning a practice that harms the LGBTQ community. We haven't heard from that many people from that community in Regina. And as we heard is that it's hard to come forward. And that's why we need to do something to protect them. And that's what our focus is. Our focus isn't about people who are addicted to porn or all of those other things that we've heard. Our focus is on to protect people from harm in our community. And I think that's an important statement that we could be making, as dozens of other municipalities in Canada have done.
Thank you, Councillor Stadnichuk. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you. Well, it's been a very good conversation. Lots of different discussions, different point of views. And I want to say this, that it doesn't matter if one is got an addiction to pornography and they are gay. I'm not here to judge people. It's about everybody belongs in our community. And I sat in the transgender meetings, and it was a wonderful way to hear for them that they've been going through this for a long time, where they have not felt welcome in our community, and that was disheartening. And it was good for, I think, us to realize that we have to do more. You know, Councillor Stevens, I was absolutely disappointed that this came so fast. There was nothing that went out to the public in advance. It was just, it came out on a Friday, was at the meeting on a Wednesday. I think my council colleagues know that I'm a strong believer in public engagement. And I think we've dropped the ball here. I'm not in favor of crafting another cookie cutter bylaw. I want a bylaw that is for Regina, and I want a bylaw that brings people together. I want a bylaw that absolutely will engage with, if it be the LGBTQ, the transgender, the faith communities. That's who we should be engaging with. And I would absolutely think that that's our job. And if we want to craft a bylaw and just make a cookie cutter from Saskatoon, I have concerns with that. Because it's not what Regina, we should take the time to ensure that we have heard. And we've heard that tonight some from the LGBTQ or the transgender maybe don't want to come publicly. And absolutely, we should make accommodations to reach out to connect with them so we can hear them. Because we heard tonight that their voice maybe wasn't here, or as much as it. So I think Councillor Stevens, I would like to ask administration this. Or I'm not sure if it's administration or who it is, but what would this mean to the faith communities, the churches? Would be similar in Calgary, where it's deemed? I sent a video to each one of my council colleagues that says that if it was deemed advertising, it was considered a sermon. Are we going to write that kind of a bylaw? Because we've heard it from church groups tonight. So can that be an undertaking that all these points that we heard tonight are going to be considered to bring back a bylaw with some of the points that we've heard tonight? Is that what administration's plan is to do? To you, Mayor Masters.
Mr. Holden?
So through you, Mayor Masters, obviously the discussion has been very thoughtful and deep throughout not only committee but council tonight. You know, if we talk Bill C6 and we talk our own bylaw, Bill C6 is focused on deterring those who would profit from conversion therapy and who would subject children and non-consenting adults to it. And then in Bill C6, it talks about that individuals that are struggling with their sexual orientation or their gender identity and they're seeking to support that individual, such as teachers, counselors, faith leaders, family members, and friends, that those people are not offside with Bill C6. Saskatoon's prohibited business definition and their bylaw also indicates that if someone is exploring and developing an integrated personal identity without favoring any particular sexual orientation, gender identity, or gender expression, that is not included in the prohibited business piece. So obviously if council decides to pursue a bylaw for Regina, we'll go away and we'll develop that language. You know, we can do engagement. It's going to be similar, I think, to what you've heard through committee and through council tonight. So obviously the intent, I think, of Bill C6, the intent of the Saskatoon bylaw is not to deter people from having conversations with individuals who are looking to explore their sexual orientation or their gender identity.
Okay. Thank you for that. So I guess the question is that, okay, so if we, can I just get the staff to clarify the behavioral counseling piece and the favoring clause, please?
Sorry, Councillor Bresciani, what are you referring to?
Can I just ask, please? Is there if I can ask just the staff if they'll clarify the behavior counseling and the favoring clause? And Councillor Stevens, is there in the motion? Let's just see. I didn't get there.
Sorry, Councillor Bresciani, do you mean right now or just when they bring the bylaw back?
Right now.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Wary, go ahead.
Page 5 of the report has the definition from Saskatoon. It's in the appendix. That is really the substantive change or the substantive provision that will give effect to this prohibition. And so you see conversion therapy is defined there. And then when you go down, it does make reference to behavior modification techniques. So under A, it says, the offering or provision of counseling or behavior modification techniques as it relates back to an activity that would be considered conversion therapy. That would be prohibited. Behavior modification techniques are not more broadly prohibited, but if the business is using that technique for the purposes of advancing conversion therapy, that definition, by my reading of it, and I would probably need to consider it a bit further between now and when we bring forward the bylaw, but based on a plain reading of that section of Saskatoon's bylaw, I think that it is prohibited in certain in certain contexts.
Sorry. Okay. So you're saying it is prohibited.
I'm saying that the definition clearly says that behavior modification techniques that are used to advance conversion therapy as defined in that prohibited business would be a prohibited activity as part of being a prohibited business. Again, I would perhaps need to understand the question in a bit more depth in terms of perhaps the specific context that the councillor is referring to. But
Sure.
Behavior modification techniques, to answer the question on a general level, is provided for in that definition.
Okay. I guess the key, and I guess that could come back, but today we did hear many people raise concerns about the behavioral counseling. So those contexts are key to the report coming back.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So staff will look at that. Okay, I'll consider that. I guess, there's, I do support a bylaw for our city. I think it would help, and it'll protect, and it will also, I think, bring awareness to how important this issue is, and it'll support the LGBTQ, transgender, and again, it's another. We are an inclusive city, but I will not support that it is run through quickly. And I guess I'm going to ask administration: is this time even doable? Because I know that I did have I'm sure who it was with Mr. Weary. This is going to take some time. Is this enough time to actually do the public engagement? And I guess that's the question. What public engagement would we be doing, through the chair? Would we be looking at entertaining the people who came today in the churches and that kind of thing? Through the chair?
Mr. Holden?
So through your Mayor Masters, so the amendment in front of you is to bring a bylaw in July. If we're bringing a bylaw in July, we will not be going through any additional consultation other than what we've heard through committee and through the delegations today. So that's what we would do if the bylaw comes in July. We'll do our own research. We'll craft the bylaw for Regina. We'll base it on Saskatoon, and you'll have it in front of you in July.
Councillor Bresciani, there's another part to that question. Mr. Worry, can you please answer the question as to whether or not it's doable by July to draft this bylaw?
Yes, if we're modeling it on Saskatoon's bylaw, we are just simply doing our own independent legislative drafting review to see if there's anything that we would recommend to council as being different, but that timeline is doable.
Thank you. Councillor Bresciani, I think you've got about time for one more question.
Thank you. I don't have another question, but I will not be supporting this for that it's going to be run through quickly. I would like to have the time for our staff to do the due diligence and absolutely meet with the LGBTQ community, as well as the transgender, and as well as the faith communities. I do think there is great learning in that and coming together to seek a bylaw together. I think that's very, very healthy, and that would be my preference. So I absolutely support a bylaw for Regina, but I think we owe it to everybody involved and the individuals we heard from today that we absolutely should take the time to craft a proper bylaw, not a cookie cutter bylaw. I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you. Through the chair, of the options on the table, if we were to adopt a bylaw, which ones would be less taxing on dollars in administration? The July option or the coming back in 2022?
Mr. Holden?
So through my masters, obviously drafting the bylaw through Mr. Weary's office and putting a bylaw in front of you in July and not doing the engagement is obviously the more expedient approach, which would put less strain on, I guess, the capacity of administration. If you want us to undertake engagement, obviously that will require more discussion, more resources, and obviously more time, and that's why the 2022 timeframe was recommended from committee.
Thank you. I guess just my comments. With the proposal of the Saskatoon bylaw, I know a lot of the delegations had comments on the definition of conversion therapy. This is being addressed. I'd just like to say that I like to represent the residents of my ward, and the amount of lobby that has come from outside our borders, right down to the delegations today, is really surprising and hard to pay attention to those that I actually represent. And I'm a little bit wary, and it's caused me to really concentrate on the groups that came forward from Regina and take their words to heart. I know when a group's being attacked, and because of the comments made from this large lobby I've experienced, I did not want to write a bylaw. I didn't really see this a municipal matter, but when a group is attacked, I do feel that it's my duty to help them be defended, and I will. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Shaw, you have already spoken to the amendment, so I just wanted to answer your question. So, Councillor Zakidniak, you speak next.
Thank you. I won't take up a lot of time here. A lot of points have already been made that I agree with. I am in support of this amendment. I think that the confusion, any confusion related to what is in any of the proposed legislation, I believe, has been answered multiple times. And with respect to folks having a say, we've heard from 30-something delegations today. We've received dozens or hundreds even of emails, or over 100, regarding this topic. And the Community Wellness Committee also heard from, I believe, 26 delegations as well. So that we've actually received quite a bit of feedback in a very short amount of time. I'm happy to support this amendment. I believe that we need to do everything we can to create a city that's welcoming and inclusive for everyone and safe as well. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Zakidniak. There we go. Deputy Clerk, could you please describe to me what happens when the bylaw comes forward from administration?
Thank you, Mayor. When the bylaw comes forward, it will be placed on the council agenda. If administration meets the time frame for with respect to the August or the July request, it would be slated for the July 14th, 2021 meeting. And at that time, the bylaw would be presented on the floor of council. It would receive 2 readings. It would receive a 3rd reading if unanimous consent was provided, and then it would go to 3rd reading. So it's possible that it could be debated and voted on and become effective on the 14th of July.
Thank you. I don't normally take up council's time with comments. I just let the vote talk. But I'm going to tell you that I was perhaps naive in believing or understanding the level of conversion therapy that was going on. It seems simple to understand that we support the ban of conversion therapy as it's understood in its way. In meeting with various groups, and I have literally shifted back and forth because listening to folks have concerns about the language of Bill C6, which is not necessarily present right now, given that Saskatoon bylaw is slightly different wording. But the concerns about people of faith who have a place in our community as well, that they would be limited in terms of their ability to talk to parishioners, to counsel, to provide love and support. Based upon what I heard here today, I don't have that fear that a bylaw as written, as presented, would limit the ability of parish and parishioners. I did reach out to the LGBTQ Two-Spirit community, a couple representatives, to meet with and ask them what it was they wanted. Because, as noted, they don't come out in public because out in public is not necessarily a safe place to be. And they would like a bylaw passed banning conversion therapies as a symbol from their city leadership of inclusion and of safety. I reached back out to folks from the faith community, and I was touched by the notion that they wanted to be included in the conversation in terms of drafting the bylaw. I am comforted by the fact that it will come back before us, that we can have further discussion. There is nothing stopping any councillor from reaching out to people of faith and to the LGBTQ Two-Spirit community to have a discussion about whether the bylaw as it's worded works for them. And that information can be brought back if they wish in July. And I'm satisfied with that as well. And that's what I have to say. Councillor Stevens, you can close off the conversation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You did address a few points that I was going to raise. Points of clarification on timeline. The suggestion here has been it's rushed. February is when the first discussion about this coming forward took place. Since that time, the public and actual stakeholders have been notified that it was coming to a very precise moment, a precise meeting in April. It did. And as protocol demands, it then went to council. So we've actually known about this for months. And to that point, the international community know about it. Who didn't know about this and who didn't show up? I thought that was incredible engagement. It was difficult. As the mayor pointed out, right now, if you approve this, July is when that report and the bylaw comes back. Councillors have months to do their own engagement, and I know you will. And Councillor Bresciani, I have no doubt that, as always, you will be engaged with the community to see their perspective, and you can sharpen that into potential amendments. My one word of caution, though, is that I think people are seeking, and based on what I've heard tonight, certain elements of the faith community are looking for a veto of sorts, one in which they can practice conversion therapy, but through different means. I'm worried about that, and that's not the intention. Instead, it would simply be a matter of conversion therapy with other tactics. That being said, there will necessarily be a balance of rights under the charter and in principle about what the faith community can do. And I think we've established that with much of the conversation tonight. And frankly, I think this is probably in the best interest of the community to have this done in an expedient fashion rather than drawing it out in a lengthy public consultation process in a formal manner that actually costs tens of thousands of dollars and that could bring us back to the same place but a year from now. So I think this is the best model if we're sincere collectively about dealing with conversion therapy, still want to do our own engagement and have a bylaw that's reflective of our values in our city. I would argue that this amendment can do that. I hope for your support.
Mr. Clerk, please call the vote on the amendment.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. I will begin with Councillor Stevens, please.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Mole.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
The amendment passes unanimously at 11-0, Mayor.
Councillor Stevens, if it's all right with you.
Yep, go ahead.
If it's all right with you, can we leave number 1 until last? And could we
Yeah, that's fine.
could we possibly combine number 2 and number 3 as essentially we're affirming the professional associations dealing with the description of these things? Would that be amenable to you?
Yes, please.
Do you have anything that you would like to discuss further as it relates to item number 2 and number 3?
I don't know. I'm finished.
Thank you. Can I get a seconder in terms of the motion before you relative to item number 2 and 3 as combined?
Hawkins, second.
Thank you. And so, Council, the decision before you, if any of you wish to speak to it, is simply that City Council was affirming and formally joins the 2 professional associations in Canada relative to the 2 issues as they've outlined. Seeing no councillors wishing to speak to recommendation number 2 and number 3, Mr. Clerk, would you please call the vote?
Thank you. I will begin again with Councillor Stevens, please.
On 2 and 3, I support.
Councillor Moore.
Sorry, I should ask clarification. This is to send a letter?
No, apologies, Councillor Moll. I asked for number 1 to be left to last. We're just voting on affirming that we, on number 2 and number 3 together.
Can you come back to me, please?
Certainly.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Councillor Fundura.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
In favor.
Councillor Moore.
I'm going to abstain because I can't bring it up on my computer. My apologies.
Councillor Moore, an abstention means that you are voting against it. That's the rules.
Sorry, my computer's frozen right now.
Right.
So,
Well,
sure.
So
Just because I didn't have it on my computer.
we can read them out. We can read the sections to you if you'd like. All I'm saying is
Sure.
the procedure bylaw will record your
Yep.
vote as a negative.
Yeah, go ahead, read it out. We'll put it on the
So
screen.
part number 2 reads, formally join the Canadian Psychological Association in affirming, in quotation, that all adolescent and adult persons have the right to define their own gender identity regardless of chromosomal sex, genitalia, assigned birth sex, or initial gender role. Moreover, all adolescent and adult persons have the right to free expression of their self-defined gender identity, end of quote, as outlined in their policy statement 2010-1, Gender Identity and Adolescents and Adults. And number 3 is formally join the Canadian Psychiatric Association in opposing, and I quote, the use of reparative or conversion therapy, given that such therapy is based on the assumption that LGBTQ identities indicate a mental disorder and or the assumption that the person could and should change their sexual orientation and or their gender identity and gender expression, end of quote, as outlined in the Canadian Journal of Psychiatry.
Thank you. In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Passes unanimously at 11-0, Mayor.
Councillor Stevens, do you want to line up number 1?
Sure. Item 1 is an endorsement of Bill C6. I think we've had a lot of discussion about that tonight. And basically what we would approve or not is, do we write a letter? So, yeah, that's all I got for that.
Did you want my comments on the value of a letter to the mayor on an issue before the federal government on the floor? Anyone wish to speak to item number 1? Can I ask council a question? And I don't normally make motions. And I'm not making a motion, I'm asking the question. Does it have to be support of Bill C6, or could it read support of conversion therapy ban, so we can avoid the dialogue and discussion around the wording in C6?
Mayor, I'll move that motion if it helps you.
Thank you. Could I have a seconder to Councillor Hawkins' motion?
Councillor Stevens will second.
So the motion, the amendment before you is essentially to direct the mayor to write to the federal government on behalf of Regina City Council in support of a conversion therapy ban. We avoid getting into dialogue or parsing Bill C6 because clearly we've heard there's some concerns with language, and I believe that some council members still have concern with the language. But what I've also heard is that all councillors support banning conversion therapy. I'll go back to, it's a letter. I'm not sure it'll get read even before the bill finishes on the floor, but it's an amendment before you, and I'll take any comments on it. Councillor Mancinelli, would you wish to speak to the amendment?
Note with the changes, anything I had to say is nullified.
Councillor Shaw?
So I just want to speak to that. Now, obviously, I'm not in favor of Bill C6 the way that it was written. I don't believe the clarifications there. So with you sending a letter stating that you don't, that we're opposed to conversion therapy, how does that clarify what conversion therapy is as defined? Are we using which definition of it?
I'm not sure. I think this is open for council, but I think we've clearly just endorsed the Canadian Psychiatric Association's sort of definition of conversion therapy, or that we're opposed to it. This is just essentially that we're in support of a conversion therapy ban. Conversion therapy is well defined within both the Canadian Psychological Association and the Canadian Psychiatric Association. We don't need to invent a new one. It's more in principle that we support a conversion therapy ban.
If it's in principle, then I'm fine with that. But if it's in Bill C6, then I'm not. So I'm not sure how I can vote to make that statement clear.
The amendments before you, we're not writing a letter in support of Bill C6.
Okay.
And I will take your comments absolutely in consideration in terms of when we're drafting the letter.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, Councillor Mole?
She basically took the words right out of my mouth. I'm not in favor of Bill C6 the way it is written, and so I appreciate the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mole. Councillor LeBlanc?
Thank you. I'm going to speak against the amendment. I think we've seen there's a lot of discussion around what conversion therapy means, what ought to be banned, and whether it ought to be criminalized. So I think a letter that's not tied to a specific bill or a specific definition is kind of just too vague and of not much use. So I'm going to oppose it. However, if the amendment passes, I'll vote in favor of option 1 as a second best option. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Anyone else to the amendment on number 1? Seeing none, City Clerk, please call the vote on the amendment.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll begin with Councillor Hawkins, if I can, please.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc.
Opposed.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Zahitniak.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Mole.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
Opposed.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
The amendment passes 9-2, Mayor.
We're going to need to, Dan, are you moving the main motion as amended?
What's he doing?
Pardon me. Yes, I am willing to do that.
So Councillor LeBlanc is moving the main motion as amended. And did you wish to speak to it?
this is it.
Please.
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, so I want to speak in favor of the main motion as amended. I had more to say, but I have the sense it's going to pass. So I want to make two comments. The first one is just with respect to how this discussion or this debate has gone, and I think that requires an apology from me and from council to members of the LGBTQ community. So what I think the appropriate apology is that I apologize that we're debating your humanity in public. I'm sorry that it was up for debate or framed that way, and that the debate did not always go well. We had to jump in numerous times to interfere with language that questioned your humanity and your right to access medical care, and that's inappropriate. And even worse, there were times where we didn't jump in, and that's worse, and that's on us in some part. I'm sorry that you're not part of this city council that's deciding fundamental rights about you, and probably makes it even harder to engage in the process in the future. And that's certainly our loss, and that's your loss too. And apologies for that, that these are the sorts of indignities you have to suffer, is having us discuss these things without you here and as though it's up for debate. The second thing I want to comment on is just some of the people we've had come out. So we've heard a suggestion when we're discussing something like conversion therapy, and it's something we often hear when we're discussing making improvements for historically marginalized groups. So people will come out and they'll say, you're a bigger fish to fry, do things that benefit the majority, eradicate homelessness, fix the roads, whatever it is. I want to suggest that this concern is disingenuous generally, and it was disingenuous today. So 2 weeks ago, City Council gave $1 million to support Housing First towards eradicating homelessness. And on my review, I don't think there was any overlap in the delegate list from that meeting about eradicating homelessness to today. So for example, Mr. Bernikevich, a lawyer who came and spoke to us about bigger fish to fry 2 weeks ago, gave us heck in the morning, but didn't come speak in favor of solving homelessness in the afternoon. What I suggest generally and here is that folks don't want us to do more. They actually want us to do less for historically marginalized groups. And I suggest that queer folks' lives are not a marginal issue to be left for another day. It's appropriate that we address it here and now. So I say we don't have to pick or choose. It's good that we pass a bylaw, that we support C6 or as amended conversion therapy. And at the same time, we go after sustainability and homelessness. We can and should do it all. It's a big task, but it's one we signed up for. And so I say let's not be detracted by these naysayers who don't want us doing this. We go ahead with this task, and tomorrow we take on the rest of our agenda. I think that's appropriate, and thank my colleagues for the good work today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Blanc. I do not need a seconder, and Mr. Clerk, please call the vote.
Thank you. I'll begin with Councillor LeBlanc, please.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnicek.
In favor.
Councillor Mole.
Can you come back to me? Sorry, I was distracted there.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor Mole.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Carries unanimously 11-0, Mayor.
Councillor Hawkins?
I move adjournment.
Can I have a seconder, please?
So, seconded.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
Council, I know this one was really hard on everybody in terms of the pressures that were coming from all directions. Thank you very much for putting the time in tonight. It was exceptional in terms of your dedication to seeing this one through. Most appreciated, and I'll see you at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.